Heather Pringle. The Master Plan. Himmler's Scholars and the Holocaust. Dedication. To Jeff and my brother Alex. Comparative ranks. SS rank. US equivalent. SSN Warder. Recruit. SS man. Private. SS Sturmmann. Private first class. SS Rottenführer. Corporal. SS Unterskarführer. Sergeant. SS Scharführer. Staff Sergeant. SS Oberskarführer. Technical Sergeant. SS Hauptscharführer. First Sergeant. SS Sturmskarführer. Master Sergeant. SS Untersturmführer. Second Lieutenant. SS Obersturmführer. First Lieutenant. SS Hauptsturmführer. Captain. SS Sturmbannführer. Major. SS Obersturmbannführer. Lieutenant Colonel. SS Standartenführer. Colonel. SS Oberführer, none. SS Brigadeführer. Brigadier General. SS Gruppenführer. Major General. SS Obergruppenführer. Lieutenant General. SS Oberstgruppenführer. General. Reichsführer SS und Chef. General of the Army. Der Deutschen Police. 1. Foreign Affairs. In the fall of 1938, in the small industrial town of Offenbach am Main just outside Frankfurt, the renowned firm of Gebrüder Klingspor received an important commission from one of the most prominent men of the Third Reich. The owner of the business, Karl Klingspor, was an influential typographer and aesthete, a master of ink and paper who transformed the creative fantasies of others into some of the most beautiful books of his age. 1 To seduce the eye, Klingspor retained artists and painters to design sleek new typefaces so words would scroll stylishly across the page. To woo the sense of touch, he selected handmade papers of unusual size and heft, rich and thick and textured. For Klingspor and his colleagues, making a book was rather like making love, and bibliophiles from Berlin to Boston sighed with pleasure as they thumbed through his exquisite productions. The commission in question had arrived from Heinrich Himmler, the head of the Gestapo, the Security Service, and the Security Squad or SS, a paramilitary organization that ran Germany's concentration camps, controlled a profitable network of business enterprises, and provided Adolf Hitler's personal bodyguard. The Reichsführer SS was a busy man, but he remained, in his personal life, something of a bookworm. He read avidly, owned a substantial private library, and carried his favorite volumes with him wherever he traveled. He often recommended books to his subordinates and presented copies as gifts to family members and close associates too. It was in this frame of mind that he resolved to produce a special gift for Hitler on the occasion of his 50th birthday. For months, prominent Nazis had been drawing up plans for a gala celebration for Hitler, searching feverishly for presents. The leaders of the Confederation of German Industry had quietly purchased manuscript scores of Richard Wagner's early operas, as well as fair copies of parts of Der Ring der Nibelungen, the composer's masterpiece. 3 Rudolf Hess had acquired a rare collection of letters written by one of Hitler's heroes, Frederick the Great, the 18th-century monarch who transformed Prussia into a major European power. 4 And the National Socialist German Workers' Party, or Nazi Party, had thrown caution completely to the wind, building the Eagle's Nest, a tea-house and conference center situated atop a mountain near the Bavarian town of Berchtesgaden. 5 Himmler had no intention of being left out of this slavish display. He planned to present a fine equestrian portrait of Frederick the Great by the German artist Adolf von Menzel, a painting that would fit nicely into Hitler's private study. 6 But he also wanted to give Hitler something more personal, a set of leather-bound books that would artfully present the SS chief's lesser-known contributions to Hitler's Nazi state. 7 The most important of these books, he decided, would be a large portfolio produced by the creative staff of Gebrüder Klingspor. It would be entitled The Research and Educational Society. The Ahnenerbe. Evolution. Essence. Effect. 8. The Ahnenerbe was an elite Nazi research institute that Himmler had founded in 1935 with a small group of associates. Its name derived from a rather obscure German word, Ahnenerbe, pronounced Ahnenerbut, meaning something inherited from the forefathers. The official mission of the Ahnenerbe was twofold. First, the institute was to unearth new evidence of the accomplishments and deeds of Germany's ancestors, as far back as the Paleolithic or Old Stone Age if possible, using exact scientific methods. Second, it was to convey these findings to the German public by means of magazine articles, books, museum shows, and scientific conferences. In reality, however, the elite organization was in the business of myth-making. Its prominent researchers devoted themselves to distorting the truth and churning out carefully tailored evidence to support the racial ideas of Adolf Hitler. Some scholars twisted their findings consciously, others warped them without thought, unaware that their political views drastically shaped their research. But all proved adept at this manipulation, and for this reason, Himmler prized the institute. He made it an integral part of the SS and housed it in a grand villa in one of Berlin's wealthiest neighborhoods. He equipped it with laboratories, libraries, museum workshops, and ample funds for foreign research, and personally befriended several of its senior scientists. By 1939, the Ahnenerbe would count 137 German scholars and scientists on its payroll and employ another 82 support workers: filmmakers, photographers, artists, sculptors, librarians, laboratory technicians, accountants, and secretaries. 11. The Nazi leadership went to enormous lengths to maintain a public facade of rationality, fairness, and middle-class decency. Hitler and the senior members of his government craved admiration and respect from the world, and to obtain it they continually attempted to display their political ideas, particularly on the subject of race, in the best possible light. To assist in this difficult work, they actively recruited German scholars and scientists who could command respect both at home and abroad and make Nazi ideas sound plausible and reasonable to others. Those who studied the ancient past figured prominently in these recruitment efforts, for Adolf Hitler held strong views on prehistory and history. He believed that all humankind in its astonishing richness and complexity, all human societies in the past, from the Sumerians on their ziggurats to the Incas in their mountain citadels, could be parsed into just three groups. These he described as the founders of culture, the bearers of culture, the destroyers of culture. 12. Hitler was convinced, based on his own highly selective reading of history, that only one racial group fell into the first category. These were the Aryans, a fictional race of tall, willowy, flaxen-haired men and women from Northern Europe. According to Hitler, only the Aryans had possessed the spark of genius needed to create civilization, invent music, literature, the visual arts, agriculture and architecture, and advance humanity by putting their shoulders to the heavy wheel of progress. Most modern Germans, Hitler claimed, descended from the ancient Aryans, and as such they had inherited their forefathers' brilliance. This was the most positive side of the human ledger. On the negative side, Hitler placed the Jews. These, he claimed, were the destroyers of culture. He insisted upon categorizing all the world's Jews together as a single race, although scholars of the day agreed they were a diverse collection of peoples united by their religious faith. 13. Hitler declared that the Jews posed a serious threat to humankind, insisting that they possessed a singular talent for undermining and corrupting the cultures of other races. He was especially fond of likening the Jew to a type of German noxious bacillus that keeps spreading as soon as a favorable medium invites him. And the effect of his existence is also like that of spongers: wherever he appears, the host people dies out after a shorter or longer period. 14. Serious scientists and scholars outside Germany in the 1930s dismissed these ideas as nonsense. 15. There was simply no disputing, for example, that Jews had contributed brilliantly to human civilization. Between 1901 and 1939 alone, 21 Jewish scientists and scholars won Nobel Prizes, from Albert Einstein for his contributions to theoretical physics to Otto Loewi for his pioneering work on the chemical transmission of nerve impulses. 16. Indeed, nearly 30% of all Nobel laureates from Germany during this period were Jewish, although Jews accounted for just 1% of the German population. Hitler's notions about the Aryans were equally far-fetched. Scholars had failed to uncover any proof of a tall, blonde-haired race of Germans who first lit the torch of civilization and gave birth to all the refinements of human culture. The first cities, the first system of writing, the first successes in agriculture had all arisen along the green river valleys and hills of the Near East and Asia, many thousands of miles away from the dark, cold forests of Northern Europe. And this knowledge posed a problem for ardent Nazis, such as Himmler, who took an interest in scholarship and intellectual discourse. How could they persuasively portray ancient Germans and their modern descendants as a master race if indeed they had played little, if any, part in the great early advances of human civilization? The answer to this problem, in Himmler's mind, lay in more German scholarship of the right political stripe. So he created the Ahnenerbe. He conceived of this research organization as an elite think tank, a place brimming with brilliant mavericks and brainy young upstarts up-and-comers who would give traditional science a thorough cleansing. Men of this ilk would not balk at sweeping away centuries of careful scholarship like so much dust and useless debris. With much fanfare, they would publicly unveil a new portrait of the ancient world, one in which a tall, blonde race of Germans would be seen coining civilization and bringing light to inferior races, just as Hitler claimed. This was the primary work of the Ahnenerbe. Privately, however, Himmler nurtured another hope for his creation. He believed, like many other prominent Nazis, that an almost magical elixir pure Aryan blood once flowed through the veins of the ancient Germanic tribes. Undiluted and undefiled by later racial mixing, this superior hemoglobin supplied Germany's ancestors with heightened powers of creativity and intelligence, or so Himmler supposed. 17 If Ahnenerbe researchers could recover this primeval Germanic knowledge through archaeology and other sciences, then they might find superior ways of growing grain, breeding livestock, healing the ill, designing weapons, or regulating society. 18 All this would greatly benefit the Reich. For this important work, Ahnenerbe officials recruited a diverse assortment of scholars and scientists: archaeologists, anthropologists, ethnologists, classicists, orientalists, runologists, biologists, musicologists, philologists, geologists, zoologists, botanists, linguists, folklorists, geneticists, astronomers, doctors, and historians. Himmler intended them to work together, sharing their findings. Each researcher, he suggested, would contribute a part of what he sometimes liked to call the hundreds of thousands of little mosaic stones, which portray the true picture of the origins of the world. 19. Despite his many pressing responsibilities, Himmler clucked contentedly over the scholars' reports and papers. He pondered their many theories, paid careful heed to their conclusions, and often discussed their ideas with his SS subordinates over dinner. And when the opportunity presented itself, he employed their research to fuel and justify the Holocaust. I first learned of Himmler's calculating use of the past while researching a book on mummies and mummy scientists. I was holed up at the time in a tourist hotel in the small city of Assen in the eastern Netherlands. I had journeyed there to see some of the world's most famous mummies, the ancient dead of Europe's northern peat bogs. Preserved naturally by the bog's dark, clear broth, dozens of Roman-era men and women had resisted oblivion for nearly 2,000 years. But what struck me most about these resilient survivors was not so much their immortality, impressive as it was, but the violent way in which many had met their end: garroted, stabbed, slashed, decapitated, and hung. At the museum in Assen, I bought a book by a Dutch archaeologist, Wijnand van der Sanden, describing the history and science of these strange cadavers. That evening in my hotel, I pulled the book from my bag, curious to see how van der Sanden interpreted the gruesome deaths. 20 I put my feet up on the bed and began casually thumbing through the pages. One section of the book in particular caught my attention. It concerned a speech that Himmler had given behind closed doors in February 1937 to a group of senior officers at the SS officer training school at Bad Tolz. 21 In this address, Himmler aired his personal views on homosexuality. The Reichsführer SS regarded gay men as a great blight upon society. They contributed little more than red ink, in his opinion, to the sexual balance sheet, rarely fathering children. 22 This was a serious failing in the Third Reich, where fatherhood was deemed one of the prime patriotic duties of all German men. Worse still, Himmler was convinced that homosexuality was a communicable disease. He believed it could infect straight men, and he worried that it might reach epidemic proportions in Germany, particularly in such hotbeds of male bonding as the SS. If this happened, he warned, homosexuality could weaken the essential fiber of the SS, destroying one of the most powerful arms of the Nazi state. 23. During his speech at Bad Tolz, Himmler mulled over methods of eradicating this imaginary peril from the Reich. And this was where the bog bodies came in. Researchers had long pondered the violent deaths of these ancient Europeans, developing competing hypotheses to explain them. Some archaeologists thought these people were murdered prisoners of war. Others argued that they were honored members of society selected as precious sacrifices to the gods. But a few German researchers, including one of Himmler's favorite young archaeologists, Herbert Janken, advocated a much harsher hypothesis. Janken believed these individuals were social pariahs, specifically deserters and homosexuals put to death for their transgressions against ancient Germanic laws. 24. All the various hypotheses, however, were interpretations of scarce data. None could be proven. But the mere speculation that Iron Age Germans had once executed tribesmen accused of homosexuality pleased Himmler, providing exactly the kind of justification he was looking for. Homosexuals were drowned in swamps, he stated categorically to the SS audience at Bad Tolz in 1937. The worthy professors who find these bodies in peat, do not realize that in 90 out of 100 cases they are looking at the remains of a homosexual who was drowned in a swamp along with his clothes and everything else. Then he drew his own conclusion. That was not a punishment, but simply the termination of an abnormal life. 25. With other leading Nazis firmly behind him, Himmler acted on these ideas. His police officers rousted suspected homosexuals from their beds and bars and bathhouses, beating them and seizing their address books to make further arrests. They sent some to regular prisons and dispatched as many as 15,000 to concentration camps. 26 There they issued them uniforms with distinctive pink triangle badges, setting them apart from other prisoners. Tragedy awaited them. Medical experimenters castrated some and subjected others to procedures designed to transform them into heterosexuals. SS guards added to the misery, starving and working many to death. Today no one knows how many perished, but one leading historian, Rudiger Lottmann, estimates that as many as 60% of the pink triangle prisoners perished in Third Reich camps. 27. Sitting in my chair in the hotel room in Essen, I felt a deep chill, and when I later pieced together the story more fully, I understood its terrible significance. At Bad Tolz, Himmler had transformed a simple piece of archaeological speculation into a hard, murderous fact. He had cloaked his own hatred of others under the respectable mantle of science. He had disguised the Nazis' brutal agenda of mass murder as a venerable tradition of the German people, worthy of modern emulation. In Himmler's hands, the distant past had become a lethal weapon against the living. In the summer of 2001, I began delving into the history of the Ahnenerbe. I expected to find a rich body of literature on the subject, but this did not prove to be the case. Only a handful of articles on the organization had been written in English, most in scholarly journals, and surprisingly little had appeared in German. Indeed, just one major study of the Brain Trust had made its way into print at the time. Entitled Das Ahnenerbe der SS 1935–1945, the book was published in 1974 by a Canadian historian, Michael Cater, who had studied in Germany. By all rights, Cater's superb scholarly study should have sparked a major investigation. But few researchers chose to look into the matter further. Many German scholars tended to dismiss Nazi-era prehistorians as a group of harmless fellow travelers. 28 Others feared digging into the Ahnenerbe. Several of the organization's former members held prominent academic positions in West Germany after the war, and they deeply resented young historians and archaeologists probing into their pasts. 29 So during the 1980s most German scholars let sleeping dogs lie. The fall of the Berlin Wall in 1989 brought this era of complacency to an abrupt end. Himmler, a prominent East German archaeology professor, had long harbored an interest in archaeology during the Third Reich. Living in East Berlin, however, he could not easily examine the Ahnenerb's records, most of which lay in West German archives. When the two Germanies finally reunited, Lube, a generous man with a wry sense of humor, embarked on a study of Ahnenerb archaeologists. He urged others to do the same. In November 1998, he organized an international conference in Berlin on National Socialism and Prehistory. 30 Nearly 150 scholars from 12 countries attended. The conference sparked a major scholarly re-evaluation of the Ahnenerb. Few European historians, however, focused on what I strongly suspected would be the most fascinating part of the Ahnenerb story. This was the foreign research, specifically the peacetime expeditions and the wartime missions of the Ahnenerb and the ways in which Himmler put them to use. During the early 1970s, Kater had uncovered a wealth of letters and reports describing in detail one such journey, a large expedition to Tibet in 1938 and 1939 led by zoologist Ernst Schaefer. In addition, Kater had also chanced upon numerous hints and suggestions concerning several other research trips and expeditions to Northern Africa and South America, the Middle East and Scandinavia. 31. Based on the fragmentary evidence at hand, however, the Canadian historian concluded that few of these foreign ventures had ever taken place. Indeed, he inferred from the available sources that most references to these trips were simply wishful thinking, mere projections of the overweening ambitions of the Ahnenerb's leaders. 32 For nearly 30 years, historians had accepted this view. But Kater's passing mention of these foreign trips fascinated me. What possible interest, I wondered, could the Ahnenerb have had in such exotic locations, the Canary Islands, Iraq, Finland, or Bolivia? What conceivable political use could Himmler have made of prehistoric research in these countries? I set out to find the answers, assisted by a small team of translators and researchers. Working together, we began combing the vast microfilm collection of captured German documents at the National Archives and Records Administration in Maryland, and poring over the original Ahnenerb files at the Bundesarchiv in Berlin. As we slowly exhausted our leads in these places, we expanded the search to other German archives, 23 in all, from the offices of the German Archaeological Institute to the collections of the former East German intelligence agency, the Stasi. From there, we stretched farther afield, to archives in Norway, Finland, Sweden, Poland, and Britain, and library collections in Iceland and Russia. For nearly 2 years, we waded through a vast, seemingly bottomless sea of letters, memoranda, minutes, reports, evaluations, accounting records, personnel files, equipment lists, expense accounts, unpublished articles, and published books. In all, nearly 961 voluminous Ahnenerb files occupying 180 linear feet of shelf space at the Bundesarchiv survived the war. This, however, represented only a fraction of the original total. Much had been lost. At the end of the war, Ahnenerb scientists incinerated stacks of incriminating documents, fearing that their letters and reports would be used against them in war crime trials. As the archival research proceeded, I began tracking down surviving members of the Ahnenerb, as well as friends, relatives, and close colleagues of those who are now dead. I was constantly aware of the ticking clock. Some sources were far too frail or advanced in years to grant interviews, others, small in number, fell seriously ill or died between the first contact call and a second to set an appointment. In the end, I had the feeling that if I had waited even another few months to begin work on the project, I would have found scarcely a soul who had any first-hand knowledge of the Ahnenerb's foreign research. Adding to these difficulties was the inevitable reluctance of many sources to talk. Some former employees of the Ahnenerbe refused to relieve the past, while children and spouses of those who had died often feared blackening the memories of fathers or husbands. In the end, however, a surprising number of people agreed to talk, perhaps because I was so obviously an outsider from Canada and therefore burdened with less emotional baggage than most German authors, and because I was known as a science writer, rather than as a historian of the Nazi era. So as the research proceeded, I talked to dozens of sources, crisscrossing Germany from Sylt in the north to Lake Constance in the south, and then further expanding this research from Austria, France, Norway, and Sweden to Italy, Finland, and the Netherlands. What emerged from all this research shed a disturbing new light on the Holocaust. For years, most historians dismissed Himmler's intense interest in the ancient past as pure quackery and half-baked mysticism, foolishness that had no serious part in Himmler's plans for the Nazi state. But our new information on the Ahnenerbe's foreign travels painted a very different picture. Soon after the founding of the Institute, Himmler began to sponsor expeditions and research trips across Europe and Asia. Through this foreign research, the Reichsführer SS intended not only to control Germany's ancient past, but to master its future. Baldly stated, Himmler, the architect of the final solution, planned to use tall, blonde-haired SS men and selected women to scientifically rebreed a pure Aryan stock. With knowledge gleaned by Ahnenerbe scientists, he intended to tutor SS men in ancient Germanic lore, religion, and farming practices, teaching them to think as their ancestors had. When the time was ripe, he proposed to plant SS agricultural colonies in Germany, as well as in specific parts of the East, places where he believed Germany's ancient ancestors had particularly flourished. There he hoped they would reverse the decline of Western civilization and rescue humanity from its mire. To bring this about, Himmler was prepared to sacrifice and destroy the lives of millions of people. Most of the modern inhabitants of the supposed Aryan territories, he believed, would have to be dispossessed of their homes, forcibly deported, and either slaughtered or enslaved. All of the world's Jews would have to be exterminated, down to the very last man, woman, and child. In this way, no Jewish germs would survive to infect and destroy the fledgling Aryan colonies. The pandemic of Jewishness would at last be eradicated. To lay part of the groundwork for this monstrous scheme, Himmler dispatched Ahnenerbe scholars on 8 foreign expeditions or research trips before the war. With the assistance of Wolfram Sievers, the Ahnenerbe's managing director, and Walther Wust, its soft-spoken superintendent, researchers journeyed across Europe and Asia to remote Bronze Age rock carvings in Sweden and the rural homes of shamans in Finland, to inscription-covered palace walls in Croatia and the toppled temples of Parthian kings in Iraq, to mysterious Paleolithic caves in France and the enigmatic ruins of ancient settlements in Greece, to sprawling monasteries in Tibet and the sweeping coastal dunes of Libya. 33 In addition, Ahnenerbe officials drew up plans for at least 4 other expeditions to Iran, the Canary Islands, the South American Andes, and Iceland during the initial phase of the Nazi regime. Only the outbreak of the Second World War forced Himmler to postpone them indefinitely. The research journeys, both planned and executed, were remarkably varied affairs. But most, if not all, were intended to prove Aryan supremacy or retrieve some form of ancient Aryan knowledge. Herman Wirth, an eccentric Dutch spendthrift with immense reserves of personal charm, set out to Sweden to decipher what he believed to be the world's oldest writing system, a lost Aryan script. Yrjö von Grönhagen, a handsome young Finnish nobleman who once auditioned for the cinema, roamed remote eastern Finland to record and film ancient magical rites. Grönhagen believed they were religious rituals handed down through the centuries from the Aryans. The urbane classical historian Franz Alfheim and his photographer mistress Erika Trautmann journeyed first to Croatia and Serbia, then later to Iraq, to study the role of blonde-haired Aryans in the Roman Empire. En route, they gathered intelligence on Iraqi pipelines and tribal leaders for the SS security service. The renegade Dutch prehistorian Etienne Bomer scoured for clues to the origins of Aryan ritual and art in the painted caves of southern France. Ernst Schaeffer, a mercurial man with a hair-trigger temper, and Bruno Becker, an SS expert in racial studies, trekked to Tibet to uncover proof of the ancient Aryan conquest of the Himalayas. While he was at it, Schaefer drew important maps of Himalayan passes and gathered valuable military information on local leaders and their loyalty to Britain. Himmler received detailed reports and personal briefings on these trips. He was fascinated by the way in which Ahnenerbe scholars were piecing together the hundreds of thousands of mosaic stones. But the Allies' declaration of war in 1939 convinced him that something more was required. He harnessed the Ahnenerbes' work directly to the war effort. After the German blitzkrieg through Poland, he sent archaeologist Peter Paulsen and a detachment of scholars to Warsaw to loot the city's most important prehistory museums, stealing all valuables deemed to be of German origin. After Operation Barbarossa in 1941, he dispatched Herbert Janken, the researcher who had championed the homosexual bog-body theory, and a small team to hunt for proof of an ancient Germanic empire in the Crimea. The findings, Himmler hoped, would bolster Germany's claim to the region and justify his plans approved in principle by Hitler to execute or deport most of its inhabitants and plant colonies of SS men and their wives. Himmler also enlisted the help of Ahnenerbe scholars in solving the Jewish problem. In 1942, mobile SS killing squads at work in the Crimea and the Caucasus had encountered an unexpected difficulty. Jews and Muslims had lived side by side in these regions for millennia, intermarrying and trading age-old customs, religious traditions, and languages. The result was an ethnic pastiche that dumbfounded SS killing squads. Who was Jewish? Who wasn't? And what physical traits set the Jewish race clearly apart from all others? In search of answers, Himmler ordered two of his most trusted Ahnenerbe scientists, Ernst Schaefer and Bruno Beger, to mount a scientific expedition to the Caucasus. A year later, Beger's secret quest for data on the Jews culminated in one of the more notorious war crimes of the Second World War, the Jewish skeleton collection. To disguise all these activities as science, however, the Ahnenerbe cultivated an air of solid professional integrity. Its staff went about their lives quietly and performed all the tasks that scientists and scholars are accustomed to doing. They published scholarly articles and books. They gave scientific lectures. They mounted museum shows and hosted scientific conferences. And in 1939, when the firm of Gebrüder Klingspor produced its lavish portfolio on Himmler's orders, the Ahnenerbe presented itself as a typical research institute, gravely declaring its founding principles, never narrow-mindedly bound to dogmas and doctrines / truthful and strict in research and science. 34. The Ahnenerbe was one of Himmler's great masterpieces of deception. To understand it thoroughly, one must begin at the beginning, by understanding something of its founder, Heinrich Himmler. To the reader. Travelers boarding the train to Passau in the old Bavarian city of Landshut on September 24, 1924, may scarcely have noticed a pale, anemic-looking man with a slender book tucked beneath his arm. As a newly minted organizer for the National Socialist Freedom Movement, an offshoot of the recently banned Nazi Party, Heinrich Himmler settled into his seat and waited impatiently for the train to depart, taking note of the exact time so he could record this event in his diary later. He was a precise, meticulous man, with a thin, spindly frame that had never known much exercise and a head that was 1 or 2 sizes too small for his body. He wore thick horn-rimmed glasses and a neatly trimmed mustache, and his straight brown hair was cut extremely short. His hands were small and doll-like. He was, all in all, a rather far cry from the men he sought to attract to the Nazi cause: brawny farmers and burly street fighters with a knack for breaking heads. Himmler, as one associate later joked, resembled a half-starved shrew one. If the studious party official felt cowed in any way by the new company he was keeping, he did not let on. At 23, he possessed a haughty, condescending manner with a thin smattering of charm. He was bright, well-educated, connected to the best social circles, and he possessed a romantic sense of his destiny. He believed that fate held something in store for him, a moment of greatness when he would someday be called upon to perform a momentous duty for his country. 2. He intended to be ready. To prepare for that day, he read extensively. For the train trip from Landshut, where he was living, he had selected a book of classical history borrowed from friends. 3. Germania was the work of Cornelius Tacitus, a Roman historian who had lived as a boy through the scandalous excesses of Emperor Nero. Fearing that Rome was rushing headlong down a road to ruin in the 1st century AD, Tacitus decided to pen a kind of wake-up call to his fellow Romans. He searched about for a more moral society to hold up as an example, finally settling on those of the diverse barbarian tribes living east of the Rhine and north of the Danube, a region known to Romans as Germania. Germania read a little like modern anthropology, but Tacitus was clearly lacking in intimate knowledge of his subjects. According to modern scholars, he gathered his information from older texts and from stories he heard from tribesmen living in the Roman capital. 4 The resulting description of the Germanic tribes, their valor in war, their abhorrence of adultery, their boisterous hospitality was terribly flawed. But Himmler was captivated. He raced through Germania in its German translation, finishing it that very day on the train. He then added it to his book list, summing up, as he always did, his impressions in few sentences. Germania, he observed, was a wonderful portrait of how high, pure, and capable our ancestors were. This is how we will become again, or at least part of us. 5. It was an immensely revealing remark. Already, at the age of 23, Himmler had begun to reach toward and formulate a deceptively simple idea that would guide both the SS and the Ahnenerbe in later years and influence the course of European history. Already, he had begun to think of Germany's ancestors and their primeval traditions as a kind of template for the future, a blueprint for a better Reich. By 1924, the die had clearly been cast. But how, one wonders, did Himmler's deep, abiding interest in the past come about? The single most important influence on Himmler as a child was his father, a prominent Bavarian educator. Gebhard Himmler was the son of a police sergeant turned district official, but as a young man Gebhard had aspired to greater things. In 1884, he passed the entrance examinations for the University of Munich, joining the privileged ranks of its students. Over the next 10 years, he studied philosophy, polished his Latin and Greek grammar, and majored in the arcane field of philology. The latter, according to the Athenaeum in 1892, was a master science, whose duty is to present to us the whole of ancient life, and to give archaeology its just place by the side of literature. 6. On graduation, the elder Himmler found work as an assistant teacher at a Munich school and, through his uncle's connections as a court chaplain, landed a post as tutor to Prince Heinrich, a member of the famous Wittelsbach family. 7 The Wittelsbachs had supplied Bavaria with a succession of kings, scholars, art connoisseurs, generals, eccentrics, and madmen for nearly 700 years. Their medieval-looking palace in the center of Munich bustled with interesting people. Prince Heinrich's Aunt Therese, for example, was a distinguished ethnographer, zoologist, botanist, and anthropologist who had mounted expeditions to such faraway parts of the world as the Brazilian rainforest. Her apartment in the palace brimmed with strange and wonderful collections. 8. In 1897, Gebhard Himmler married Anna Maria Hader, the daughter of a prosperous merchant, and the young couple took up residence in the old medieval heart of Munich. By then, the young Wittelsbach prince had outgrown his need for a tutor, so Gebhard took a teaching position at a prominent Munich high school offering a classical education in Latin and Greek. There he grew a Velasquezian beard, dressed stylishly in fashionable suits, wore an air of pampered elegance, and frequently alluded to his royal and aristocratic connections. 9 He was, as one former student recalled, an insufferable social climber who was laughably pushing and fawning towards the upper classes. 10. His young charges were too frightened, however, to poke fun at him in his presence. Gebhard Himmler possessed a talent for ferreting out the weaknesses of others, and he combined this with a broad streak of cruelty. Young pupils who failed to live up to his exacting standards were verbally assaulted and eviscerated in front of their peers in the classroom. His victims apparently never forgot these sessions. So traumatized was one famous student, Alfred Andersk, that he later published a 95-page-long account describing the schoolmaster's pitiless verbal attack during a visit to Anderske's class. 11. Munich society saw little of this side of Gebhard's character, however. He enjoyed a solid reputation in the Bavarian capital, and in the summer of 1900 the young Prince Heinrich willingly agreed to stand as godfather for Gebhard's second son. The baby, born on October 7, 1900, was named Heinrich in the prince's honor, and in a spacious flat on Hildegardstrasse a short walk away from the Wittelsbach Palace the Himmlers set about raising their young family in the cultured comfort of the upper middle class. Gebhard Himmler naturally took a strong hand in the education of his sons. As a teacher, he closely supervised their schoolwork, even reading and correcting Heinrich's personal diary for spelling and grammatical errors. As a devout Catholic, he took his children every Sunday to the splendor of St. Michael's Church, where many of the royal Wittelsbachs were buried, to attend Mass among the wealthy and powerful of Munich society. And as a strong German nationalist, he made certain that his sons received a thorough grounding in the German classics. 12. Often in the evenings, he and his wife read aloud to the boys from books on German history or from the sagas of the old European bards. 13. In this way, they introduced Heinrich to the Nibelungenlied, a famous medieval tale of Siegfried and the fall of the Nibelung dynasty, and an important source of inspiration for Richard Wagner's grand operas, Der Ring der Nibelungen. 14. The old saga riveted the young Himmler. 15. And he was equally enthralled by the Edda, a collection of Old Norse sagas and poems that invoked, among other things, the magical world of Thor, Freya, Loki, and other Norse divinities. Himmler never forgot them. 16. Gebhard also saw to it that his children developed a suitable appreciation for the antiquity of their family. The schoolteacher had somehow learned of a Himmler house in Basel that dated back to the 13th century. It was older, he sometimes boasted, than the castles of some Bavarian nobles. 17. To better display the family lineage, he set aside one room in the family apartment as an Ahnenzimmer or ancestor room. 18. German kings and princes and nobles often built Ahnensäle in their castles, large gilded halls crowded with portraits of their ancestors, all the better to show off their illustrious bloodlines. 19. But the German middle class could ill afford such luxury. Ancestor rooms were unknown in their more modest apartments. Gebhard, however, did not let this stop him. His ancestor room seems to have displayed an assortment of family heirlooms, pictures, and records, as well as a collection of Roman coins and other antiquities that he collected as a hobby. 20. At the time, archaeology was all the rage among the upper crust in Germany. Kaiser Wilhelm himself had enthused over excavations of an old Roman site at Saalburg and had even gotten his hands dirty while taking part in a dig in Corfu in 1911. 21. Gebhard followed suit enthusiastically. In his spare hours, he visited local archaeological sites and hunted for antiquities. 22. When his sons were old enough to accompany him, they took excursions into the countryside, visiting places mentioned in histories and old Bavarian tales and searching ruins for runestones to read and coins, weapons, and potsherds to collect. Heinrich thoroughly absorbed his father's enthusiasms. He passed many evenings watching his father classify the finds and catalog them in a filing system he had set up in the ancestor room. 23. Archaeology during that era was largely a science of classification. Its disciples sought to identify and sort artifacts into precisely defined categories as a first step in making sense of the chaos of objects recovered from the ground. The pleasure the boy derived from watching his father classify dusty treasures took a more ominous form later in life. Under his direction, concentration camp officials issued prisoners color-coded badges so that individuals could be classified at a glance into one of 18 categories from political prisoners to gypsies. 24. By the time Heinrich Himmler was 10, he had memorized details of Germany's most famous historic battles. 25. A few years later, when he reached high school, his knowledge of ancient German weaponry and warfare equaled that of some of his teachers. He had begun to consider himself something of an authority on the ancient German past, but his father saw to it that he did not neglect his other studies. He appears to be a very keen pupil, wrote one of his classroom teachers in a 1914 report, whose tireless application, burning ambition, and active participation in class have produced excellent results. 26 Consistently, young Himmler finished near the top of his class. For all his academic aptitude, however, he demonstrated little leadership ability. He was sallow, physically weak, and clumsy, plagued by lung infections and a stomach ailment that produced severe cramps which could incapacitate him. His shrill voice squeaked on the high notes and his laughter sounded like a perfunctory cackle, unpleasant to the ear. 27 He was unable to take part in most sports, and he was so physically ungainly as a teen that he struggled to master a bicycle, repeatedly falling and skinning his knees and hands. In 1913, the family moved to Landshut so that Gebhard Himmler could take a position as a deputy headmaster. There the local students discovered that Heinrich regularly reported their pranks to his father, and they began to shun him. 28 They turned down his friendly overtures, going silent at his approach and only resuming their conversations when he was safely out of earshot. To avenge this silent treatment, Heinrich began supervising the after-class punishments that his father liberally doled out. This further incensed his classmates. On one occasion, they stuffed him headfirst and flailing into a garbage can in a locked room. 29 Away from his hostile classmates, he dreamed of a military career. When World War I broke out in 1914, he followed news of the German campaigns avidly, sopping up details of the latest carnage from newspapers and dispatches at the local telegraph office. When his older brother Gebhard departed for officer training school in 1916, he was desperate to follow. Isolated from all the terrible bloodshed at the front, he dreamed of glory. And neither the mortal wound that his own royal patron, Prince Heinrich, sustained at the front in 1916, nor the mounting toll of German casualties could dampen Heinrich's schoolboy ardor. He hounded his father to let him join up, and in the end the elder Himmler, fearing perhaps that his son might be conscripted into the rank and file, wrote to several influential friends to see if a spot might be found in officer training for the boy. One of his letters hit the mark, and in December 1917, Heinrich joined the 11th Bavarian Infantry Regiment as an officer trainee. To the boy's intense disappointment, however, he spent the rest of the war in training, never setting so much as a foot in the trenches. Like most of his friends and acquaintances, the young Himmler was stunned by the surrender of the Imperial German Army in late 1918 and the abdication of Kaiser Wilhelm. The bedrock foundation of German society seemed to be crumbling, and when the Allies announced the Treaty of Versailles in June 1919, Himmler felt a sense of outrage. Not only did the newly inked treaty call for Germany to relinquish all of its colonies and part of its homeland, it also forced the country's military commanders to strip down its once mighty army, leaving just 100,000 officers and men, all volunteers. The news shattered Himmler's dream of a career in the German army, leaving him at loose ends in Landshut. Throughout Germany, a groundswell of discontent washed over the ranks of the newly demobilized, and in nearby Munich, a bloody state of anarchy broke out. Taking advantage of the growing power vacuum, German communists attempted to seize control of the city, but they were soon beaten back and massacred by armed paramilitary groups of right-wing extremists, the Free Corps. Himmler's sympathies lay firmly with the Free Corps, but he had a future to think about. He was eager to escape from under his father's large thumb and talked of studying agriculture, a career he likely saw as a ticket to some place far away. He even considered becoming a colonist in Eastern Europe, a destination that might just as well have been at the end of the earth for a boy who had never traveled more than 50 miles from his birthplace. 30 His father, who must have hoped for a grander career for his son, something more suited to the family's lofty royal connections, eventually consented to the plan. He had begun to worry apparently about Heinrich's unhealthy attraction to right-wing politics. Agricultural studies, he must have hoped, would take his son's mind off the Free Corps. 31 So Himmler enrolled at what is now called the Technical University of Munich, attending classes in chemistry, physics, and botany. In the evenings, he cultivated new friends. He took dance lessons to master the Boston waltz, went skating, attended a costume ball as an Arab sultan, and mooned for a while over a young woman who was in love with someone else. He joined a fraternity, learned how to fence, and took part in a friendly duel that left him with a few small scars, a long-standing fraternity tradition among German university students. 32 In his diary, he regularly chided himself for talking too much at social gatherings. He was becoming garrulous. He argued heatedly with his father about money. 33 There was suddenly very little to go around anywhere, as Germany struggled to meet the Allies' heavy demand for war reparations. In a doomed attempt to pay the mammoth bill, the new Weimar Republic churned out more and more paper money. The result was something that economists clinically call hyperinflation, but that ordinary people recognized at once as utter madness. In just 1 year, between June 1922 and June 1923, prices in Germany soared 10,000%. Over the next 5 months, they exploded, shooting up more than 10 million%. Factory managers began paying their employees once a day, and providing a short break immediately after handing over the cash. The workers then tore off frantically to the nearest shops to spend the entire packet before prices rose further. In the streets, people stole anything of value, even brass fittings, and upper-middle-class families such as the Himmlers watched in despair. Their savings had evaporated into thin air, and they were forced to scrimp and cut corners like everyone else. In Munich, right-wing extremists found the atmosphere of panic very conducive to recruiting. They papered the city with posters, announcing evening speeches in the fest sale of the city's huge beer halls. There, demobilized soldiers and newly impoverished tradesmen, teachers, students, and white-collar workers rubbed shoulders, draining great earthenware steins of foamy beer as they listened to, heckled, and applauded the political pitchmen. Munich was a cauldron of ultra-right sentiment, and those who drank from this poisonous brew increasingly turned their ire on the struggling Weimar government and on an imaginary conspiracy of Jewish bankers and businessmen said to be profiting merrily from the misery of the German people. One of the most strident of these pitchmen was Adolf Hitler, a young Austrian artist, drifter, and former soldier. Often dressed in heavy boots, a plain dark suit, white shirt, and a leather waistcoat, Hitler did not strike an imposing figure. He resembled, as one close associate of the day later remarked, a waiter in a railway station restaurant. 34 But the young political leader possessed a talent for powerful oratory. Speaking in rented halls, he attracted a small but intensely loyal following for what was soon to be known as the National Socialist German Workers' Party. His thuggish supporters regularly took to the Munich streets, armed with heavy rubber truncheons and looking for trouble, which they often found. The Jew with flat feet and hooked nose and crinkly hair, they chanted, he dare not breathe our German air? Throw him out. 35. On one particularly memorable evening in February 1920, at Munich's most famous beer hall, the Hofbrauhaus, Hitler took the stage in front of a large audience of 2,000 men standing shoulder to shoulder. As a throng of communists and socialists shouted insults from the rear only to be assaulted and beaten and silenced by Hitler's ham-fisted supporters, he spoke for nearly 4 hours, delivering his party's platform. Hitler promised to unite all Germans no matter where they resided, whether in Austria, Czechoslovakia, or Poland in a Greater Germany, and tear up the hated Treaty of Versailles. He planned to forge a strong new army and execute citizens he deemed traitors. He proposed to censor the press and take control of Germany's entire cultural system, beginning with the schools. Most ominously of all perhaps, he intended to extend the privilege of German citizenship only to those possessing German blood. No Jews would be allowed. Like many other young right-wing supporters in Munich, Himmler was greatly drawn to these proposals, redolent as they were of rewriting history and wiping out the shame of the recent war. Moreover, he agreed that some action had to be taken against the Jews. His parents had not particularly raised him as a virulent anti-Semite, but as early as 1919, he had begun to explore what he and many others called the Jewish question. 36 He wanted to appear coldly rational in his views, a character trait that became his trademark in later years, so he initially dismissed writers who approached the subject of Jews emotionally, from a position of blind hatred. Himmler needed the pretense of reason, and in early February 1922, he came across a booklet entitled Race und Nation, Race and Nation. The British-born author, Houston Stewart Chamberlain, was the son-in-law of Richard Wagner and had sopped up the family's intense anti-Semitism. Himmler read Chamberlain's elaborate rationales with great interest. They supplied, as he later noted in his book list, a truth that convinces you that it is objective and not filled with hatred and anti-Semitism. This is why it is so much more successful. This awful Jewry. 37. Himmler took out a membership in the Nazi Party in the summer of 1923, a year after graduating from the Technical University. His father greatly disapproved. He supported the Bavarian People's Party, a more moderate Catholic group, but Himmler remained adamant. 38 That November, Hitler and a group of fellow conspirators attempted to seize power in Bavaria with a haphazard putsch. Himmler eagerly offered his services as a combatant, manning a barricade with his brother outside Munich's War Ministry building, but the plot ended in failure. Bavarian authorities charged Hitler with high treason and outlawed the Nazi Party. The failed coup did little to dampen Himmler's newfound ardor, however. He went to work in the summer of 1924 as an organizer for a local Nazi Party boss from Landshut, a chemist named Gregor Strasser. It was Himmler's job to help build up one of the ultra-right groups, the National Socialist Freedom Movement, that had suddenly sprouted up to replace the Nazi Party. Weedy as Himmler looked, he seemed a born organizer. In his private life, he was accustomed to jotting down the exact time of day, sometimes down to the precise minute, when he received letters and birthday greetings from friends and family members, and this mania for record-keeping set him apart from other party recruits. In 1925, Strasser made Himmler his deputy in Bavaria, Swabia, and the Palatinate. It was an important step up the political ladder for a young Nazi official, particularly after the Bavarian Prime Minister released Hitler from prison in 1925 and lifted the ban on the Nazi Party, observing with reckless optimism that the wild beast is checked, we can afford to loosen the chain. 39. Himmler took his new responsibilities very seriously, and when the first volume of Hitler's political autobiography Mein Kampf came out in 1925, he quickly picked up a copy. 40 Many other party members, entranced by Hitler's oratory, eagerly bought the book as well. They flipped through the first few pages and swiftly lost interest in their leader's disjointed ramblings on the evils of communism, the dangers of syphilis, the foppishness of modern fashions, the menace of an international Zionist conspiracy, the magic of the Wagnerian opera Parsifal, the merits of boxing, the perils of racial mixing, the degeneration of modern art, and the necessity of correctly educating the young. But Himmler read both volumes avidly. There are a tremendous number of truths in it, he later noted approvingly in his book list. 41. One section of Mein Kampf delved into a subject particularly near to Himmler's heart, the greatness of Germany's ancestors. Privately, Himmler liked nothing better than to while away the hours reading historical novels or historical nonfiction. 1/3 of the books noted on his book list before February 1927, when he finished the second volume of Mein Kampf, explored the past. 42 Imaginatively and intellectually, Himmler lived in a world inhabited by the dead feudal lords and kings, soldiers and peasants, Teutonic knights and Roman emperors, and he must have felt a shock of pleasure when he realized just how much Hitler shared this interest. In the pages of Mein Kampf, Germany's future Führer described for his readers what he saw as the noble antecedents to modern Germans. These progenitors, he explained, were the ancient Aryans, and all humanity lay forever in their debt. All human culture, all the results of art, science, and technology that we see before us today, are almost exclusively the creative product of the Aryan. This very fact admits of the not unfounded inference that he alone was the founder of all higher humanity, therefore representing the prototype of all that we understand by the word man. He is the Prometheus of mankind, from whose bright forehead the divine spark of genius has sprung at all times, forever kindling anew that fire of knowledge which illumined the night of silent mysteries and thus caused man to climb the path to mastery over the other beings of this earth. Exclude him and perhaps after a few thousand years darkness will again descend on the earth, human culture will pass, and the world turn to a desert. 43. Himmler was enthralled by this vision of the past. The fact that it was purely fictional, a work of imagination, did not seem to cross his mind. 3. Aryans. The idea of race is a rather modern invention. Before the first Europeans landed on the shores of the New World in the late 15th century, the notion of racial difference does not seem to have existed. 1. Earlier travelers remarked upon the appearance of those in foreign lands, the hue of their skin, the texture of their hair, the color of their eyes, but they took no interest in classifying strangers according to physical traits. They were far more concerned with religious differences, describing foreigners as idolaters or even infidels. But after Europeans conquered the Americas and became colonists on a grand scale, forcing others into servitude and slavery, the language of difference began to change. The word race appeared in the English language in the 16th century, borrowed either from French or Italian. 2. Its counterpart rasa appeared in German nearly 2 centuries later, in 1791. It was a maddeningly vague word, however, and it gave rise to considerable confusion. Some writers used it to describe all of humanity, as in the phrase human race. Some politicians brandished the word to mean nationality, speaking of the French race, while scientists tried to define it more specifically, as one of the great divisions of humankind that could be distinguished scientifically by certain unvarying physical traits. All this confusion, however, made race a very valuable concept for Hitler and the early Nazis. They could use a word like Rasse to mean whatever was most expedient for them politically. And they added considerably to this confusion by referring to a mythical race, the Aryans. The notion of the Aryans, however, did not begin with the Nazis as they schemed and plotted in the smoky beer halls of Bavaria in the 1920s. Nor did it first emerge from the overheated rhetoric of middle-class German nationalists in late 19th century Germany. Its roots were much older and they were far more deeply entangled in European scholarship and science. The concept of the Aryans, a tall, slim, muscular master race with golden hair and cornflower blue eyes, traces its origins back to a line of legitimate scientific inquiry in 18th century Great Britain. This research blossomed in India and took off in a strange new direction in Germany during the Romantic era. Only in the late 19th century did the concept of the Aryans undergo a final, virulently racist twist in the hands of German nationalists, becoming something truly malignant. It was a British naturalist, James Parsons, who planted the first unwitting seed of Aryanism. A contemporary of Voltaire and Dr. Samuel Johnson, Parsons had fallen under the influence of the European Enlightenment, an age when gentlemen in powdered wigs asked profound questions about the way the world worked and had a pronounced inclination to seek out answers. Parsons was a doctor by training, taking his medical degree in Reims in 1736, but like many gentlemen scholars of the age, he possessed a daunting range of interests. He penned papers on the anatomy of crabs and corals, the preternatural conjunction of two female children, the fossil fruits of the island of Sheppey, and the double horns of a rhinoceros. 4. In his spare hours, he read widely in ancient history and joined the Antiquarian Society. Parsons was passionately curious about the murky origins of the Irish and the Welsh, and he turned to one of his favorite reference books for possible clues, the Bible. In the book of Genesis, he noted, God instructed the 3 sons of Noah to go forth into the world and multiply. One of these sons was said to have fathered the Semitic peoples, the Arabs, Jews, Bedouins, and other related groups in the Middle East. The second had given rise to the Egyptians, Ethiopians, and other African peoples. And the third son, Japhet, had founded most of the remaining lineages of humankind, including the Europeans. 5. But the Bible offered devout Christians few details about the peopling of the earth. Parsons hungered to know more about his ancestors. Were the Irish and the Welsh, and for that matter all other Europeans, truly the descendants of Japhet? And, if so, how could one prove this? Parsons took a novel approach to the problem. He decided to trace human origins by searching for possible affinities between major European and Asian languages. If the Europeans as well as the Persians and the Indians all descended from Japhet, as the Bible suggested, then their respective tongues should contain at least a few old shared words handed down from their common ancestor. Parsons decided to investigate. He focused his research on words for numerals, reasoning that since numbers were essential to the culture of every nation, their names were most likely to continue nearly the same, even though other parts of the languages might be liable to change and alteration. 6. He consulted foreign language dictionaries, drawing up lists of the relevant words. Then he patiently compared the terms from one language to another. Striking similarities existed between many European and some Asian tongues. The word for three, for example, was identical in Irish, Welsh, Russian, and Bengali try. Moreover, the word phonetically resembled tray in Danish and Swedish, trace in Greek, trace in Latin, and drei in German. 7 From such studies, Parsons concluded that Bengali, Persian, English, Irish, Latin, Italian, Spanish, French, Danish, and German all sprang from a common ancestral language, one that could have been spoken by Japhet as he lit out into the world after the deluge. Parsons had devised an enormously powerful new tool for tracing the origins of people's comparative linguistics, and he astutely recognized its importance, publishing The Remains of Japhet, being historical inquiries into the affinity and origins of the European languages in 1767. The scientific world, however, ignored this book. Readers familiar with Parsons's scattered papers on corals, fossil fruits, and rhinoceros horns wondered what an anatomist was doing meddling in fields he knew nothing about. Others dismissed Parsons's ideas after stumbling upon his linguistic slip-ups, convoluted biblical theories, and lines of dubious evidence. However, in 1786, a prominent Orientalist, Sir William Jones, discerned these same linguistic affinities independently, and in the process of this research, he helped coin the term Aryan. Jones was the founder of the Asiatic Society in Calcutta. He was a lawyer by profession and had earned a solid reputation as an Orientalist, mastering nearly 24 languages, including Hebrew and one of the Chinese tongues. In 1783, he sailed for India as a new justice in the Supreme Court. There, surrounded by the splendor of the British Empire, he began applying himself to acquiring Sanskrit. He intended to write a digest of Hindu and Muslim law, and it was while in the throes of this study that he began to discern a strong resemblance between the words and grammar of Sanskrit, Greek, and Latin. Intrigued, Jones mentioned these linguistic correspondences in a now famous paper he gave at the Asiatic Society on February 2, 1786. As an attentive audience of colonial officials and merchants, physicians, and engineers gazed on, Jones observed that the Sanskrit language, whatever may be its antiquity, is of wonderful structure, more perfect than the Greek, more copious than the Latin, and more exquisitely refined than either, yet bearing to both of them a stronger affinity, both in the roots of the verbs and in the forms of the grammar, than could have been produced by accident, so strong that no philologer could examine all the three without believing them to have sprung from some common source, which, perhaps, no longer exists. 8. Jones's remarks were extremely well received. Over the next 8 years of his life, he diligently expanded this new field of research, and it was in the thick of this work that he introduced a new word to European scholars, Arya. 9 The word came from Sanskrit and it meant noble. In India, it was often employed to describe those who worshipped the Hindu gods, as opposed to the divinities of other Indian religions. 10 Jones rather fancied the term and he borrowed it to describe those who spoke a particular group of Indian languages. Inspired by Jones, other scholars began systematically comparing words and grammar from parlances across Europe and Asia, looking for possible affinities. They discovered that more than 40 of the world's major languages shared strong similarities to Sanskrit, from English, French, German, Danish, Swedish, and Irish Gaelic to Serbo-Croatian, Yiddish, and Romani. 11 But no one could quite agree on what to call this newly identified group of languages. British linguists tended to favor the term Indo-European, while German scholars rather liked the sound of Indo-German. Others, however, happily settled on a word that Jones had first drawn to their attention, Aryan. All these linguistic similarities raised many perplexing questions. How did Sanskrit, the language of ancient Hindu scholars, come to resemble German? Could the Brahmans of Calcutta be related in some way to the burghers of Bavaria or Hesse? In the old cathedral city of Cologne, a prominent 19th-century German scholar wrestled with these questions. A surviving portrait of Friedrich Schlegel shows a rather plain-looking man with dark circles beneath a pair of intense eyes and a rumpled collar framing his face. During his youth in Leipzig, Schlegel apprenticed with a banker, but it was the world of literature and ideas, not account books and balance sheets, that beckoned to him. For a time he studied Greek philosophy and culture and tried his hand unsuccessfully at writing a semi-autobiographical novel, but eventually he realized that his real métier was literary criticism and history. Schlegel was a man of restless enthusiasm, forever on the alert for new ideas to weave into his own writings. While in Napoleonic Paris in 1802 and 1803, he took up studies of Sanskrit and comparative linguistics, which convinced him of the antiquity and importance of the Indian culture. Everything, absolutely everything, is of Indian origin, he declared in a letter to a friend in 1803.12. This deep-seated conviction soon led him to a daring suggestion: perhaps Germans and other modern European peoples stemmed not from the Holy Land at all, as the Bible claimed, but from the remote valleys of the Himalayas. In 1808, Schlegel explored this idea in a famous book entitled Essay on the Language and Wisdom of the Indians, a strange, poetic concoction of dry scholarship and historical fantasy. During the distant past, he proposed, a brilliant nation of priests and warriors lived quietly in the secret, hidden valleys of the Himalayas. At some point, a terrible crime, some inconceivable desolation of the human conscience, had transformed them. 13 Abandoning their peaceful, vegetarian ways, they had become warmongering carnivores, bursting out of their mysterious mountain stronghold. 14 Some swept to the south, where they soon conquered the entire Indian subcontinent. Others surged westward, founding a string of great empires, until at last they arrived in the cold, drizzly forests of Germany and Scandinavia. Schlegel recognized that some of his fellow scholars might find this a rather tall tale to swallow. Why, after all, would a nation of warriors from the most contented and fertile region of Asia want to settle in Europe's chill northern extremities? 15 But Schlegel had an explanation ready at hand. He had discerned references in Sanskrit legends to a sacred mountain in the north much revered by the ancient Hindus. Perhaps the Himalayan holy men had been drawn as filings were to a magnet to the northlands of Germany and Scandinavia. In one fell swoop, Schlegel had added a whole new dimension to the scientific study of Indo-European languages, transforming a well-grounded linguistic concept into an anthropological fable. 11 years later, he added a final important detail. The ancient Himalayan invaders of his imagination possessed no name. So the German literary critic gave them one: the Aryans. By such means, the Aryans entered into popular culture, a mythical group of Himalayan warriors and holy men with a bizarre fictional history and a borrowed name. 16. Schlegel, of course, had no idea what he had helped to create or how his ideas could be distorted and used to such catastrophic effect by future German nationalists. If he had known this, he would have been horrified. He had personally campaigned to give German Jews the right to vote. 17 His wife, Dorothea, was Jewish. 18. For all the many liberties that Schlegel had taken in his writings, he had clearly put his finger on two important truths. Some ancient human society had indeed spoken the ancestral tongue that eventually evolved into more than 40 major languages across Europe and Asia. And this society had clearly expanded its sphere of influence from a rather confined area to many parts of Eurasia. But scholars needed proof before they would accept Schlegel's vision of ancient Himalayan invaders. And where was evidence to be found? Theodore Benfey, a renowned 19th-century Sanskrit scholar, mulled over these problems carefully in the old university city of Göttingen. Benfey was the son of a Jewish merchant, and as such he had struggled for much of his life against the strong currents of anti-Semitism in German society. 19 Earning a doctorate degree at the tender age of 19, he had taken a position at the University of Göttingen as a private lecturer, only to watch in frustration as younger and less accomplished men rapidly climbed above him. Indeed, it was only after 28 years of waiting, and after finally converting to Christianity in his despair, that he finally attained the rank of professor. Benfey decided to trace the Aryan wanderers back to their homeland by means of language. He could apply precise, well-tested linguistic rules to modern words for plants and animals in the Indo-European languages and determine which, if any, belonged to the lost ancestral vocabulary. 20 Those that did, he surmised, would shed light on the ecology of the old Aryan homeland. So the scholar set about patiently drawing up a list of the ancestral words and comparing them to the flora and fauna in possible Aryan homelands. He published his findings in 1869. Northern Europe, he concluded, with its expansive forests of beech and pine, bore the closest resemblance to the ecosystem preserved in the ancestral vocabulary. 21. Benfey's work suggested that the Aryans had first emerged from Northern Europe, not the Himalayas. It was a slender line of evidence, one later contradicted by other similar studies, but in the simmering cauldron of German politics in the late 19th century, nationalists pounced on it gleefully. 22 Germany's diverse royal families had only recently joined forces to create a united German state, and nationalists were keen to stitch the new patchwork together. Benfey's study seemed a particularly handy tool. It implied that it was Germany's forefathers who had swept across the plains of Europe all the way east to India, carrying their distinctive language with them. And in the minds of the nationalists, it seemed to cast their ancestors in the role of energetic conquerors, restless, unstoppable masters of the ancient world. So enthralled were nationalists with this vision that they immediately began to embroider upon it, filling in the large gaping holes that science could not. They speculated wildly, for example, on the physical appearance of the Aryans, relying heavily on a description of the Germanic tribes penned by the Roman historian Tacitus. In Germania, Tacitus had blithely remarked upon the large frames, blue eyes, and red blonde hair of the German tribespeople. Classical scholars had long doubted the veracity of many of his observations, for Tacitus had seemingly done his research from the comfort of his Roman home. 23 But German nationalists were oblivious to such scholarly concerns. 24 They fully embraced the idea of tall, blonde-haired, and blue-eyed Aryan ancestors. 25 Some even went so far as to suggest that Schlegel's manufactured name, Aryan, came from an ancestral root word meaning light, a reference to the color of Aryan hair and skin. It was all perfectly absurd, but the idea of the conquering, flaxen-haired Aryans from the north seemed to touch a deep chord among nationalists in Germany. It appealed powerfully to their vanity. And in the decades preceding the rise of the Third Reich, this vision began to merge dangerously with the concept that was rapidly taking hold in German imaginations: the Nordic race. Since the early 1800s, researchers had tried to divide all of humankind into races that could be distinguished scientifically by certain unvarying physical traits. 26 To identify these traits, researchers had traveled the world, measuring human bodies, studying the shapes of human heads, puzzling over the texture of their hair, and charting the color of their skin. It had been long, arduous work, with few rewards. Despite many claims to the contrary, anthropologists in the early 20th century had failed to arrive at any sound scientific criteria for classifying humankind into races. 27 At present, noted the Encyclopaedia Britannica in 1939 in its entry for anthropology, all the methods in use to determine race are precarious, and their provisional findings must be accepted with the utmost caution. 28. But that, of course, did not deter politically motivated amateurs from drawing up their own criteria, and in 1920, an obscure German philologist, Hans F. K. Gunther, turned his attention to the subject of race. Gunther was the son of a violinist in the Freiburg City Orchestra. At university, he had studied Hungarian, Finnish, and French, but in the aftermath of the First World War he developed an interest in politics. Soon after Germany signed the Treaty of Versailles, Gunther published a book lambasting modern liberalism and urging the Weimar government to pay greater heed to matters of race and racial improvement. The book greatly interested a prominent German ultranationalist, publisher Julius Lehmann, who was searching for someone to write a popular book on the races of Germany. Lehmann decided to test Gunther's ability to discern race. He took him on a 2-day hike through the Alps, asking him to identify the racial origins of the people they met on their journey. So impressed was Lehmann with Gunther's eye for racial differences that he handed the scholar a contract for the book. 29. Gunther set to work with a passion to parse the population of Germany, and later of Europe itself, into what he considered to be its original bloodlines. He proudly employed his own intuition, his personal observations, and odd bits of data he gleaned from a host of fields. He studied facial features carved on ancient Persian statuary and scrutinized the death mask of Frederick the Great. He collected photographs of ordinary people from across Europe and examined their head shapes and proportions. He read psychological and ethnological studies of Europeans from different regions. From all this unscientific hodgepodge, he drew up his own taxonomy of race, a masterpiece of racial stereotyping and racism. Gunther eventually classified 5 races in Europe. He employed not only visible physical traits for his criteria, but also far more nebulous characteristics, such as intellectual abilities and emotional states. He paid no attention whatsoever to the role of environment in forming human beings, focusing instead on the idea that humans were solely products of their biological nature, their race. Among the 5 races that he identified, none could hold a candle to the Nordic race, which Gunther described with an almost erotic intensity. The Nordic race is tall, slender. The long legs contribute towards the stately height, which for the man averages about 1.74 meters. The form both of the whole body and of each of the limbs, as also that of the neck, hands, and feet, is one of strength combined with slenderness. The Nordic race is long-headed and narrow-faced. The skin of the Nordic race is rosy and fair, it allows the blood to glimmer through, and so it looks alive, often lustrous, and always rather cool or fresh, like milk and blood. The veins shine through, at least in youth, and show the blue blood. The hair is smooth and sleek or wavy in texture, in childhood it may be curly. Each hair is thin and soft and often like silk. In color it is fair, and, whether light or dark blonde, always shows a touch of gold, or a reddish undertone. The Nordic eye, that is, its iris, is blue, blue-gray, or gray. Nordic eyes often have something shining, something radiant about them. 30. This striking physical appearance was matched, according to Gunther, by a long list of mental and emotional traits found in the Nordic race. These included boldness, a natural aptitude for great undertakings, self-reliance, sound judgment, a love of justice, a deep well of energy and creativity, a broad range of intellectual interests, a gift for storytelling and musicianship, and a talent for warfare. 31 Virtually all were characteristics that German nationalists ascribed to the ancient Aryans. Gunther's racial books became bestsellers in Germany, flying off bookstore shelves. 32 Under their powerful spell, German nationalists began to graft the physical characteristics of the imagined Nordic race onto the increasingly popular idea of the ancient Aryans. They began to use words like Aryan, Nordic, Indo-Germanic, and Germanic interchangeably. 33 What had started out in the 18th century in Britain as a harmless, purely linguistic investigation into the distant origins of the Europeans had become a deadly racial powderkeg by the early 20th century in Germany. For Death's head. In January 1929, Adolf Hitler appointed one of his most energetic and zealous young followers, Heinrich Himmler, as the head of the Schutzstaffel or security squad, better known as the SS. Hitler had created the organization nearly 4 years earlier as an elite force of personal bodyguards to ward off attacks and foil assassination attempts, but it had never really lived up to his expectations. Party recruits with an appetite for violence tended to ignore the SS, gravitating instead to the brown shirt Sturmabteilung, the Storm Detachment or SA, the political combat troops whose work it was to break bones in the streets. By the beginning of 1929, the SS was a pale shadow of an organization. It counted fewer than 300 members, and its most visible public role was as a sales force, hawking advertising space in the Nazi Party newspaper, the Volkskerr Beobachter.1. Heinrich Himmler was determined to transform the motley organization into the pride of the Nazi Party. During a 16-month stint as the deputy leader of the SS, he had already begun quietly imposing his own sense of discipline and order. Gone were the chaotic group meetings, where members merely lounged about, smoking and telling war stories and boasting about the communist heads they had smashed. Now, thanks to Himmler's new rules, members paraded in a brisk military drill before each meeting. They sang SS songs. They listened attentively to the political speeches that consumed most of the meetings. And on Himmler's instructions, they gathered and reported intelligence on prominent Jews, Freemasons, and leaders of rival political movements. Point 2. The newfound sense of purpose in the SS did not pass unnoticed by Hitler. That was why he decided to put Himmler in charge. Perhaps to others in the party it seemed a modest appointment for a minor party official, but the newly minted Reichsführer SS did not see things that way. He had important plans. He intended to transform the SS into a racial showplace of lanky, golden-haired, blue-eyed men. With this select gene pool, he intended to breed pure Aryans for the new nobility of the Third Reich. And with all the powerful resources of the SS at his command, he intended to ransack the German past, searching for the ancient lore of the Reich's ancestors, lore that could be used to educate the new Aryan lords to assume their place in history. First, however, Himmler had to build up the SS and demonstrate its worth to the party. So in 1929, he embarked on a major recruitment campaign. He drew up advertising posters and crisscrossed Germany on recruitment drives, giving speeches in village halls and town centers. He chose a striking new design for the SS logo and brought order to the SS records. He put in long hours at his desk in the Nazi Party headquarters, located behind a photographic studio on Schellingstrasse in central Munich, just a few blocks from his childhood home. 3. It was exactly the kind of work, meticulous, grinding organization he excelled at. The new Reichsführer SS was devoted to the force he was creating, and at home in Waldtruding, just outside Munich, his new wife fretted with loneliness. Himmler had met his future wife while walking into a hotel lobby in 1926. He nearly crashed into her, then compounded his awkwardness by drenching her with melting snow from his hat as he hastened to introduce himself. His eye settled approvingly on her glossy blonde hair. Marguerite Boden was the daughter of a West Prussian landowner. 8 years older than Himmler, Marga was a divorcee who owned a small clinic in Berlin specializing in homeopathic medicine and other forms of natural healing. For a large, rather humorless woman with a noticeable facial tic, she lacked both charm and beauty and did not make friends easily. But she knew how to wrap Himmler around her finger. She was apparently the first woman ever to take a serious interest in him. After the initial sparks flew, Himmler seems to have been unclear about what to do next. At age 26, he had very little, if any, sexual experience, and he was very prudish. 5 According to one party associate who knew Himmler at the time, Marga, a domineering, take-charge kind of woman, was forced to do all the seducing. 6 Swept off his feet, the young party official proposed marriage in 1927, but he was deathly afraid to take his fiancée home to meet his father, who was sure to disapprove of his marriage to an older Protestant divorcee. Himmler dreaded the forthcoming battle. "I would rather clear a hall of 1,000 communists single-handed," he confided to his brother Gebhard. 7 But the family storm soon passed, and the young couple married on July 3, 1928. They immediately took up country life. As a trained agriculturalist, Himmler had high hopes of starting a poultry farm, and with proceeds from the sale of Marga's clinic, the couple bought a small parcel of land in Waldtruding, on the western outskirts of Munich. Like many other young Nazis of the day, Himmler reveled in the idea of returning to the countryside and taking up the simple life of Germany's forefathers. The yeoman on his own acre, he once observed rather piously, is the backbone of the German people's strength and character. It seemed an innocent enough idea, but in Germany of the 1920s, the Back to the Land movement was steeped in ultranationalist politics. In 1924, for example, right-wing activists had founded a society known as Ardemanen, which was ostensibly devoted to sending groups of city kids to work on rural estates where they could hoe beets, dig potatoes, and bale hay while living in what resembled miniature military training camps. The founders of Ardemanen enthused a great deal about the joy in healthy work and were fond of portraying their activities as an agricultural education for Germany's deprived urban youth. But their real goal was far more subversive, to school a future generation of ultranationalists. 9. Ardemanen's leaders and supporters dreamed of expelling all Polish migrant workers from the German countryside. Moreover, they envisioned their young members as a future fighting force of Wehrbauern, or defense farmers, that could be mobilized to guard Germany's eastern border from Slavic attacks. 10. To prepare the students for this future work, they gave classes on the importance of racial purity and the Nordic race. They also harped at length on the corrupting influence of cosmopolitan urbanism and city-dwelling Jews, thereby incubating a new generation of virulent anti-Semites. They were very persuasive. By 1927, nearly 80% of the society's members had joined the Nazi Party. 11. Himmler had followed the society's activities closely since his early days as a Nazi Party organizer. He was particularly impressed by one of Ardemanen's notable supporters, Richard Walther Dahr. Dahr was an agriculturalist by training, a specialist in the genetics of animal breeding, and in 1929, he had published a book entitled Das Bauerntum als Lebensquelle der Nordischen Rasse, or Farming as a Source of Life for the Nordic Race, which received glowing reviews in Nazi circles. 12. Dahr was convinced that the road to a stronger Germany lay in turning back the clock and returning to the country's ancient agricultural roots. The old German farming traditions, he observed, had refined and biologically honed the Nordic race. In times past, each farmer had picked just one son, the strongest, toughest, and most courageous, to inherit his land. 13. As a result, only the very fittest had farmed the fields over generations, creating a superior human bloodline, or so Dahr liked to think. Germany had eventually abandoned this tradition of land ownership, however, swayed by the fervor of the French Revolution and other foreign movements. Its rulers had written new inheritance laws that permitted estate owners to divide their land equitably among all their heirs. 14. This, Dahr claimed, imperiled the Nordic race, undoing all the good of generations of selective breeding. If Germany wished to grow strong once again, he claimed, it had to return to its agricultural traditions. And it had to take serious measures to restore racial purity to the Nordic race. Dahr, the animal breeder, did not shy away from spelling out these measures. Germany, he explained, had to exterminate the sick and impure in human society. 15. And it had to encourage members of the Nordic race to use scientific knowledge to select their mates and produce the best human stock. 16. Himmler found these ideas immensely appealing. His own plan to return back to the land, however, was a dismal failure. The hens on his poultry farm produced few eggs, creating financial problems for the young couple. As Marga confided in one letter to her husband in 1929, "I worry so much about what we're going to live on and how we're going to save for Whits on the 7th Sunday after Easter. Something's always going wrong." 17. The truth was that Himmler no longer cared much for mucking about on the farm himself. Instead, he dreamed of applying Dahr's ideas to others, particularly in the breeding of SS men. In the early 1920s, the racial writer Hans F. K. Gunther had attempted to estimate just how many Germans belonged to the Nordic race, as he had defined it. He pored over anthropological studies on height and head shape, hair color, and skin hue of his fellow Germans, and published the results of this study in 1925. In Gunther's opinion, just 50 to 55% of Germans possessed any trace of Nordic blood, a rather bleak situation in his view. 18. In later years, he refined this statistic further. Only 6 to 8% of Germans, he claimed, were Nordic purebreds, while another 45 to 50% traced part of their lineage to Nordic ancestors. The remaining Germans were members of inferior races. 19. By the end of 1931, the SS had swollen in size, with 10,000 members and stacks of new applications flooding in daily. To Himmler, the time seemed ripe to begin transforming the force into a racial elite by accepting only young males of Nordic blood. To select these individuals in a way that appeared scientific, Himmler created a new bureaucracy in the SS. This came to be known as the Rasse- und Siedlungsamt der SS, the Race and Settlement Office of the SS, or simply RUSHA. The head of the new department was none other than Richard Walther Dahr. RUSHA advisors developed a racial grading system and approached their work, as Himmler later noted, like a nursery gardener trying to reproduce a good old strain which has been adulterated and debased. We started from the principles of plant selection and then proceeded quite unashamedly to weed out the men whom we did not think we could use for the buildup of the SS-20. The examiners required applicants to take a medical examination and submit both a detailed genealogy chart and a set of photographs of themselves. In the SS offices in Munich, the examiners pored over the photographs, searching for supposed Nordic traits: long head, narrow face, flat forehead, narrow nose, angular chin, thin lips, tall slender body, blue eyes, fair hair. They rated the bodies of the applicants on a scale of 1 to 9, then graded them on a 5-point scale from pure Nordic to suspected non-European blood components. 21. They also scanned through the applicants' family medical histories, searching for congenital illness. Finally they arrived at a decision. A green card meant SS suited, red marked rejection. 22. The examiners were well aware that the Reichsführer SS was not exactly green card material, with his small, pigeon-chested body, round face, sallow skin, dark hair, and receding chin. Indeed, one racial advisor noted with detachment after the war that Himmler was an unassimilated half-breed and unfit for the SS-23, but very few people dared say such things to their leader's face. At a social event one evening, however, the wife of a high-ranking SS officer, Dr. Werner Best, broached the problem with Himmler. She observed that the Nazi Party would instantly lose its entire leadership. The Führer, Herr Himmler, Dr. Goebbels, if the principles of racial selection were strictly applied. 24. Himmler was not the least disturbed by this remark, however. He brushed off the criticism, replying that while he did not appear Nordic, he certainly possessed a Nordic brain. Those accepted into the SS were encouraged to think of themselves as a new genetic aristocracy. While most Germans of the day traveled on the country's system of urban trains, for example, a fleet of drivers in private cars chauffeured SS officers around to their appointments. And Himmler made certain that SS men looked elegant. The German firm Hugo Boss supplied SS uniforms. 25. And in contrast to the scruffy brown uniforms of the SA, Himmler's men were decked out impressively in black with silver collar flashes. On their hats, they wore a silver death's head, an ominous touch that supposedly symbolized duty until death. 26. Such sartorial splendor clearly served a dual purpose. It intimidated victims and it added to the men's sexual appeal, boosting the chances of success with the girls, as Himmler once remarked to a potential recruit. 27. Himmler, after all, was particularly keen on making his men as attractive as possible to women, but like any careful breeder, he did not want his prize stock to mate with just any partner. Potential wives had to undergo racial screening themselves after December 21, 1931, submitting medical reports, genealogy charts, and photographs to RUSHA examiners. 28. If the examiners found fault with the racial quality of a woman, Himmler would deny his permission for the couple to marry. Only in this way, Himmler believed, could the SS breed a pure Nordic nobility. Germany's future depended on this. Should we succeed in establishing this Nordic race again from and around Germany, he later observed in a speech to SS leaders, and inducing them to become farmers and from this seedbed produce a race of 200 million, then the world will belong to us. 29. It was one thing to breed a handsome-looking new master race. However, it was quite another to teach this valuable Aryan stock to think like the masters of old and to wean them away from the softness and depravity of modern German cities. Himmler dreamed of turning back the clock, transforming Germany from a heavily industrialized nation into a largely agricultural one. In particular, he yearned to settle the SS back on the land in farm colonies. With each passing generation, however, Germans had forgotten more and more of the old peasant ways that had once made them strong, and few historical records remained of the ancient principles, ideas, and beliefs that once illuminated the lives of Germany's ancient forefathers. Still, Himmler was not without hope. Ever since he was a boy combing musty ruins and grassy battlefields for old coins and broken pots with his father, he had seen how archaeology and other related sciences could shed light on vanished time. If SS researchers could recapture the minute details of primeval Aryan life, if they could peer into shrouded time to recover the lost thoughts and ideals and deeds of the ancient Nordic conquerors, then Himmler would have the exact blueprint he needed to indoctrinate the young men of the SS. Such men, he truly believed, would be unstoppable. In the summer of 1932, Nazi candidates won 230 seats in the parliamentary election, the largest number held by any of the parties. 6 months later, the aging German President Paul von Hindenburg appointed Hitler as the new chancellor, ushering the Nazi Party into power, and on February 28, 1933, the Nazi leader managed to manipulate von Hindenburg into declaring a state of emergency in Germany, suspending all guarantees of civil liberties. It was a moment Himmler had been preparing for. The SS Sicherheitsdienst, or Security Service, widely known as the SD, had created a card index of the party's political opponents, and as the newly appointed police chief of Munich, Himmler began ordering the arrest of those he deemed the greatest threats: journalists, labor organizers, Jewish leaders, communists, socialists. He then saw to it that many were incarcerated in a new prison facility, Dachau concentration camp. 30. Hitler greatly approved of these strong-arm tactics and the plans for a network of concentration camps. The German leader needed someone ruthless, capable, and trustworthy to carry out the party's dirty work, and Himmler seemed the most logical candidate. The young Bavarian was bright, well organized, and most important of all, he worshipped Hitler. On occasion, he had described the German leader to others as the greatest brain of all time. 31 Hitler, as it happened, reveled in such adulation. So over the next 13 months, he permitted the young SS chief to seize control of the political police of all German states. These Himmler ruled from Berlin. Tucked away in his new headquarters, surrounded by tall blonde men in black and silver and doted upon by a pool of secretaries with plaited hair and soft Bavarian accents, Himmler spent his days poring over reports, fretting over security arrangements for Hitler, and presiding over the minute details of the rapidly burgeoning system of concentration camps. But despite all the endless paperwork and phone calls and meetings, Himmler took time to draw up plans for educating and indoctrinating the new SS elite in the Nazi version of history. He called these plans the Education Offensive and put RUSHA, which was responsible for all ideological questions in the SS, in charge. 32. The resulting offensive incorporated Himmler's pet theories on the German past, which closely mirrored those of Hitler, except in one key area. In speeches and private remarks, Hitler tended to avoid all mention of the early Germanic tribes. The ancient Romans had considered these tribes barbarians, and Hitler himself regarded them as an embarrassment. Indeed, he had developed a rather bizarre theory to account for their simple style of life in the northern European forests. He blamed the climate. The Aryan spirit, he claimed, required a sunnier land in which to flourish. Northern Europe was simply too foul and damp for the early germination of the Aryan genius. 33. In Hitler's view, the Aryans began to achieve their full potential only when they reached the Mediterranean. It was in Greece and Italy, he explained loftily to his dinner guests one night, that the Germanic spirit found the first terrain favorable to its blossoming. 34 And this bizarre conviction deeply colored Hitler's perceptions of archaeology. He was fascinated by classical Rome and Greece and bored to tears by digs at home. People make a tremendous fuss about the excavations carried out in districts inhabited by our forebears of the pre-Christian era, he declared. I am afraid that I cannot share their enthusiasm, for I cannot help remembering that, while our ancestors were making these vessels of stone and clay, over which our archaeologists rave, the Greeks had already built an Acropolis. 35. Himmler was well aware of these views, but he did not share them. He was besotted by old accounts of the fierceness and valor of the Germanic tribes. And he defined these tribes in a loose way to include any who had spoken one of the Germanic languages: Danish, Swedish, Norwegian, Icelandic, Faroese, Dutch, Flemish, Frisian, Gothic, and, of course, English. 36 He wanted SS educators to concentrate their energies on these tribes. He could not ignore the Nordic civilizations of Greece and Rome that Hitler so loved, but it was his own interpretation of the past that became the nucleus of his SS education offensive. The front-line troops in the battle were the Skolungslater, or school leaders, young, racially acceptable men between the ages of 24 and 45. To ensure that these educators received a thorough grounding themselves in the party line, RUSHA sent them to a political boot camp. Graduates were then assigned to an SS company, where they taught weekly classes and continually impressed upon the men the Nazi point of view. 37 The school leaders posted photographs of Nordic-looking men and women in their offices, and on direct orders from Dar, they gave particular emphasis to German early history in their work. 38 The classes and conversations were only the first salvo, however. The Nazi version of the past had to be underscored by something tangible and real. So RUSHA officials dispatched junior SS officers to Berlin's famous Museum for Pre- and Early History, which lay next door to Himmler's headquarters. The museum possessed a rich collection of ancient German weapons, ceramics, and jewels, as well as the famous gold that Heinrich Schliemann unearthed at Troy, and museum officials took very good care of the SS officers. On at least one occasion, Director Wilhelm Unverzagt gave a personal lecture to the officers, then led a guided tour of the exhibits. 39 RUSHA officials expected the school leaders to arrange similar outings for the enlisted men. One SS teacher in Munich, for example, planned a series of such events for February 1937 as celebration hour, theme, Germany, a museum visit and a hike to an archaeological excavation with a comradely evening. 40. To assist the school leaders, RUSHA developed elaborate slideshows on the origins of the Nordic race and the ingenuity of primeval Germanic farmers and warriors, complete with illustrated booklets apparently edited by Himmler himself. 41 Each month, the department sent school leaders SS Leitheft, a training guide whose articles were to be read aloud at company meetings on Himmler's express orders. 42 SS Leitheft was one of the more bizarre creations of the SS. It blended dime store pulp, hardcore political doctrine, photos of pretty young blonde Fräulein in revealing swimsuits and low-cut dirndls, quotations from Mein Kampf, and a kind of Dear Abby column offering tips to SS men for picking suitably Aryan brides. 43 Sprinkled heavily among these features were historical articles on a vast range of subjects: the migrations of the early Germanic tribes, the ancient sayings of the Aryans, the sagas of the Norse bards, the wooden ships of the Vikings, the ancient sun worship of the Aryans. The articles were short and pithy, and there was no missing the author's intent. The more we know our ancestors, noted one writer brightly, the more proudly we can call on them. 44. For his senior officers, Himmler planned a more exclusive education. In 1933, soon after the Nazi seizure of power, Himmler began drawing up plans for a new Nordic academy, a cross between a monastic retreat and a finishing school for the upper echelons of the SS. 45 He intended, as one newspaper reporter pointed out, to create a place of quiet contemplation and intellectual stimulation for the leading accountable men of the fatherland. 46 Himmler's academy would not only be physically impressive, but it would also be a rather magical place, an old castle. intimately linked with a potent German legend or myth. But where to find such a spot? To narrow down the range of possibilities, he called upon the assistance of a new confidant. This was 67-year-old Karl Maria Weilegut, a grizzled former colonel in the Austrian Imperial Army. Weilegut was something of a mystic in ultranationalist circles. He traced his pedigree back to the Norse god Thor and claimed as an ancestor Arminius, a German tribal chief who slaughtered 3 Roman legions near Teutoburg Forest in AD 9. His family, he sometimes explained, had guarded the sacred knowledge of the old German tribes for millennia. My grandfather K. Weilegut taught me the ancient rune studies of our family, he noted on one official SS record. My father entrusted our family history to me when I turned 24-47. Weilegut's real biography was somewhat less colorful. Born in Vienna in 1866, the son of a mentally deranged army officer, he had seen active service on both the Russian and the Italian fronts during the First World War. 48 When peace was negotiated, he joined one of the right-wing paramilitary organizations in Austria. By then, he had become a violent, unpredictable alcoholic. 49 He carried a loaded revolver about with him, and frequently beat and threatened to kill his wife. 50 His behavior toward their 2 young daughters was equally worrying. His sister-in-law confided to a local government official that he kisses the children so often to the point of senselessness that one must consider sexual undertones. As a result, his wife has locked the children's doors. 51. Eventually, Weilegut's wife mustered her courage and committed her husband to a mental hospital in Salzburg. Physicians there described his condition as a psychosis and declared that he was not in the position to care for himself. 52 Over the next 2 years at the hospital, he lived up to their assessment. He boasted that he alone had prevented a communist takeover in Germany after the war, and informed his fellow inmates that the Ku Klux Klan was preparing to rescue him from the asylum. Most notably, however, he obsessively pocketed pebbles and stones from a nearby gravel pit. He washed and polished them, arranging nearly 1,000 on virtually every surface in his hospital room. He sees round, flat pebbles as amulets and parts of grave sites, observed one physician in his medical history. A longish stone is a phallus, another stone is part of a throne seat, and another still is an eagle with a snake, symbolic of the fight between light and darkness, and, in a figurative sense, between life and death. 53 Weilegut boasted to his fellow inmates that he could sell the collection for 60,000 marks. The hospital released him in 1927 under the care of a guardian. By then, Weilegut was eager to share his revelations with the rest of the world. Over the next 6 years, he became a savant to the more gullible ultranationalists in Germany. With a new name, Weisthor, meaning wise Thor, in reference to the Norse god, he claimed to channel the ancient knowledge of his forebears, sometimes by entering seizure-like trances, on other occasions by reciting a collection of primeval sayings he claimed to have received from his ancestors. His devoted followers treasured every word. They regarded him as a living encyclopedia of the sacred traditions of the Germanic tribes as far back as creation. 54. Himmler met Weilegut for the first time in 1933 at a conference of the Nordic Society. He was greatly impressed by the old soldier, and at some point he asked for Weilegut's help in locating a suitable castle for the new Nordic Academy. Himmler had read a popular romantic poem entitled At the Birch Tree, which was based on an old German prophecy of a mighty battle that would one day pit the West against East, turning the Rhine red with blood. 55 The legendary battleground sounded to Himmler like an ideal spot for an SS stronghold. But the prophecy supplied few clues to its location. Weilegut promised his assistance. He arrived one day in Himmler's office with a stack of old books and large manuscripts bound in pig leather, their pages yellowed and grease-stained. 56 By combing such sources, or perhaps by reciting the sayings taught by his father, he had discovered, he announced, that the prophesied battle would take place in the 20th century. Moreover, he had pinpointed its location. Himmler was delighted by this news, proudly announcing to his chief of staff, we have learned now where the battle will be in Westphalia and, more precisely still, near the old road of the German heroes that leads from Paderborn via Soest in a westerly direction 57. Conveniently, this lay close to the old battlefield where the Germanic chieftain Arminius and his troops had slaughtered invading Roman legions, sacred ground for many German ultranationalists. 58. So Himmler set out to find an old fortress in the region suitable for conversion into an SS academy. In early November 1933, Himmler paid a visit to Wulsberg, a 17th-century stone keep situated not far from Paderborn. The castle's heavy, brooding walls loomed over the rolling green Westphalian countryside, a picturesque land of little ravines and forests, small dairy farms and old stone houses. Himmler liked what he saw of the local farmers and their families. He believed them to be blessed with much original German blood. 59. He also admired the architecture of the old castle. He considered himself something of a connoisseur in such matters, and he noticed that Wulsberg possessed an unusual north-south orientation and a triangular-shaped footprint that he deemed a rarity. 60. He immediately decided to lease the castle for the SS. Before long, ominous notices appeared on the sides of buildings in the sleepy little village that lay next to the fortress. They read, "Jew, you have been recognized." 61. Impressed by his new advisor, Himmler brought Weilegut into the SS. He promoted him first to the rank of SS Standartenführer and later to SS Brigadeführer. He also gave him an office in RUSHA and a private villa in Berlin. Weilegut traveled back and forth to Wulsberg to offer his unique brand of channeling and ancestral wisdom to Hermann Bartels, the architect assigned to transform the stately old castle into a sprawling new SS complex. 62. Bartels had his work cut out for him. Himmler's plans for the complex kept evolving into something ever grander and more magnificent. So they required a succession of designs, each more complex than the last. To see them through, Himmler eventually ordered the construction of a special concentration camp nearby to supply sufficient quantities of slave labor. 63. As the construction proceeded, runic designs and strange bits of old lore began to pop up all over the castle. One of the chambers, for example, was renovated and renamed the Grail Room. The castle staff outfitted it with a large rock crystal displayed on a wooden pedestal and illuminated from below with electrical lights. 64. This strange display was intended to represent the Holy Grail. One of Weilegut's associates, Otto Rahn, had studied medieval legends of the Grail. He believed these stories to be of Aryan origin and concluded that the Grail was a magical stone of light that had fallen from the diadem of an ancient sun god. All those who looked upon the stone would live forever. 65. Among the other renovations, Himmler wanted a private museum at Wulsberg, a kind of ancestor room for his senior officers. He found an eager young SS archaeologist and artist, Wilhelm Jordan, to take charge. 66. Jordan was a tall, dark blonde beanpole, a former SA man who swiftly fell into the spirit of Wulsberg. He conducted a series of excavations in the countryside around the castle, digging ancient grave mounds and old village sites and collecting hundreds of artifacts, from Germanic urns and human skulls to iron knives, Roman coins, and Bronze Age needles. In his spare time, Jordan prospected local cliffs and construction sites for fossils of ancient sea life, designed dioramas, and pieced together ancient pots from shattered shards. To round out the Wulsberg collection, he purchased some spectacular finds, including the complete fossil of an ancient marine reptile, a 3-meter-long ichthyosaur. The museum was located in the castle's western wing, down a few stone stairs from the courtyard. Upon entering, visitors were greeted by the sight of sleek steel and glass showcases and cabinets brimming with ancient Germanic artifacts. Several splendid dioramas decorated the walls. Perhaps the most important of these portrayed the simple bucolic life of a Germanic tribal family during the Roman era. For this, Jordan lovingly crafted a miniature German farmhouse complete with straw roof, similar in style to one excavated in Erlinghausen near Detmold. 67. For the farmyard, he created miniature models of men and women in rustic clothes and a small furnace for smelting iron ore. In the green fields beyond, tiny horses and sheep grazed contentedly on the grasses. The diorama was clearly intended as a glimpse of paradise lost for those who visited the museum, an idol of ancient Germanic simplicity. And in a Nordic academy devoted to contemplation and thought, it served as a template for an Aryan future that Himmler fondly envisioned for the Reich. If the education offensive was truly to succeed, however, it needed a well-stocked arsenal of new ideological weapons. To recreate the lost world of the Nordic race, to capture primordial ways of thinking and beliefs, the SS had to push the boundaries of prehistoric research. Symbol experts had to find and decode the earliest written messages of the Nordic race. Experts in the ancient sagas and legends had to reconstruct the lost history and religion of the Aryans. Musicologists had to restore their music. Archaeologists had to dig their tombs and study their ancient treasures. Botanists had to rebreed their ancient seeds. In other words, the SS required an entire institute of elite researchers dedicated to reconstructing the lost golden age of the ancient Nordic past. On July 1, 1935, in a spacious, sunlit office in the SS headquarters in Berlin, Himmler convened a meeting to discuss the new organization. Around the table sat 5 racial experts representing the interests of Dar, who had recently added the post of Reich Minister for Nutrition and Agriculture to his duties as the head of RUSHA. Dar shared Himmler's enthusiasm for the new research institute. And the two men had agreed on inviting another party to the table, an elfin-looking scholar who spoke with a strong Dutch accent, Dr. Herman Wirth, one of the most famous prehistorians in all of Germany. Those in attendance discussed at considerable length the structure of the organization, and at the end of their deliberations they agreed to found a brain trust that would, in effect, form a new department in RUSHA. 68. This organization was to be called Deutsches Ahnenerbstudiengesellschaft für Geistesgeschichte, or German Ancestral Heritage, the Society for the Study of the History of Primeval Ideas, a hopeless mouthful that soon came to be shortened to the Ahnenerbe. Wirth assumed the position of president. Himmler, however, retained much power for himself, taking the title of superintendent and assuming control of the organization's board of trustees. The formally stated goal of the Ahnenerbe was to promote the science of ancient intellectual history. 69. 5. Making stones speak. A visitor on official business in the late fall of 1935 would have found the new offices of the Ahnenerbe tucked away on one of the oldest streets in the most historic part of all Berlin. Bruderstrasse, as the street was known, dated back to the 13th century. It curved along a small island in the Spree, through a neighborhood that reminded some Berliners of old Amsterdam, what with its narrow 4-story houses lining the waterfront and its working boats plying the river. 1. But Bruderstrasse was a particularly German street. At its northern end rose a stately old castle, the Schloss, where the electors of Brandenburg and the kings of Prussia had ruled in gilded majesty for nearly 500 years. 2. And along Bruderstrasse's 2-block length stood several famous homes, including Nicolai House, where publisher Friedrich Nicolai entertained George Hegel and other leading German intellectuals in the late 18th century. The Ahnenerbe offices lay in the middle of Bruderstrasse, at number 29 30ths. They occupied 2 floors in a corner building owned by a Berlin department store magnate, Rudolf Herzog. 3. The floors were drafty and cold in the winter and the electrical wiring left a good deal to be desired. But the rent was modest and the space was large enough to accommodate the Ahnenerbe staff of 7.4 inside. The offices were furnished with gleaming black underwood typewriters and rows of filing cabinets, but there the similarity to most other offices in Berlin ended. Along the walls hung dozens of large framed photographs of strange symbols carved upon wooden staves. In the atelier, staff members consulted the plaster casts of ancient rune stones. Nearly everyone who worked for the Ahnenerbe in late 1935 was involved, one way or another, in what the new Ahnenerbe president Herman Wirth fondly called script and symbol studies. At his behest, they took photographs of gravestones and church doors and the stenciled paintings that ornamented aging farmhouses. They collected baking molds, ceramic candle holders, and decorative wreaths, anything, in fact, that seemed to hold some ancient secret symbol or meaning. They wrote to museums scattered across Europe and the United States, offering to buy replicas of bone spoons, stone crosses, Mesopotamian cylinder seals, and carved boulders. 5 A young Finnish scholar, Yrjö von Grenhagen, who was studying ancient religious rituals for the Annan, was pressed into gathering examples of traditional Finnish wooden calendars, carved with symbols. 6 All this immense effort was ostensibly devoted to preparing lectures and exhibitions for SS men and the staff of Dar's Ministry of Nutrition and Agriculture. 7 But in Worth's mind, it served just one purpose, to further popularize his own peculiar ideas about the past. 8 Worth had an amazing effect on people. He was affable, energetic, enormously well read, and regarded by all as charming. He could quote long Sanskrit hymns from memory and discourse for hours about the meaning of spirit masks among the Yupik in Alaska or the inscriptions on remote dolmens in Ireland, and do so in such an engaging way that his listeners were convinced they had just glimpsed the heart of a mystery. 9 To his followers, Worth seemed to combine enormous erudition with uncanny powers of perception. Herman Worth, noted one admirer, is the artist who makes stones speak. He is the psychologist who feels hearts beating across the millenniums. He is the homo religiosus who senses the deep eternal bonds of mind and spirit running through the whole of the human race. 10 Even his enemies could hardly find it in their hearts to dislike him. 11 At the age of 50 in 1935, Worth was at the peak of his fame. He was one of the most controversial prehistorians in all of Germany, and he believed he was on the verge of a momentous discovery. He was convinced he had found an ancient holy script invented by a lost Nordic civilization in the North Atlantic many thousands of years ago. It was, he claimed, the world's earliest writing. He also believed that he could decipher this mysterious script, thereby unlocking the mysteries of ancient Aryan religion. And he was convinced that if he could recover the meaning of these primeval sacred texts, he could reawaken Germany from its unhappy slumber and restore it to greatness again. Entering the offices of Herman Worth in the late fall of 1935 was to enter a world of chaos and confusion, a world where reason and rational argument had given way to wishful thinking, a world where scholarship had been abandoned for fantasy and dreams of glory. It was a realm that Worth had inhabited for most of his scholarly career. In all likelihood, Himmler first met Worth sometime in the late spring or early summer of 1934, at the home of Johann and Gesine von Leers. 12 The von Leers were prominent in Nazi circles and took a keen interest in all things Aryan. Johann worked as a propagandist for the Nazi Party, penning vicious anti-Semitic attacks in books with titles like Jews Look at You, as well as more theoretical writings on the Nordic race and German agriculture. 13 Gesine was inclined more toward the occult. She believed she was the reincarnation of an ancient German priestess, and frequently donned Bronze Age-style jewelry for evenings she hosted among similarly minded friends. 14 Gesine had known and admired Worth for years, and she had invited him to her home to discuss the research of Karl Maria Weilegut, another of her personal mentors. She had also arranged for Himmler and Dar to attend. At first, Worth stubbornly declined to go. He thought Weilegut an outright charlatan, and he seems to have feared him as a rival for the attention of Himmler and Dar. 15 But Dar insisted that Worth come. He called the scholar up personally, offering to send around his private car, and so mollified was Worth by this mark of favor that he agreed to put in an appearance. Worth was in his element on such occasions, and he made a fine impression on Himmler. He was a diminutive man, standing just 5 feet 4 inches tall, but he possessed thick locks of blonde hair, sparkling blue eyes, and a finely chiseled handsomeness, all of which helped him considerably in passing the racial test that Himmler silently administered to everyone he met. 16 Worth, moreover, was a polished showman who knew how to read and take command of an audience. It would not have taken him long to size up Himmler's interests. The Reichsführer SS, like many other prominent Nazis, had begun casting about privately for a system of spiritual beliefs that could eventually take the place of Catholicism and Protestantism in the Reich. 17 He found Christian doctrine immensely troublesome. It traced its origins to the deserts of the Middle East, rather than to forests of northern Europe. It presented the tribes of Israel, not the tribes of Germania, as the chosen people. It described Christ as a Jew. And it advocated charity, compassion for the weak, the brotherhood of men, and the equality of all in the eyes of God. All this, Himmler found abhorrent. He had attended Mass faithfully from childhood until his early 20s, but he had lost his faith at about the same time that he joined the Nazi Party. 18 And since then, he had openly avowed Nazism as his new creed. Our business, he explained to the readers of the party newspaper, Volkisker Beobachter, is to spread the knowledge of race in the life of our Volk and to impress it upon the hearts and heads of all, down to the very youngest, as our German Gospel 19. But Nazism needed a state religion. And it needed a god, or perhaps several gods, as well as suitable rituals to take the place of Mass and other Christian services. Himmler was strongly inclined to borrow these rituals, and he saw no better place to look for them than in the history of Germany's ancestors, the Germanic tribes and their Aryan forebears. He believed that the old pagan gods would be capable of weaning SS men from their Christian faiths. Indeed, as he later confided to his personal physician, he intended to make every SS man drop his traditional church affiliation. After the war, he explained, the old Germanic gods will be restored. 20. The trouble was that scholars knew very little about these old gods. Germany's tribes had left few written records of their sacred beliefs and practices before they converted to Christianity, and their Roman neighbors, who possessed a much earlier written tradition, took scant interest in the old Germanic religion. To recover its beliefs, Himmler realized that he needed to find new sources of information. Hermann Wirth claimed to possess a rich trove of new details. The scholar believed he had discovered ancient sacred texts of the Nordic race, and through science, he intended to decipher them. Wirth, moreover, was happy to yoke his research to the driving ambitions of the Nazis. Science, he believed, served a higher master than objectivity or truth. The time is now past, he once explained to a German audience, when science believed its task was to search for the truth, such as it is. Now the task of science is to proceed with its prophecy, to awaken. Like the morning dawn, it will light a new day. 21. Wirth had gravitated naturally toward Nazi politics. Born in the Netherlands on May 6, 1885, he came from a background remarkably similar to that of Himmler. Wirth's German father was a schoolteacher and university lecturer in Utrecht, and he took great pride in his Teutonic ancestry. 22 At home, he drummed a love of German culture, history, and language into his children. Hermann proved a particularly adept student. He pursued his father's interests, taking Germanic studies, philology, history, and music theory at the university in Utrecht, before moving to the University of Leipzig. There Wirth absorbed the extreme German nationalism that permeated many of the classrooms. He came to loathe what he saw as the corrosive influence of cosmopolitan urbanism. He believed such thinking was responsible for the destruction of age-old German and Dutch folk culture, a priceless repository, in his opinion, of ancient Nordic thought. 23 In his PhD dissertation, he lamented the disappearance of traditional folk songs in the northern Netherlands. Portals, he believed, into the very soul of the ancient Nordic race. 24. In 1909, Wirth landed a position as a lecturer in Dutch philology at the University of Berlin, but he craved a larger audience for his emerging ideas on folk music and the Nordic race. He turned performer, combining concerts of early Dutch music with lectures and magic lantern shows. For these events, he dressed the part of a medieval musician, donning a flowing green velvet jacket. His fetching young lute player, Margarethe Schmidt, the daughter of a prominent German landscape painter, turned up at concerts in the robes of a fairy tale princess, complete with a golden band in her hair. 25 She worshipped Wirth and complained loudly when anyone dared to criticize him, or refused to recognize him, as one friend observed, as the coming Messiah. 26 The two eventually married. When the First World War began in August 1914, Wirth left his university job and enlisted in the army of his adopted homeland. Rather than sending the Dutch scholar to the front, however, German authorities dispatched him to a civilian post in occupied Belgium. While working in Ghent, Wirth became enamored of the Flemish independence movement, raising funds in Germany on its behalf. When the full extent of his political activism came to light, he was relieved of his post. 27. Disillusioned by the war, he concluded in the early 1920s that all Western civilization was teetering on the verge of collapse. 28. The only hope for the future, as he saw it, lay in recovering the truths of the past. And it was at this time, while traveling through the northern Dutch province of Friesland, that he saw something that changed his life. On the gables of many old, neatly painted Frisian farmhouses, inhabitants displayed small wooden folk sculptures consisting of an assortment of carved shapes: curlicues, crescents, crosses, shamrocks, swan necks, stars, hearts, diamonds, and crowns. 29. To most passers-by, they seemed little more than folk art, but Worth was forever looking with reckless enthusiasm for hidden, secret meanings in the world around him. During his studies of Dutch folk music, he had glimpsed what he thought was the intellectual spirit of the ancient Nordic race. Now in the Frisian countryside, he thought he saw further remnants of a primeval Nordic civilization. This sparked a great leap of logic. He concluded that the farmers' wooden carvings of hearts and diamonds and crowns were symbols from an ancient Aryan system of writing, a type of northern hieroglyphs. 30. Their significance, he concluded, had been all but lost to time. Not even the folk artists of the Frisian countryside realized any more what their carvings truly meant. More bizarrely still, he inferred that the different shapes were remnants of the earliest writing system in the world and were therefore the mother of all scripts, from the Egyptian hieroglyphs to the Phoenician alphabet. 31. These ideas flouted Western science and scholarship. For more than a century, linguists had examined ancient stone inscriptions from around the world, deciphering scripts and delving into the origins of writing. By the 1930s, they had made substantial progress, tracing the earliest appearance of the written word to one of two regions in the world, ancient Egypt or Mesopotamia. Inscriptions in both places, noted the editors of Encyclopaedia Britannica in 1938, went back to an extremely early date. It is at present uncertain which is the earlier, but both show, before 3500 BC and possibly much earlier, a complete, organized system of writing which implies many centuries of development behind it. 32. By comparison, the inhabitants of Northern Europe were late bloomers when it came to writing. They had developed letters for a system of writing known today as the runes. 33. The runes were a type of script that blended letters of the Roman alphabet with several new inventions, and most experts in the 1930s agreed that the earliest runes had appeared around AD 250.34. None of this, however, sat very well with Worth and other nationalist scholars. If Nordic men and women were truly superior to all others, then it stood to reason that they had founded the world's first civilization in their ancient boreal homeland. It also stood to reason that they had invented the art of writing there. And since Nordic men and women were, in Worth's opinion, the world's intellectual sourdough starter, they had to have carried their writing system with them on their great migrations to Africa and Asia, thereby passing on the idea of writing to others, who devised cuneiform scripts, hieroglyphs, and the alphabet. 35. Researchers had failed, however, to detect any proof of a primeval Nordic civilization in the north, one predating ancient Egypt and Mesopotamia. They had uncovered no ancient cities, no pyramids, no ziggurats of the north. What are the facts? Asked prominent British scientist Julian Huxley in his famous book, We Europeans, in 1935. The fundamental discoveries on which civilization is built are the art of writing, agriculture, the wheel, and building in stone. All these appear to have originated in the Near East, among peoples who by no stretch of imagination could be called Nordic. 36. So, in the absence of evidence, Worth let his vivid imagination run loose. Perhaps, he imagined, the Nordic race had evolved in an Arctic homeland some 2 million years ago, then founded a civilization on a lost continent in the North Atlantic. 37. Perhaps strong Nordic women, who possessed all-seeing capabilities, had ruled this primeval empire as a matriarchy for thousands of years, until a great cataclysm drowned their lands, sending survivors fleeing to Northern Europe and North America. 38. And wasn't it just possible that this splendid Nordic homeland was the Lost Atlantis of Legend, 39. Worth realized that other scholars would be loath to toss away decades of scholarship in favor of ideas that rudely challenged the entire foundations of world history. He needed evidence to anchor his ideas to earth. To pursue the matter, he moved his young family Margarethi and 3 children to Marburg, which had a good library and a university willing to give him a teaching position. 3 years later, in 1925, he took out a membership in the Nazi Party, which he soon allowed to lapse, and began collecting a coterie of attentive young assistants, artistic, idealistic young men fascinated by Worth's learned patter, his boundless enthusiasm, his knowledge of the ancient world, and his quest to revive ancient Nordic religion and culture. 40 They modeled themselves after him, dressing in short pants as he often did, and addressed him affectionately as dear father and Margarethi as dear mother. 41 Worth was in his element. He preached his own brand of clean living to his followers. He had given up meat and eschewed tobacco and praised country living, far from the foul, polluting influences of the city. 42 A prophet of the past, he scorned universities and dreamed of founding a utopian community rather like the Artemanen, where young student scientists and farmers could live together and support themselves on their produce. 43 He frequently invited his young disciples to stay for dinner, and it was not unusual for 15 people to crowd around the family table. 44 The meals could be strange and unpredictable. On one recorded occasion, Worth's wife arrived at the table with a medieval-looking golden band in her hair and spent the entire meal in silence, while Worth claimed to read her thoughts by means of telepathic communication. He also announced to his startled guests that she possessed clairvoyant abilities, seeing things that others could not. 45 In private, Worth rifled through the scientific literature, determined to prove that the Nordic race had evolved in the Arctic. He was delighted to learn, for example, that a Danish geological expedition had discovered fossil plants, most likely leaves of grape-like vines and oak-like trees in Greenland's northern fjords. The finds were proof, he claimed, that the remotest parts of the Arctic had once been a wonderful magical garden, eminently suitable for human evolution. 46 What he did not tell his readers, however, was that these plants had flourished in Greenland more than 50 million years before the first hominids walked the earth, a fact well known to contemporary geologists. 47 He also pored over Plato's legend of Atlantis. He believed it to be an accurate description of the fate of his imagined Nordic empire in the North Atlantic, and he set about trying to prove this theory. 48 He combed through geological studies of the ocean floor in the North Atlantic, concluding confidently that the continent of Atlantis had occupied a region stretching all the way from Iceland to the Azores before it sank due to tectonic activity. 49 Only a few scraps of the ancient continent, he insisted, remained above water, namely the Canary Islands and Cape Verde. 50 But Worth had little grasp of geological thinking. His ideas were based on antiquated, disproven theories scorned by contemporary geologists in the 1930s. 51 All his talk of Atlantis and a lost Nordic civilization stirred a great deal of public interest, however. In the northern city of Bremen, Ludwig Roselius, the wealthy inventor of decaffeinated coffee, drew up plans for a stunning new building in honor of Worth. 52 The edifice, dubbed House Atlantis, was to be part of a major urban development project known as the Butcherstrasse. Blending modern expressionist architecture with themes from old Germanic mythology, House Atlantis would take visitors on a metaphorical journey of rebirth, from the dark blue depths of the ocean where Atlantis languished to the soft glow of the sky hall on the top floor. As part of the original design, Roselius created a lecture hall and exhibition space for Worth. 53 He also displayed his own impressive collection of ancient artifacts, bronze swords, golden vessels, bronze musical instruments, fine jewelry, as well as casts of ancient runestones. 54 With the backing of such influential men, Worth was propelled onto the national stage, much to the horror of many serious German scholars. His first major book in 1929, a huge rambling inchoate study of the origins of the Nordic race and their later migrations, all heavily larded with invented jargon, aroused intense criticism. Only the feeling that the author has been taken by an almost holy insanity, observed Gero von Meerhart, a prominent German prehistorian, and the fact that he inspected a considerable mass of literature with unusual eagerness and diligence to support his delusions, which he considers science, restrain me from responding to this book. With rudeness 55 others were considerably less charitable. Taking firm aim at Wirth's risible powers of reasoning, another critic noted that the Dutch scholar is unable to distinguish between probable, certain, possible, and impossible 56. Outside Germany, discerning archaeologists were quick to pick up the extremist political tenor in Wirth's work. In Sweden, for example, archaeologist Nils Åberg published a warning about Wirth after attending one of his public performances in Germany. Wirth, he wrote, seemed harmless enough, but his visions of the murky past were intended to seduce unwitting Germans into dangerous dreams of racial superiority and national aggrandizement, dreams that could fan the flames of war in Europe. As such, his lectures were a thinly disguised call to action, in which Wirth the magician, the Hitler of German scientists, captures his public 57. This was the man that Himmler had placed in charge of the Ahnenerbe in 1935 and made SS Hauptsturmführer in RUSHA. And this was the man who set about mounting, with the blessing and financing of the SS, the Brain Trust's first major expedition abroad. Wirth's destination was the remote granite hills of Bohuslän in southwestern Sweden. Along the slopes of these hills lay tens of thousands of ancient engravings. These, Wirth believed, were the sacred texts of the ancient Nordic race. 6. Finding religion. In 1936, Bohuslän was a rugged land of small farms and fishing villages, isolated from the rest of Sweden by poor roads. Its residents were a stubborn, self-reliant people who possessed little that seemed to interest the outside world. The herring that had once flashed and roiled in the waters off Bohuslän each winter had departed some 30 years earlier, never to return. 1 And the quarries that once shipped Bohuslän stone halfway around the world to Brazil and Argentina and South Africa had fallen into idleness. Few builders, it seems, could afford fancy paving stones at the height of the Great Depression. Even in its poverty, however, Bohuslän possessed one thing in abundance, one thing that still brought the occasional outsider to its doors. That was an astonishing wealth of primeval rock carvings. Northern Bohuslän counted more than 5,000 rock art panels teeming with images of the ancient world ships, warriors, ploughmen, horsemen, acrobats, bulls, snakes, ducks, cranes, fish, trees, carts, axes, spears, battles, hunts, and rituals. 2 Their makers had engraved them in hard granite by pecking or grinding the rock surface to create furrowed lines. Some of their work was remarkably beautiful, expressive, and mysterious. Other figures were far rougher and cruder. Nearly all, however, dated to the Bronze Age, the era when bronze came into vogue as a material for weapons, tools, decorations, and jewelry. In southwestern Sweden, the Bronze Age began around 1800 BC and ended 1300 years later. 3. The carvings were a point of pride among the farming and fishing families of Bohuslän. 4 For nearly 200 years, Scandinavian scholars who studied Bronze Age art had beaten a path to the region, scrambling over hills and across fields to record the art and decipher its meaning. They had drawn careful sketches of the most important panels and published them in fine illustrated books, proving Bohuslän to be one of the world's great rock art repositories. 5 No other part of Northern Europe could touch it in terms of the sheer number of carvings or the immense range of motifs. 6 Hermann Wirth, who was captivated by ancient symbols wherever they might be found, read about the carvings of Bohuslän with enormous fascination. In his office on Bruderstrasse, he pored over the illustrations, with their enigmatic shapes and furrows. He was astonished and very, very excited. He felt certain he was looking at the script of an ancient Nordic holy text. On February 19, 1936, just a few weeks before Hitler violated the Treaty of Locarno and ordered German troops to cross into the demilitarized Rhineland, Wirth staged a private film screening at his home for Himmler and a small number of other guests. 7 As the projector clanked and sputtered, images of sunlit farm pastures and dark rock slabs whirred across a makeshift screen. Wirth, a newly minted SS Untersturmführer, supplied a continuous running commentary. In the silvery light, he pointed out a succession of faint engravings outlined in chalk circles intersected by a single vertical line, circles joined by a vertical line, and other equally cryptic markings. These, he announced proudly, were ideograms, symbols used to represent ideas and things, rather than sounds. They came, he claimed, from an old European script invented more than 12,000 years ago by Nordic scribes inhabiting a lost North Atlantic homeland. Wirth had filmed the carvings during a recent exploratory trip to Bohuslän. For nearly a month in the fall of 1935, he and a fellow SS officer, Wilhelm Cottonrod, had bumped and scraped along the roads of Bohuslän, driving a shiny new Adler wagon purchased by the Annenerbe.8. They had roamed the countryside, sliding down ridges and trekking through shady forests of oak and elm, searching out the largest and most accessible rock carving sites. Cottonrod, who had trained as a sculptor, had assisted Wirth in making plaster casts of selected engravings, the beginning of what Wirth grandly hoped would become the world's most important collection of primeval Nordic symbols and the nucleus of future museum exhibits on the superiority of the Nordic race. 9. The autumn trip to Bohuslän had merely whetted Wirth's appetite, however. The scholar desperately wanted to return to Sweden, this time at the head of a major Annenerbe expedition. He was keen to broaden his studies, and put more men to work on the arduous task of collecting casts. For this, he needed the approval and financial assistance of the superintendent of the Annenerbe, Himmler. As Himmler listened to the proposal, he considered the potential benefits to the SS and to his own personal ambitions. Much to his disappointment, Hitler had taken little interest in the Annenerbe. 10. In fact, the German Führer continued to complain about Himmler's passionate enthusiasm for Northern European prehistory. "Why do we call the whole world's attention to the fact that we have no past?" he grumbled on one occasion to Albert Speer. "It's bad enough that the Romans were erecting great buildings when our forefathers were still living in mud huts, now Himmler is starting to dig up these villages of mud huts and enthusing over every potsherd and stone axe he finds." 11. On this subject, however, Himmler was not to be denied. 12. Although he admired Hitler as a genius, he stubbornly believed that on the matter of the Germanic past, the Nazi leader had yet to see the light. Himmler sought avidly for new ways of illuminating the truth. 13. Almost certainly it occurred to him that a professional film production of Wirth announcing his discovery of the world's earliest writing system in Scandinavia might succeed where Himmler's other arguments had failed, sparking Hitler's imagination. A film on Wirth's work, moreover, would be an invaluable weapon in the SS educational offensive, greatly bolstering Nazi claims of Aryan superiority. And the casts would become important assets in themselves. The Annenerbe could put them on public exhibit, and Himmler could use them himself as props in the speeches he gave to senior SS officers. 14. He could also present copies as gifts to Nazi party bosses. The previous fall, Wirth had made a cast of an ancient swastika, a symbol long associated with the Scandinavian god of thunder, Thor, in Bohuslän. 15. A replica of the ancient symbol would make a fine birthday gift for Hitler. 16. Attractive as this sounded, however, Himmler had doubts about Wirth's ability to lead an expedition. He had discovered that the scholar was hopelessly profligate and racked by massive debts. Wirth had run through a fortune over the years on his favorite expenses: secretaries, assistants, expensive books, private cars, palatial homes. 17. In terms of money, observed one of the scholar's strongest supporters, Wirth is as inexperienced as a 7-year-old, he can only spend it. 18. By the time the Annenerbe was founded in the summer of 1935, Wirth was tottering on the brink of bankruptcy or worse, a prison cell for debtors. 19. When Himmler learned of this dismal state of affairs, he agreed to bail the scholar out. The SS chief wanted his officers to set an example in financial prudence, as in all other things. He did not want them to buy things for which they could not pay cash or to obtain goods by rent-to-own agreements. He most certainly did not want them beset by creditors. 20. So he arranged for 2 SS negotiators to settle Wirth's bills. 21. The 2 officers drew up a list of his principal creditors: princesses, merchants, industrialists, many of whom were prominent Nazi Party supporters, and discovered debts totaling more than 84,000 Reichsmarks, the equivalent of some $436,800 in today's dollars. The officers obtained the most favorable possible settlements, then arranged for the SS to pick up the tab. 22 But Himmler's largesse was not without strings. As a term of assistance, he seems to have demanded a pledge from Wirth guaranteeing that neither he nor his wife would ever again rack up debts. 23. All this must have given Himmler, a man who liked making Reichsmarks go a very long way, serious pause for thought. But a few months after the screening, he reached a decision. He ordered Wirth to organize and lead an official Ahnenerbe expedition to Scandinavia, departing in July 1936. The team would have a number of goals. It would study and make casts of ancient rock art symbols in Sweden and along the western coast of Norway, from Stavanger to Trondheim. 24 It would also stop en route at local museums to photograph and make casts of old farm implements as well as household goods decorated with old patterns and designs. In the Ahnenerbe offices on Bruderstrasse, Wirth got down to work, hammering out plans for the expedition with the Society's new managing director, Wolfram Sievers. At 31, Sievers possessed an extraordinary talent for organizing complex projects and cutting through the tangles of red tape that ensnared so many ambitious schemes in the Nazi government. In the spring of 1936, Sievers, a tall, athletic man with a Vulcan handsomeness that was attractive to women, was becoming indispensable to the operation of the Ahnenerbe. The son of a church musician, Sievers had dropped out of high school as a teenager. He had resumed his studies on his own, concentrating on racial theory, German ethnology, German ethnic history, peasant customs, genetics, prehistory, and an examination of the stated enemies of the Nazi Party, namely Jews, Rome, and Jesuits, Freemasons and Bolsheviks. 25 In 1929, Sievers joined the party, which welcomed him as a prime Nordic specimen. In 1932 he became Wirth's private secretary, and when Wirth moved to the Ahnenerbe, Sievers moved with him. He was accepted into the SS, and on his medical examination form, a RUSHA official noted that procreation is desirable. 26. Working together, Wirth and Sievers estimated that the Scandinavian expedition would take 2 months and require a team of 6. Wirth wanted to bring Cotton Rod, the SS sculptor who had accompanied him to Bohuslän the previous year. He also intended to recruit 4 other men for the expedition: 2 technical assistants to help make and transport the casts, a driver who could double as a photographer, and an experienced cameraman to shoot the SS documentary on the work, as well as 2 cultural films for the Ahnenerbe. 27. Wirth drew up lists of necessary expedition gear, from workman's clothing and rain boots to tents, steel pipe beds, sleeping bags, folding chairs, and gas stoves. With the assistance of Bruno Gack, one of Himmler's most trusted aides, Sievers scrupulously budgeted the expedition costs down to the last pfennig, pegging the final tab at 12,590.76 Reichsmarks, the equivalent of $65,000 today. 28 Gack then approached the Nachmannschafter Deutschen Wissenschaft, or the German Society for the Preservation and Promotion of Research, the most important German scientific funding agency of the day, for assistance. 29 The Society had rejected Wirth's previous applications for funding. But in July 1934, Dr. Johannes Stark, a committed Nazi, had taken over the helm of the prestigious agency. Under his presidency, the foundation awarded Wirth 8,000 Reichsmarks for the expedition. 30 Himmler made up the rest of the required funds from an SS account. 31 By late July, Sievers had succeeded in solving nearly all the most pressing organizational problems. He had located a suitable cameraman for the expedition, 33-year-old Helmut Buset, an SS Untersturmführer. 32 He had obtained an export visa to ship more than 20 tons of plaster of Paris to Scandinavia and arranged for a small convoy of vehicles for the trip, most notably an Opel Blitz truck from the SS. 33 And he had laid hands on the necessary foreign currency, no easy matter as Germany had quietly focused its economy on the rearmament of the Wehrmacht and dispensed with many of the exports that had once brought in foreign exchange. But Worth and his team still lacked something essential to the expedition, an official archaeological permit from Stockholm. Without this crucial piece of paper, they would be unable to conduct any research or make any casts of the Swedish rock art. The antiquities officials in Stockholm were in no hurry to issue the permit. They were furious at Worth. 34 The previous summer, he had physically damaged some of the ancient engravings and neglected to clean others when he was done with them. At one site, an assistant he hired left several plaster casts still attached to the rock. This bizarre oversight had given grave offense. Worth swiftly penned a letter of apology, well aware that the entire expedition depended on making prompt amends. 35 But the Swedish officials dragged their heels on the question of the permit. Finally, on July 29, halfway through the summer field season, they notified Worth that they would issue a permit, but only for the work he wanted to do in northern Bohuslän. They did not want him ruining sites in lesser-known areas that had barely been recorded. Worth had little choice but to accept their decision, but he stubbornly held out hope that he could still persuade the Swedish officials to relent. Just before the team departed, Sievers received a list of detailed expedition rules drawn up by Himmler himself. 36 All participants, he instructed, were to conduct themselves in a comradely manner and leave behind all personal disagreements. Moreover, the expedition was to stay focused on the work at hand. Its members were not to talk politics to outsiders or make any public display of the swastika. Nor were they allowed to drink or smoke during working hours. They were to spend expedition funds sparingly. So insistent was Himmler on this last point that he refused to give Worth, the expedition leader, access to the team's funds. Instead, he put another team member in charge of both the account books and cash box. The Annenerb's first major expedition was to be all business. Germany's Reichsführer SS wanted no embarrassing mistakes, no troublesome rows, no international incidents. Some 3 weeks later, on a soft green August morning, Worth clambered up a gentle ridge of exposed granite known as Backa, not far from the Swedish village of Brastad in northern Bohuslän. On the slope below, his team started to unload the dusty trucks, carrying bags of plaster of Paris, wooden planks, water buckets, and burlap to the base of the ridge. Setting down their loads, they stopped to watch as Worth climbed up and down the rock, scouring its surface for ancient markings. In the early morning light, deep shadows accentuated the lines of the engravings. It was one of the best times of day to search for weathered furrows. Worth went about his work at a whirlwind pace, bursting with energy and exuberance. The previous summer at a training camp for Dutch youths, a newspaper reporter had observed him in action and marveled at his vitality. No effort was too much for him. During those days, he was busy from 9 in the morning until 1 at night. He didn't take any time for a meal. This man has the holy fire of a missionary in him. 37. Already in the first 2 weeks of the expedition, Worth and the team had covered an impressive amount of ground. Departing on August 4, just 3 days after the spectacular opening of Berlin's Olympic Games, the convoy had headed north to the Baltic coast and boarded a ferry for Rügen, a rugged island of white chalk cliffs and dark forests much loved by German holidayers. Over the next 2 days, they had cast an inscribed standing stone, then boarded a fishing surveillance cutter bound for the remote Danish island of Bornholm, some 60 miles to the west. Worth believed that primordial Nordic migrants had chosen Bornholm as a stepping stone on their journey south to Germany, and he was keen to find evidence of their passing. Under Worth's direction, the team cast carvings at 2 sites on the island. Then they packed up and pressed on to Sweden. Lodged with friends in the village of Brodalen, Worth was anxious to resume work at the famous site of Backa. The scent of juniper rose in the morning air as Worth bent down over the rock. Along one side of the outcrop, water trickled down in a thin dark ribbon, slicking the stone. 38 Between clumps of heather and patches of pale green lichen, dozens of engraved figures jostled across the rock. A 5-foot-tall warrior, clearly a man of power, brandished a large erect penis and waved a giant battle axe in his hand in victory or menace, it was difficult to say. Off to one side, a tribe of lesser figures looked on. On the rock above, a fleet of sleek wooden ships rode in visible waves, while deer and cranes gamboled in thin air. Backa was the first rock art site in Sweden to be recorded by scholars. In 1627, a Norwegian university lecturer, Peter Alvsson, passed through Bohuslän in a carriage and heard word of Backa's carvings. The ancient images so intrigued him that he made a freehand painting of some of the most obvious figures. It was a fine piece of early scientific illustration, but Alvsson seems to have been a prudish man. He Baudelarized the largest and most obvious figure at the site. In place of the large man in proud tumescence, he modestly painted a large woman with small breasts. Alvsson's liberty was eventually corrected by more meticulous illustrators in the 19th century. And it was their work that stirred the first real scientific interest. What, wondered researchers in Stockholm, had the Bronze Age artists intended to portray? And why had they gone to so much trouble to engrave these figures in granite? In 1927, Oskar Almgren published a landmark book on the subject entitled Rock Carvings and Cult Practices. In it, the Swedish researcher proposed two main points. He suggested first of all that the strange jostle of figures on the Bohuslän rocks was the work of an ancient fertility cult that prayed for healthy children and abundant harvests, among other things. 39 Almgren suggested that the rock art panels often represented scenes of ancient sacrifices and fertility processions, in which people carried or pulled their great wooden ships. Wirth had read and apparently admired Almgren's work, but he was temperamentally incapable of following in anyone else's footsteps. 40 What riveted his attention at Backa and at other sites in Sweden was not the scenes of human beings dragging or carrying boats, but the far more mysterious engravings of circles and lines, the ancient holy script of his imagination. 41 The key to reading this script, he firmly believed, lay in the far northern origins of the Nordic race. In Arctic lands shrouded in darkness for months each winter, Nordic men and women had felt a deep, abiding affinity for the sun, or so Wirth supposed. The movements of the sun across the horizon had eventually given rise to the awareness of a god, and the Nordic race had founded a great cult to worship this heavenly divinity. To mark the dates of their religious festivities and other events in the solar year, they had devised ideograms, Wirth believed, that evolved into a writing system. 42. At Backa, Wirth scoured the rock for the symbols he believed he could read. He saw carved circles, discs, and wheels as ideograms for the sun and the annual cycle of life. He interpreted the figure of a man standing with raised arms as a symbol for a primeval divinity he called the Son of God, predating Christianity by thousands of years. 43 He believed the image of two circles linked by a vertical line represented the rebirth of life at the winter solstice, while a circle bisected by a vertical line indicated a year. 44 And so it went. Wirth's research had long ago abandoned reality and solid ground. It was soaring in a dense, impenetrable fog, no longer containing even the slightest fraction of science. Wirth insisted that his team cast the panels he found most important. 45 Whenever he found something suitable, he outlined its furrows in chalk and Buzzet, the team cameraman, filmed the engraving. An assistant then hammered together a wooden frame to be fitted down upon the rock. With wads of damp clay, team members sealed gaps between the bottom of the frame and the uneven rock surface, and brushed a thin layer of soapy lubricant onto the engraving. They hauled heavy buckets of plaster of Paris up the slopes and tipped the contents into the frames, then added a layer of burlap and iron bars for strength. 46 When the cast finally hardened, the team began the tricky work of prying it loose. They levered it upward with iron bars and mallets, praying that they would not break either the cast or the granite below. That, however, was the easy part. A sweaty trek followed. Many of the casts were nearly 10 feet long and weighed several hundred pounds. They were heavy and awkward to convey on trails over broken ground and through gnarly forests. 47 The rock art does not just lie off the side of the road, explained Wirth in a later letter to Swedish officials, but is often in hard-to-reach areas, where the work material, plaster of Paris, wood, iron, water, etc., had to be taken over quite a distance in a small cart or slid on the ground or carried on the back, and the plates had to be transported back with great difficulty. 48 later at camp, team members packed the casts in sturdy handmade crates and hauled them by car to the nearest port, where they could be shipped to Gothenburg, and from there to Germany. It was not an expedition for sheer chaos. Some local residents watched the goings-on with fascination, and 2 young men even went so far as to join Worth's crew as assistants. But others adopted a more jaundiced view. The region was well known for its socialist sympathies, and most farmers and fishermen did not have much use for Nazis. 49 They were rather dismayed to see flocks of German tourists turning up in increasing numbers to visit the rock carvings in the area. This is mainly due to a German professor declaring in Munkedal that he never felt more reverent than when standing in front of a rock carving, wrote one newspaper rather pointedly. He must never have sat in front of the Führer then, for that is surely the greatest happiness for a Nazi. 50. Worth was well aware of the region's politics. He was pleasant and charming to the farmers and tried his best not to make enemies. From Brodalen, he and his team headed north up the Bohuslän coast. Pitching camp wherever they could, they toiled on sites from Askim to Tanum, collecting truckloads of casts. When they were done, they crossed the border into neighboring Ostfold County in Norway, another region blessed with rock carvings. Worth seemed tireless. As soon as work got underway at a site, I had to immediately arrange things for the next. In between, material had to be bought and transported, sleeping quarters had to be found, local offices had to be dealt with and casts had to be done, which I did in work groups, he wrote in a final report. 51. By the first week of September, the team had completed 55 massive casts. Worth was in fine fettle. He believed that he and his team were doing something the Swedes could not be bothered with, making replicas of the engravings before quarrymen destroyed them. He couldn't resist crowing about this in a report from the field to Himmler. "This will be a collection that has no equal and never will," he boasted. "Whoever wants to study the Nordic race in relation to the rock art will have to come to Germany, to the Deutsches Ahnenerbe, because it is only there that the main monuments will be collected together. No one in Sweden could see them for themselves because they are strewn far and wide. Soon the Deutsches Ahnenerbe will have rock carvings that don't exist anymore in Scandinavia because they are being destroyed." 52. Worth was greatly exaggerating the situation. Swedish officials guarded the rock art vigilantly, well aware of their responsibilities to protect a national treasure. But the German scholar knew he had to put the best possible face on his research for Himmler. On September 5, midway through the expedition, Worth journeyed to Oslo to meet with Norwegian officials. He was eager to obtain advice and assistance for the next leg of the trip. He planned to lead the team northward along the western coast of Norway in order to cast several small scattered rock art sites, one located just short of the Arctic Circle. He also planned to engage in some fundraising in Oslo, although he did not mention this in his field report to Himmler. Specifically, he intended to sell replicas of the team's Norwegian casts to the Antiquities Museum at the University of Oslo, a transaction that would considerably undermine his claims about the exclusive nature of the collection he was compiling. In the museum offices, he met one of Europe's most respected archaeologists, Anton Brøgger. At 52, Brøgger was at the peak of his career. A generous, urbane man fond of the theater and music, Brøgger was a passionate advocate of Norwegian culture. 53 He had played a leading role in the excavations of the Osberg grave mound, the richest Viking burial site ever found, and had written extensively about its many beautiful treasures. He had edited a popular journal, Old Tilden, or Ancient Times, and inspired a generation of archaeology students in his lectures at the University of Oslo. He had also helped to host the meetings of the International Archaeological Congress, which had recently brought 500 archaeologists from around the world to Oslo. 54. Brøgger knew a great deal about German attitudes toward prehistory. And he had watched with alarm the way in which the Nazi Party had twisted and distorted the past to advance its political agenda. These days, prehistory and archaeology have become popular sciences across the entire world, he wrote a few months later. Excavations, particularly those which take place on a grand scale, speak immediately and often dramatically to a nation's emotions and passions. Fantasy is set in motion. Therefore, one must be cautious. These days, archaeological artifacts and results have an important meaning for nations. They are part of a people, a nation's spiritual capital. However, they should not be misused for nationalistic propaganda. 55. Few were as guilty of misusing science and scholarship for political ends as Wirth. But Broger did not seem to know this, and Wirth, who was under strict orders from Himmler to avoid political discussions with outsiders, likely refrained from making his own position clear. By the end of the meeting he had struck a deal with Broger. In exchange for what he hoped would be 1,000 crowns, he agreed to provide the University of Oslo with a selection of casts of Norwegian rock art for its own research collections. 56. Satisfied, Wirth went back to work, leading his team up the west coast of Norway. They journeyed along the winding highway north of Trondheim, past steep fjords and rugged cliffs, and stopped to make 12 casts of rock art at Bardal and another 2 at Ostra Tessem. 57. It was spectacularly beautiful country, but the nights were growing increasingly cold and they could no longer camp out. So Wirth hunted each evening for whatever lodging he could find. In the darkness, after a long day of driving or casting, he found a farmer to give them shelter in a hayloft or looked for rooms in a local youth hostel. At Misjon, a small fishing village just 500 miles south of the Arctic Circle, Wirth and 2 assistants boarded a small boat bound for Rodoya. 58. The tiny island boasted a famous engraving of a very rare subject. It portrayed a human figure on skis and was thought to date back 4,000 years. 59. Wirth was keen to cast it for the Annenerb collection. So on a stormy day in mid-September, he and his team put out into the cold coastal waters. Rain and heavy wind lashed at the windows, and spray from the fierce grey waves drenched the deck as they crossed to Rodoya, but Wirth was not about to let the weather dampen his spirits. He was closer than he had ever been before to the Arctic, the imaginary birthplace of the Nordic race he loved. 7. Enchantment. As the Dutch cymbals expert and his team tossed in the stormy water off western Norway, a second Annenerb researcher was putting the finishing touches on a very different research mission in the secluded forests of eastern Finland. Yrjö von Grünhagen had set out from Helsinki in June at Himmler's request to study the legendary sorcery of Karelia, a remote wilderness straddling the Russian-Finnish border. For weeks, Grünhagen and his 2 companions had journeyed to rustic log cabins, tape-recording elderly men and women as they chanted magical incantations, communicated with the dead, and sang songs of ancient wizards. Karelia, as one team member later observed admiringly, is a land of witches and sorcerers. 1. Certainly, Karelia clung stubbornly to the old ways. Blanketed by dense forest and threaded with dark bogs and cold lakes, the region was buried beneath thick drifts of snow for much of the year. And for many centuries, the extreme winter cold, the summer clouds of mosquitoes, and the rugged terrain had tended to discourage economic enterprise and other contact with the outside world. But in the late 19th century, forestry companies arrived to size up Karelia's timber. Loggers followed, thinning some of the dense stands of spruce and fir, while railway lines from the east and west began slicing through the taiga, transforming small towns into small cities. But modern life had yet to invade all corners of the remote fishing villages along the larger lakes. And in these isolated hamlets, some elders still passed the long winter nights singing songs of enchantment and casting ancient magic spells. Grünhagen was a handsome young Finnish nobleman new to scientific research. He had become fascinated by Karelia after reading one of the most famous of all Finnish books, the Kalevala. The Kalevala was the work of a 19th-century country doctor, Elias Lönnrot, who believed that the old songs of Karelia were actually fragments of a lost northern epic that dated back thousands of years. 2 So Lönnrot set about collecting these songs, journeying across Karelia by boat and sled, writing down the words and knitting them together with snatches of his own writing, into a flowing narrative. This he first published in February 1835. While a few Finnish intellectuals complained about the liberties that Lönnrot had taken, most Finns loved the Kalevala. and they particularly adored the hero of this boreal epic, a great sorcerer named Wainamoinen. 3 In the Kalevala, Wainamoinen and his assistant magically transform a treeless northern land into a vast verdant forest. And with his many enchantments, the sorcerer warms the sun and cleanses the land of pestilence by awakening the magical heat of a sauna. Indeed, at nearly every twist and turn of the plot, Wainamoinen and his fellow characters rise above adversity with the help of their powerful spells. As one 19th-century English translator of the Kalevala observed, here, as in the legends of no other people, do the heroes and demigods accomplish nearly everything by magic. 4. In 1935, Grunhagen published an article about the Kalevala whose title literally means the land of heroes in a Frankfurt newspaper. This act of patriotism had a very unforeseen consequence. In his office at the heart of the SS Empire, Himmler picked up the article and read it with deep curiosity. He believed that the old legends and myths of Europe brimmed with clues to the primeval religion and technology of the Aryans. They needed merely to be studied and deciphered. Could the old songs of Karelia, he wondered, contain further valuable leads? Himmler was not alone in this fascination with old legends. Many German ultranationalists were entranced by ancient epics such as the Nibelungenlied, with its tale of Prince Siegfried who slew a dragon and bathed in its blood to become invincible in battle. And they absolutely adored a famous collection of ancient Norse songs, the Edda. 5 First recorded on paper in Iceland during the 13th century, the Edda portrays an icy realm of gods and goddesses, kings and thanes, dwarves and wizards, sword maidens and lordly heroes, magnificent beings who wield strange magical powers and fight to the death for their clan, their land, and their honor. Indeed, its tales had inspired J.R.R. Tolkien when he wrote The Lord of the Rings. 6. But many German extremists considered these ancient myths to be much more than stories, an idea that a Munich newspaper editor named Rudolf John Gorsleben had done much to spread. 7 Gorsleben was closely connected to the Nazi Party in the early 1920s and was fascinated with the history of the supposed Aryan race. The more he reflected on the Edda, the more he saw it, as one historian has noted, as a distillation of Aryan religion. 8 According to Gorsleben, Aryan men and women had once possessed superhuman abilities and these were revealed in the Edda. He also believed that the Aryan race could regain its purported supremacy on the world stage if it could somehow activate these latent powers once again. Gorsleben was immensely concerned with the question of how to turn the switch back on. In 1925, he founded a study group, the Edda Society, to examine this matter. He described the Edda as the richest source of Aryan intellectual history. 9. Gorsleben published many of these ideas in a weekly right-wing newspaper he owned in Munich, Deutsche Freiheit, and they created something of a stir. Hitler himself seems to have incorporated some into his own thinking. At dinner one night in January 1942, for example, Hitler observed that legend cannot be extracted from the void, it couldn't be a purely gratuitous figment. Nothing prevents us from supposing, and I believe, even that it would be to our interest to do so, that mythology is a reflection of things that have existed and of which humanity has retained a vague memory. In all the human traditions, whether oral or written, one finds mention of a huge cosmic disaster. In the Nordic legend we read of a struggle between giants and gods. In my view, the thing is explicable only by the hypothesis of a disaster that completely destroyed a humanity that already possessed a high degree of civilization. 10. Himmler seems to have taken Gorsleben's ideas more seriously still. As a child, Himmler had listened enthralled to his father and mother reading aloud from the German and Norse legends, and he had returned to these tales as an adult. In October 1923, just 2 months after he joined the Nazi Party, he picked up a copy of the Nibelungenlied and read it from cover to cover, gushing later in his long-kept book list about its incomparable eternal beauty in language, depth, and all things German. 3 years later, he gave a copy of the Edda as a present to a friend. 12. Himmler cultivated the friendship of a man revered by the Edda Society, Karl Maria Weilegut, the former psychiatric patient who helped locate Vogelsberg Castle for the SS Academy. 13 The two men frequently dined together and chatted for hours, and in time Himmler came to take a particularly literal view of the Edda and other ancient legends. 14 He believed they comprised a history, greatly fragmented but still intelligible, of Northern Europe as it once was, before the arrival of Christianity. More important, he believed that the Aesir, the old gods of Norse legends such as Odin, Thor, and Loki were in fact beings of pure, undiluted Nordic essence, the earliest Aryans. As such, they were the possessors of superior knowledge, or so Himmler supposed. With the help of Ahnenerbe scholars, Himmler hoped to recover the lost Aryan lore of the Edda, which seemed to span everything from superior weaponry to potent medicines. 15 He was particularly intrigued by stories of Thor and his lightning-like throwing hammer, Mjolnir, described as the strongest and most accurate weapon in the world. In a surviving letter to the Ahnenerbe, Himmler spelled out his particular interest in Thor and his hammer, without a touch of embarrassment or self-consciousness, as if it were a rational scholarly pursuit. Have the following researched, find all places in the northern Germanic Aryan cultural world where an understanding of the lightning bolt, the thunderbolt, Thor's hammer, or the flying or thrown hammer exists, in addition to all the sculptures of the god depicted with a small hand axe emitting lightning. Please collect all of the pictorial, sculptural, written and mythological evidence of this. I am convinced that this is not based on natural thunder and lightning, but rather that it is an early, highly developed form of war weapon of our forefathers, which was only, of course, possessed by the Aesir, the gods, and that it implies an unheard of knowledge of electricity. 16. If this advanced knowledge of electricity could be pieced together again from the old sagas, then German scientists could use it to develop a weapon capable of smashing the enemies of the Reich. Moreover, there was no telling what other pearls of Aryan wisdom might lie buried in the Edda, the Nibelungenlied, or other ancient legends of Northern Europe. Himmler was keen to find them and if possible put them to use in the Reich, and it was for this reason that he contacted Grünhagen, the author of the article on the Kalevala, in the autumn of 1935. Grünhagen was a romantic idealist. He was born on October 3, 1911, in St. Petersburg, during a time when Finland was a Grand Duchy of the Russian Empire. His mother, Zina von Holtzmann, was a doctor of jurisprudence who traced her ancestry to the Finnish and Russian nobility. 17 His father, Carl von Grünhagen, was a Finnish officer and journalist whose family origins extended back to the Swedish, German, and Dutch aristocracy. Grünhagen grew up during a turbulent period in Finnish history. When the Russian Revolution began in 1917, Finnish patriots seized the moment and declared Finland's independence, unleashing bitter political rivalries. A bloody civil war followed, pitting Finnish communists and socialists against conservatives in the Finnish upper and middle classes. Grünhagen's family sided firmly with the conservatives. His older half-brother fought as an officer in the White Forces in Russia and was captured and executed in Moscow in 1920. All this made a lasting impression on Grünhagen. He grew up loathing communism and despising the Soviet Union. 18. By his late teens, Grünhagen was a handsome lad of 5 feet 7 inches, with delicate, even features, a pair of luminous eyes, a mop of thick dark hair, and a ready grin. He possessed fine manners and an aristocratic air. On leaving school, he landed a position as a trainee at the Finnish consulate in Paris, but he aspired to a career in the cinema. 19 According to a report submitted in 1937 to the Finnish security police, a French movie director offered him a role as a singer in a new film. Grünhagen accepted and signed the contract, but eventually turned the part down after the director made unwanted sexual advances. 20 Disillusioned, he enrolled in the Sorbonne in 1933. He dreamed of conducting anthropological fieldwork in India. But one of his professors suggested that Europe would be a better place for such research and Grünhagen heeded the advice. 21. In the spring of 1935, he hatched a plan to travel by foot from Paris to Helsinki, studying practical sociology on the road. 22 He bought a journal so that people he encountered could write something they fancied in it, an old proverb perhaps, or a poem. He departed on June 27, crossing eastern France and trekking across the rolling hills and valleys of Belgium. He entered the Third Reich on August 1, and felt at home at once. 23 He had learned German as a child and was favorably disposed toward the Nazi government, which seemed to loathe communism and Bolsheviks almost as much as he did. The first person to sign his journal in Germany was a leader of a Hitler Youth group. Soon after, Grünhagen met the editor of a Frankfurt newspaper, who agreed to publish his article on the Kalevala. 24 On October 1, not long after the Nazi government passed the Nuremberg racial laws prohibiting Jews from marrying German citizens or engaging in extramarital sexual relations with Germans, the young Finn sat down in a meeting with Himmler. The two men had an amicable discussion. Afterward, Himmler wrote an entry in Grünhagen's journal. It read, "Germans and Finns shall never forget that they once had the same fathers." 25 It was signed H. Himmler. From the beginning, Himmler took a personal interest in the affable young anthropologist, with his refined manners and his German pedigree. Moreover, Himmler obviously relished a conversation that he had had with Grünhagen on the ancestry of the Finns. For many years, European scholars had puzzled over the origins of the Finnish people. The Finnish tongue bore few similarities to German, English, French, or any other member of the Indo-European language group. Indeed, linguists had placed it, along with Hungarian, Estonian, Sami, and a group of lesser-known languages from Russia and Siberia, into a separate linguistic family, the Finno-Ugric languages. 26. This linguistic classification raised a large red flag in the minds of many nationalist Germans. If the Finns didn't speak an Indo-European tongue, how could they possibly be Aryans? Some scholars suggested that they descended from the ancestors of the Hungarians, others speculated wildly that they sprang from the loins of Mongol invaders. 27 The short, round skulls of Finns, they observed, resembled those of Asians, and the reserved, reticent character of Finns seemed more Eastern than Western. 28 And they were fond of linking the Finns to an enigmatic tribe described by the Roman historian Tacitus, the Feni, who had once lived somewhere in the northeast Baltic region. 29 The Feni, noted Tacitus, lived in unparalleled filth and poverty. 30. But Grünhagen did not believe for a moment that he or his countrymen were of Mongol origins or that they were in any way members of an inferior race. Quite the opposite. He was convinced, as he later wrote, that the primeval Finns arose from a vast wild land that stretched from Scandinavia in the north to the Black Sea in the south. 31 He had also persuaded himself that the Finns were blood brothers to the Aryans and therefore shared a common ancestry, a suggestion that would have shocked and dismayed most Finnish scholars of the day. 32 And Grünhagen wasn't above offering his own racial observations as evidence. Even the outer appearance of the Finnish person is telling, he noted later. Blonde and tall, on average taller than the Germans, with mostly blue eyes or gray eyes, they belong racially to Western or Northern Europe. 33. Himmler also relished what Grünhagen had to say on the subject of the Kalevala. As Grünhagen pointed out, the people of Karelia, whose songs were immortalized in the Kalevala, still preserved many of their ancient customs and religious beliefs. 34 Indeed, as Finnish folklorists had discovered, the remote territory was a refuge of paganism, a land where traditionalists still practiced a primeval form of shamanism. In Karelia, seers still recited magical spells to call upon spirits and gods, who in turn might help divine the future, cure chronic diseases, assist in childbirth, and protect families from harm. Many rural Karelians still revered and feared these magicians. The entire life of the peasants is still filled with pagan customs, the use of magic and chants, observed Grünhagen later. It is especially the power of the healing knowledge which is full of secret chants that is ingrained in the beliefs of the people. 35. So impressed was Himmler by these ideas that he sent the young Finn to see Karl Maria Weilegut, who was working in an office in RUSHA and whose relationship with Himmler had by then become the subject of much talk in the SS. One story going the rounds described an outing that Weilegut had taken with the Reichsführer SS in his private car, a vehicle that bore, incidentally, the vanity plate of SS1. As the two men were talking, Weilegut suddenly slumped in the leather seat, foaming at the mouth. Himmler immediately ordered his driver to stop. As the car screeched to a halt, Weilegut bolted from the seat and ran headlong into a field, his arms stretched out like wings. Himmler followed. Eventually, the old man dropped to his knees in the wet barley, instructing Himmler to dig at his feet. Himmler purportedly obeyed, dispatching a team of excavators to the site. They were said to have discovered an early historical settlement there. 36. Himmler seems to have wanted Weilegut to assess the young Finn and his intriguing claims. So the two men, one paunchy, puffy-faced, and prone to psychosis, the other alert, curious, and eager to make a good impression, met several times. 37 Weilegut obligingly channeled memories and tales from his ancient ancestors and recited what he claimed were Gothic proverbs from the Black Sea region handed down in his family for centuries. Grünhagen listened attentively. After one such session, he reportedly told Weilegut, "Oh, I know this, too. I learned the same thing from my father." 38. Grünhagen passed muster, and soon after Himmler offered him a job with the Ahnenerbe. The young anthropologist started work on November 1, 1935. His first assignment was to return to Finland to conduct research in the folklore archives of the Finnish Literature Society in Helsinki, which held the original field notes of Elias Lönnrot as well as the manuscripts of many other prominent folklorists and experts on the Kalevala. 40 This research, Himmler and Weilegut seemed to have hoped, would serve several purposes. It would prepare Grünhagen for future fieldwork in Karelia, collecting and recording ancient myths and magical chants. And it would also assist Weilegut in researching ancient Aryan religious ceremonies for the SS. Himmler was immensely keen to replace Christian rites with rituals he deemed more Aryan. He believed, as Hermann Wirth did, that the sun played a central part in the primordial religion of the Nordic race. In keeping with this idea, he wanted to create an SS summer solstice festival to celebrate life and a winter solstice festival to remember the dead and honor the ancestors. 41 He asked Weilegut and Professor Karl Diebitsch, a cultural advisor in the SS, to research and draw up suitable rituals. 42 Already, the two men had developed an SS naming ceremony to replace the traditional christening ceremony for a baby. From Finland, Grünhagen corresponded with both Himmler and Weilegut, keeping them posted on his work. 43 The two men sometimes passed his letters back and forth and discussed his progress. On April 19, 1936, Himmler wrote a chatty letter to the young anthropologist, inquiring solicitously after his health. Grünhagen had recently suffered a bout of jaundice and instructed him to extend his stay in Helsinki until the summer. 44 As soon as weather permitted, he wanted Grünhagen to take a journey through Karelia to photograph the sorcerers and witches and record their songs and incantations for study. Grünhagen must have been delighted, but he could see potential problems. He was uncertain whether the elderly Karelians would agree to pose for their pictures, so he proposed to recruit a Finnish illustrator, Ola Forsell, for the journey. 45 A more serious problem lay in Grünhagen's lack of musical training. The fieldwork really required an ethnomusicologist familiar with diverse folk music traditions in Europe and abroad. For this, Weilegut recommended Dr. Fritz Bose, a musicologist from the University of Berlin. 46 Bose was a member of the Nazi Party and a self-described expert on music and race. 47 He firmly believed that the world's diverse musical styles reflected racial traits, rather than cultural influences. 48 It was a theory that appealed greatly to the new Nazi regime, and Bose capitalized on it whenever he could. In 1934, at the age of 28, he had become head of the Berlin Acoustics Institute, after his mentor was sacked for being Jewish. 49 Himmler must have hoped that Bose, with all his theories on race and music, could determine whether the ancient chants and incantations of Karelia were Aryan or something very similar. And Bose, for his part, seems to have been delighted with the assignment. He joined the SS, where he was assigned to RUSHA and to Himmler's personal staff. 50 He then set about preparing for the trip, searching for suitable sound recording equipment. While other scholars of the day generally employed disc cutters, a device that captured sound on acetate-coated metal discs, Bose hunted for more sophisticated equipment. He chose a piece of audio gear that had debuted only a few months earlier at the Berlin Radio Fair. 51 It was the magnetophone, a prototype of the modern tape recorder. 52 In June 1936, Grünhagen, Bose, and Forsell set out from Helsinki by rented car to Aepuri, the principal city of Karelia. 53 Aepuri was a busy cosmopolitan port on the Gulf of Finland, a place that comfortably mixed old medieval stone churches and a 13th-century castle with modern theaters and cafes. It was a far cry from the northern wilderness that Grünhagen yearned to explore, so he and his companions soon set off to the east. Along the north shore of Lake Ladoga, they found a land of dark fens and gentle ridges topped by pine forests, and there, among scatterings of small log cottages, they began scouting out sorcerers and witches to record and photograph. It was so close to midsummer that the sun hardly set, and they often worked late into the evening. One day, in the woods that stretched beyond the small village of Suitamo, they visited Timo Lipata, a traditional singer well known among Finnish folklorists. 54 On their arrival, they saw an elderly man dressed in a snowy white tunic and dark work pants. Lipata's hair was white and his eyes, as Grünhagen later wrote, gleamed with a faraway look. 55 He had never attended school. He could neither read nor write, and he had never so much as laid eyes on a train. Grünhagen was delighted. Lipata, he later recalled, knows nothing of civilization or technology. 56 Grünhagen introduced himself and his teammates, explaining that he was collecting material for a department of Finnish folklore he planned to establish in Germany. 57 Then, after gaining the old man's confidence, he asked if he would sing some verses from the Kalevala. This rather confused Lipata, for he did not know what the Kalevala was, but he offered to sing for his visitors just the same. He called over his son, and the two men sat across from each other by the hearth. Holding each other's hands so that the power becomes stronger, they began to rock back and forth. 58 As they moved, they sang an old story about the creation of the world, a story that closely resembled one published in the Kalevala. This amazed Grünhagen. They sing the language of the Kalevala without even suspecting the existence of a scientific collection of song. 59 Bose diligently recorded the songs, fussing over the dials to get the best sound. 60 He was fascinated by the performance. The old man, he later noted, seemed to enter a trance state. His focus is fixed out into the beyond and he no longer senses his environs. It is almost impossible to interrupt him. He does not take kindly to any attempt to halt his sacred singing, which is also an enormous and difficult artistic effort. 61 Finally, at the end of the recording session, Grünhagen asked the elderly singer to pose for a photograph in the bright sunlight outside his cabin. Lipata graciously obliged, squinting into the light. The trio resumed their travels. In the small village of Tolvaharvi, they photographed and recorded a prominent Karelian musician, Hans Vornaen. 62 Vornaen was a master of the kantel, a traditional Finnish string instrument made from birch wood. The kantel and its murky origins interested Bose greatly. Some scholars of the day speculated that the kantel traced its roots to Asia. They observed that it had originally possessed just 5 strings and bore a resemblance to an old Chinese zither known as the guqin. Intriguingly, the guqin was also reputed to possess magical powers, making snow fall in summer and flowers blossom in the cold and darkness of winter. 63 Bose, however, discounted the Asian theory, pointing to a myth in the Kalevala. According to one ancient song, the wizard Wainamoinen had created the first kantel from the jawbone of a common species of fish in Finland, the pike. Other clues, he noted, pointed to the Finnish origin of the instrument. The kantel shared a tonal system with the songs of the Kalevala, which suggested that their histories were intertwined. Moreover, Bose believed the kantel was far older than its Asian counterpart. Its tonal system was more primitive and its overall construction was much simpler, lacking as it did the arched cover of the guqin. 64 Based on this, Bose concluded that the kantel was a thoroughly European instrument, a scholarly opinion that must have pleased Grünhagen, who was anxious to refute any suggestion that the Finns were of Asian origins. 65 As they continued their travels, the team learned of an elderly soothsayer living in the woods near Salmi. The local people called her a witch and advised Grünhagen against visiting her, but the warnings merely whetted his curiosity. He went off to find her. When he arrived at her hut, it was empty. He waited for her to return. In the distance, he heard someone talking. It was 92-year-old Miranaku. She was picking mushrooms. She looked up at him and stared into his eyes. Grünhagen was riveted by her first words. She told him that she had dreamed about him 3 days earlier. "You came to me in my sleep and wanted to take away my secrets. Since then I have been sick and will die soon. What do you want of me?" 66. Grünhagen tried to befriend her. He wanted to learn more about her reputed ability to see into the future. He paid her several visits. She brewed him a bitter drink from local plant roots and talked of an old god that people in the region had once worshipped before they embraced Christianity. She also described how the spirits of her ancestors resided with her in her hut. 67 By summoning them ritually, she could divine future events. This information fascinated Grünhagen and Bose. After a long negotiation, they persuaded her to perform the ritual for the camera and tape recorder. 68 She reluctantly gave them the demonstration, but she was terribly dismayed when Bose later played back the tape. She told him that she would never be able to practice magic again, because she had committed a sacrilege when she performed a spell simply to satisfy others' curiosity. 69 Worse still, this error in judgment was now preserved on the tape. The team moved on to the next village, and as the summer stretched on, they broadened their research. Grünhagen diligently recorded all the folklore he could concerning an ancient Finnish tradition, the sauna. Kärli and healers believed that the sauna's combination of water and fire-warmed rock generated a powerful force capable of warding off many forms of sickness. 70 To better avail themselves of the mystical powers of steam, healers often took the sick into their own saunas, where they performed sacred ceremonies. Bose, for his part, kept adding to the collection of tapes. He recorded old Kärli dance songs with titles like Boys Traveling and Children on a Cliff. 71 He recorded ancient lullabies, work songs, and patriotic tunes. He also recorded women's songs of lamentation, which impressed him greatly. As a kind of magical priestess, he observed later, the morning singer helps the souls of the dying and the dead to cross from this side to another. 72. In all, the team taped more than 100 songs, chants, and instrumentals, and by the end of the summer, Bose was convinced that he had successfully adduced the racial origins of the otherworldly songs that made up the Kalevala. The improvised nature of the lyrics suggested to Bose that these songs were very old, much older in fact than the earliest relics of Nordic poetry. The Kalevala, he suggested, must be a very early Nordic cultural level, possibly even dating back to pre-Aryan times. 73. Back in Berlin, Grünhagen sent Himmler a note about the trip and a copy of the photograph he took of Timo Lipata, the old man who had sung about the creation of the world. He then set to work writing a short article for Germanin, a monthly archaeological and anthropological magazine partially owned by the Ahnenerbe. 74 As his subject, Grünhagen chose Kärli and magic chants. He described with journalistic flair the age-old rituals that Kärli women performed to fend off evil spirits in cemeteries and to heal the sick in the cleansing heat of the saunas. The editors of Germanin quickly published the piece, listing the author as George von Grünhagen. 75 The change of name made the young Finns sound more German and hence a good deal more acceptable to the magazine's nationalistic audience. In Helsinki, Finnish researchers were growing suspicious of the Ahnenerbe team. Grünhagen had met several important folklorists the previous winter in the Finnish capital, and some, such as Martti Havio, had received reports about his field activities from Kärli and friends. 76 Havio, the director of the folklore archives at the Finnish Literature Society, was greatly concerned about the use that Grünhagen's work might be put to. 77 He was loath to see Finnish folklore falsified or manipulated in some fashion in order to advance the Nazi cause. So in the fall of 1936, he advised at least one of his trusted Kärli sources against cooperating any further with Grünhagen. 78. Grünhagen seems to have been oblivious, however, to the controversy he was stirring in his homeland. On January 27, 1937, he and Bose attended a private meeting at Himmler's home in Berlin. 79 The two researchers were ushered into a study, and as they glanced around, they were startled to see their photo of Timo Lipota hanging like a treasured icon above Himmler's desk. 80 They had arrived bearing other mementos of their travels, an album of Kerlian photographs and a candle they had acquired which made quite an impression. Himmler and his wife Marga flipped through the photographs together, then Bose produced the candle and gave Himmler a short impromptu lesson on it. Himmler was so delighted with the instrument that the two researchers ended up giving it to him. He immediately placed an order for 10 more for the SS. The SS leader was keen to hear Bose's tape recordings and he wanted to know how old the Kerlian songs were and whether they were related to music of the ancient Germanic tribes. After listening intently to Bose's replies, he mentioned the possibility of a grant for further research on these subjects. He and Wilegod, it transpired, were planning to use ancient Nordic musical instruments in SS solstice ceremonies, and they hoped to find examples of authentic ancient Nordic music. 81 Bose's ideas on the origins of European music so impressed Himmler that he later asked the scholar to help cast replicas of another ancient Scandinavian instrument, the Low. 82 Bronze Age artists had depicted this wind instrument in their rock carvings in Sweden. Grünhagen also shone that evening with his colorful stories of Timo Lipota and the Old Seer, Myronaku. 83 Less than a month later, Himmler named the young anthropologist head of the Annenerb's brand new Department of Indo-Germanic Finnish Studies, a prestigious appointment for a young Finn of 26 who did not possess a graduate degree. 84 The mission of the new department was to search for parallels between the Aryans and the Finns in order to establish their shared origins. 85 The top two priorities were studies on the metaphysical meaning of the Kalevala and research on magic, witches, and rune singers. Himmler intended to make use of this Finnish lore, too. Grünhagen's description of the mystical healing powers of the sauna, with its combination of fire and water, had particularly aroused his interest. He suggested to Dr. Ernst Robert von Grauitz, the chief physician of the SS, that SS men would benefit from using traditional Aryan methods of body cleansing. So Grauitz's staff dutifully launched a joint study with the Annenerb on Germanic bathing in 1937.86. As part of this project, Sievers instructed Grünhagen to share his research on Finnish saunas with the SS medical staff. 8. The Orientalist. Throughout the early spring of 1937, Himmler mused with pleasure upon the new research from Finland. It conjured up for him visions of a simpler, more radiant Europe, a land of powerful gods and magic, a countryside undimmed by the modern evils of racial mixing and industrialization. Moreover, it seemed to open up new possibilities for strengthening the SS and preparing its men for life in the agricultural settlements of the future. But as delighted as Himmler was with Grünhagen and Bose, as content as he was to listen to the sound of the candle and gaze at the portrait of the old Finnish singer that hung over his desk at home, he fretted over the future of the Annenerb. He had yet to convince Hitler of the importance of the research institute or the value of its studies, quite the contrary. When Hitler finally deigned to take public notice of the Annenerb, it was only to tear a strip off the institute and its wayward president, Hermann Wirth. Hitler had delivered this rebuke during one of the most important events in the annual Nazi calendar, the Great Party Rally in Nuremberg. Amid all the goose-stepping and saluting, all the spectacle and speeches in September 1936, Hitler had given a stirring address on the state of German culture. As thousands of adoring faces gazed up at him, Hitler had expressed his views with customary forcefulness, then issued a kind of fatwa against two prominent heretics. The first was Ludwig Roslius, the coffee merchant who had built a spectacular lecture hall for Wirth along Butcherstrasse, a major urban development project in Bremen. The second was Wirth himself. "We have nothing to do," Hitler thundered, "with those elements who only understand National Socialism in terms of hearsay and sagas, and who therefore confuse it too easily with vague Nordic phrases and who are now beginning their research based on motifs from some mythical Atlantean culture." National Socialism sharply dismisses this sort of Butcherstrasse culture. 1. Hitler had clearly taken great exception to the modernist architecture of the Butcherstrasse and had finally lost all patience with Wirth. The two had first met at Nuremberg in 1928, and over the years Wirth's grandiose talk of reawakening German society had come to irritate Hitler. 2 More recently, the scholar's rabid attacks on Christianity had added to Hitler's exasperation. While Hitler dreamed of exterminating Christianity from the Reich, he was not yet ready to take on the Catholic and Protestant churches, and he did not want a loose cannon like Wirth complicating matters. 3 Furthermore, Hitler despised Wirth's vision of ancient Nordic civilization as a matriarchy ruled by priestesses and female seers. It was a far cry from the Nazi notion of German women as compliant baby factories. Hitler had no objection to twisting and distorting the past, indeed he encouraged it, provided that the results fit with his own political agenda. The last thing Hitler wanted was a new feminist world order. His denunciation of Wirth at the party rally presented a serious problem for Himmler. The SS leader was inordinately fond of Wirth and his eloquently expressed theories of the past. 4 But he could not ignore Hitler's scathing criticism, particularly if he wanted to salvage the Ahnenerbe. Moreover, he had come to realize that Wirth was entirely the wrong man to direct the affairs of the Institute and build it into a strong arm of the SS. Wirth was incapable of managing his own life, much less taking charge of others. So Himmler decided to remove him from his prominent post as the Ahnenerbe's president. He demoted him to the position of a department head, and then proceeded to silence him publicly by prohibiting any further books or lectures. 5. Wirth, who was in Norway at the time of the Nuremberg rally, had little idea of the storm brewing back in Berlin. On arriving home, he was stunned to discover doors closing to him everywhere. He could not quite grasp that he was finished as a public figure in the Reich. His mind still percolated with expensive plans for a new open-air exhibition of his casts and a series of public lectures. He even wrote to Himmler asking for yet more money to help him through a difficult patch. 6 Himmler exploded. As Reichsführer SS, he ordered his trusted aide Gach to impress upon the prodigal scholar his precarious position. "I will not participate in politically foolish things which will also bring us to financial ruin," he wrote to Gach. It should be made very clear to Professor Wirth that without the financial settlement of his affairs by the SS, which today is unwished for but a fact, he would be sitting in jail, if not in the penitentiary, because of his serious disregard for the law in several matters. 7. Himmler had no intention, however, of putting a halt to the studies of sagas and myths that had so exasperated Hitler. As deeply as Himmler admired and respected the Nazi leader, he regarded the Ahnenerbe and its studies as far too essential to his plans to be jettisoned. The future of the SS in his view depended on a thorough understanding of the past. But the incident at Nuremberg convinced Himmler of the wisdom of putting the Ahnenerbe on a firm academic footing, where it could deflect all criticism. This meant finding the right person to take charge of the Institute, someone with impeccable academic credentials and a comprehensive understanding of Nazi doctrine. Already, Himmler had met someone ideally qualified for the job. Dr. Walther Wust was an authority on the ancient literature and religions of India, with a particular research interest in the migrations of the Nordic race. Small and solidly built, with hooded eyes, dark hair, and a round face adept at concealing his innermost thoughts, Wust was a dean at one of Germany's most prominent academic institutions, Ludwig Maximilian University in Munich. Just 36 years old, the scholar was an admirer of Adolf Hitler and a member of the Nazi Party. In nearly every imaginable respect, Wust was the polar opposite of Wirth. He was cautious and calculating, calm and orderly, discreet and circumspect. He was polite but not pleasant, reserved but not shy, admired but not particularly liked. He was financially solvent and meticulously organized, and accustomed to keeping his own counsel. Those who thought they knew him, did not really know him at all. He was and had been for some time a Vertrauensmann, informer and spy for the SS Security Service. 8. On February 1, 1937, Himmler appointed Wust the new president of the Ahnenerbe. Wust was a very unconventional kind of Nazi. He was born on May 7, 1901, in the Palatinate city of Kaiserslautern, the son of a city official who was, as Wust later observed, of pure Aryan background. At the age of 19, the young Wust enrolled at Ludwig Maximilian University, and over the next 5 years, he studied broadly, covering subjects as diverse as comparative religion, anthropological geography, and the origins and distribution of races in Asia. Under the tutelage of a prominent Indologist, Wilhelm Geiger, he learned to read Sanskrit and puzzle over the meanings of the Vedas, the ancient scriptures of Brahmin priests. He was fascinated by the connections he saw between the old songs and legends of Europe and the ancient literature of the East. After completing his studies, he found a teaching position at Ludwig Maximilian University, first as a private lecturer in Sanskrit in 1926 and later as a professor. He had a dull, pedantic manner in the classroom, as one student later recalled, and his seminars tended to attract few students. 10 But his research on Sanskrit and Old Persian philology was well received, and he began to make a mark at the university. In 1927, he married a young Munich woman, Bertha Schmid. She had apparently given birth 2 months earlier to a daughter, and in conservative Catholic Bavaria, this likely gave rise to some tongue-wagging and gossip. 11 Wust seems to have ignored this, however, he did not have much use for Christianity. 12. Like many of his Nazi colleagues at the university in the early 1930s, Wust had developed a strong research interest in the Nordic race, but he was in no rush to join the hoi polloi by taking out a membership in the party. 13 In 1933, however, after the Nazi seizure of power, he changed his mind. It had become plain to many German professionals that party membership was a necessary stepping stone for future advancement. 14 Hundreds of thousands applied for memberships, swamping the party offices. Wust was one of them. He received membership number 3,208,696 on May 1, just squeaking in before the party closed its membership rolls. 15 To some old party comrades, this made Wust suspect as an opportunist. 16 As a means of erasing their doubts, he agreed to spy on his university colleagues and students for the SS Security Service. 17 It was Wolfram Sievers, the Ahnenerb's astute managing director, who first brought Wust to Himmler's attention. Sievers had met the scholar in the offices of Bruckmann Verlag, a prominent Munich publishing house with important connections to the Nazi Party. 18 He was deeply impressed by the breadth of Wust's research interests, his soothing manner, and his apparent grasp of ancient history. A visit to Wust's office, he declared to a colleague, was like spending time in a German cathedral where one gains insight and reflection. 19 So in May 1936, when SS officials were scouting for new staff for the Ahnenerbe, Sievers approached Wust and persuaded him to join the organization as a corresponding member. A few weeks later, Sievers wrote to Himmler requesting that he take the time to meet Wust in person. The Orientalist, he declared, understands how to make the most incomprehensible scientific research findings understandable to the simplest man, as his lectures before the District Nazi Party Group and the National Socialist Teachers Association have demonstrated. A short speech by Professor Wust with the theme, The Führer's Mein Kampf as a Mirror of Aryan Worldview in the large auditorium at the University of Munich resulted in 15 minutes of applause. 20 All this intrigued Himmler greatly. Although he was deeply mired in work restructuring most of the police forces in Germany, stamping out political opposition, and developing the network of concentration camps, he took time out from his pressing duties to meet Wust. Indeed, he invited the scholar down to his alpine chalet in Gmund, a small town on Tegernsee, one of the most beautiful lakes in Bavaria. Wust arrived for the meeting carrying a copy of one of his favorite books, the Rig Veda. 21 The Rig Veda is the oldest of the Sanskrit scriptures. Composed around 3,500 years ago, it consists of hymns addressed to the gods, and as such it marks the starting point of recorded Hinduism. Wust, however, saw the Rig Veda as considerably more than a Hindu holy book. He believed it was also an important document of the Nordic race. Indeed, he had persuaded himself that members of the Nordic race had written it as they swept eastward out of Europe and colonized the deserts of Iran, the high mountain valleys of Afghanistan, and the rich river plains of India. 22 He also believed the Rig Veda contained clear traces of an ancient sun religion from Europe, the same religion that Wirth talked about when he described the rock art from Bohuslän. 23 Wust brought the Rig Veda with him to Gmund in order to share these thoughts with Himmler. In the quiet of his host's study, he read aloud from its hymns, translating the passages into German. 24 Himmler listened attentively. He was impressed by the Orientalists' erudition and eloquence. But he was riveted by Wust's theories on the racial significance of the Rig Veda. Other extremist German scholars had speculated at length about primeval Nordic migrations to the east, but Himmler had never paid much attention to them. Indeed, he had shown little real interest in Asia or Asian religion. 25 But Wust's recitation from the Rig Veda and his earnest talk of an ancient blonde-haired, blue-eyed ruling class in the Far East seems to have electrified Himmler, giving birth to a strange new passion for Asian religion. 26 As the two men talked after the reading, Himmler considered other possible advantages to hiring Wust. The SS was beginning to extend its tentacles into many diverse sectors of German life, creating what many historians and writers would eventually call a state within the state. 27 Himmler intended to add Germany's universities to his empire. By placing SS officers in key academic positions, he planned to obtain control one day over everything taught in university classrooms. In this way, the Nazi version of history, prehistory, literature, genetics, and biology would replace authentic scholarship. 28 Sitting in his study at Gmund, it must have occurred to him that Wust, a dean at one of Germany's most important universities, would make a fine new SS bridgehead. Wust, for his part, soaked up Himmler's admiration. For a pedantic Sanskrit professor accustomed to dispensing wisdom to a few bored students each year, the opportunity to mold the minds of many thousands of SS men must have seemed irresistible. And he felt genuine excitement about the Ahnenerb's commitment to field work. He had never traveled himself to India or Iran, indeed he had never set foot out of Central Europe. 29 But he had avidly followed the results of German expeditions to Central Asia since 1929, and he felt certain that fieldwork in the region would yield new and important insights into the Nordic race. 30 A German researcher working in the Hindu Kush region of Afghanistan, for example, claimed to have discovered a high percentage of people with blonde hair and blue eyes. Wust considered them to be people of our own blood. 31. So Wust did not hesitate to accept the new post at the Ahnenerbe. He explained to Himmler, however, that he wanted to remain in Munich so that he could continue his work at Ludwig Maximilian University. Far from being offended, Himmler was delighted by this prospect. He agreed to furnish Wust with an office and 2 assistants. With Himmler's strong backing, Wust began taking charge of the Ahnenerbe, reading through the thick stacks of correspondence and documents that Sievers regularly dispatched from Berlin and familiarizing himself with its operations. By the fall of 1937, the Ahnenerbe boasted 38 workers, 11 of whom were senior researchers, mostly folklorists and symbol scholars hired to assist Wirth with various aspects of his studies. 32 Wust intended to expand the scope of the Ahnenerbe's research and greatly polish its scholarly and scientific reputation. The first step was to distance the organization from any out-and-out crackpots. One obvious target was Weilegut. Wust thought him a crank, and saw to it that there was little further direct cooperation between the Ahnenerbe and Weilegut's office in RUSHA. 33. Wust also intended to weed out those he deemed scholarly upstarts. To do this, however, he needed to take the measure of his new staff, so on October 25, 1937, he convened a meeting of the senior researchers at the new Ahnenerbe offices in the exclusive neighborhood of Dahlem in Berlin. The Brain Trust, along with Wirth's mammoth collection of rock art casts from Scandinavia, had outgrown its quarters on historic Bruderstrasse. So members of Himmler's personal staff had located temporary digs just a few blocks away from where Himmler himself lived. Sievers called the meeting to order, while a secretary began recording the minutes. The staff had already heard a great deal about their important new head, and Wust did his best to reassure them that he had merely called them together in order to become better acquainted with their research. The purpose of the meeting, he explained, was to discuss concerns, experiences, and successes with each other. Each co-worker in the Ahnenerbe was to consider himself to be in a close working relationship with his colleagues, and their guiding principle had to be achievement. 34 He then asked each researcher in turn to give a short report on his work. Yrjö von Grunehagen took the floor first. The handsome young Finn had just returned from a second summer of fieldwork in Karelia. He had spent nearly 5 months shooting film footage of things that fascinated Himmler: Karelians taking part in traditional midsummer celebrations, sorcerers performing magical spells, seers conjuring up spirits, mourners conducting old heathen rituals for the dead in graveyards. 35 In addition, Grunehagen had purchased nearly 200 books on Finnish culture for the Ahnenerbe library. But his sense of satisfaction with the summer's work was rather short-lived. In the space of just 10 minutes, from 9:50 to 10 o'clock in the morning, the young Finn traveled the humiliating public arc from Golden Boy to Haspin. In the process, Wust let everyone know who was now in charge. He listened to Grunehagen's short report about his research, then proceeded to grill him mercilessly in front of the others on arcane linguistic connections between the Finns and the Aryans. Grunehagen could not answer a single one of his questions. When the meeting was over, Wust sat down and wrote a letter to Himmler, informing him of what had taken place. Grunehagen, he observed, has shown that he does not unfortunately possess the necessary knowledge required of a department head. He does not recognize important parts of his study area, and he was unable to answer questions I had on fundamental publications that have recently appeared on Finnish Indo-Germanic cultural connections. 36 The only solution for the problem, in Wust's opinion, was to send him back to the classroom. Himmler's new craving for academic respectability outweighed his fondness for the young Finn. Just as he had dumped Wirth as the Ahnenerbe president when it had been expedient to do so, he now agreed to Wust's plan. A few days later, the Orientalist delivered the bad news to Grunehagen: he would be stripped of his new position as department head, reduced to the position of researcher, and sent back to the classroom. The young Finn was furious, throwing the entire Ahnenerbe offices into an uproar. 37 But he gradually accepted Wust's verdict, particularly after the Ahnenerbe agreed to subsidize his university tuition. 38 In the end, Grunehagen continued to perform Finnish research for the Ahnenerbe, but his days of intimate meetings with Himmler had ended. It was the beginning of a new era in the Ahnenerbe. Henceforth, Wust intended to recruit scholars who would be much like him, bright, ambitious, and highly regarded in their respective fields. They would be scientists and scholars who would not mind bending the truth to fit the new political realities of the Reich. And they would be individuals who could be called upon reliably to perform a variety of important services for the SS, from indoctrinating recruits to conducting human experiments and secretly gathering intelligence for the Reich. 9 Intelligence Operations. On March 15, 1938, Adolf Hitler strode out upon the balcony of the old Imperial Palace in Vienna, surveying with satisfaction the restless, swarming host at his feet. In the late winter sunlight, some 250,000 bystanders stood in Heldenplatz, chatting comfortably with their companions and craning their necks toward the old palace, the seat of the Habsburg dynasty for nearly 6 centuries. Glimpsing Hitler's familiar figure at the railing, they let out a loud, resounding cheer. Just 3 days earlier, the Gestapo had seized control of the Vienna airport and German panzer divisions had pushed across the Austrian border, followed by convoys of security police. Overnight, Austria as a nation had disappeared from the map, absorbed into the Third Reich. Vienna, the gilded capital of Franz Schubert and Gustav Klimt, Johann Strauss and Sigmund Freud, had become little more than a provincial German city. Far from resenting this news, however, many Viennese rejoiced. Church bells pealed joyously, while bands of brown-uniformed stormtroopers, barely old enough to shave, roamed through once peaceful city quarters, belting out Sieg Heil and Heil Hitler at the top of their lungs. 1 Jeering mobs attacked Jewish men and women on the street, beating them viciously or forcing them to their knees to scrub sidewalks with buckets of soap and cold water. In the Heldenplatz, the crowd strained for a glimpse of the man many had worshipped from afar. Dressed in military uniform, Hitler announced publicly what most in the square below longed to hear. As the Führer and Chancellor of the German nation and the Reich, I now declare before history the incorporation of my native land into the German Reich. A deafening cheer followed. To prepare for this triumph, Himmler had departed Berlin 2 days earlier with a large entourage and an entire SS company in 2 Junkers Ju-52 transports. As the leader of the SS and the Gestapo, Himmler was responsible for eliminating all opposition to the new Nazi regime in Austria. To assist in this grim work, he called upon one of his most trusted officers, 33-year-old Reinhard Heydrich, the head of the SS Security Service or SD. Heydrich, a tall, raptorial-looking man with pale blue eyes preternaturally alert to the world, but dead to most emotion, was a great admirer of the British Secret Intelligence Service, MI6. He believed, without any foundation, that the entire English aristocracy served pro bono as secret agents for it. So he had set out to emulate MI6 in the early 1930s, personally recruiting university professors, business leaders, and government officials to work as unpaid SS agents. 3 From each he had demanded exact and, in some cases, exhaustive information on opponents to the Nazi Party, details of their business affairs, finances, lovers, family secrets, character flaws, and daily habits, as well as up-to-date photographs, addresses, and telephone numbers, and the names, addresses, and telephone numbers of their friends and relatives. 4 His staff stored all this information on cards, then filed them away in an index in one of several categories, from Jews and Freemasons to political Catholics, bourgeois conservatives, and nobility hostile to National Socialism. 5 Often they classified individuals according to their future fates in a Nazi regime. Some opposition members were destined clearly for arrest and execution, others were slated for intimidation in order to terrify them into submission. 6 Heydrich and his officials had been slaving away feverishly for weeks on their Austrian card index in anticipation of the Anschluss, or union with Austria. 7 Soon after German tanks crossed the frontier, they drew up lists and dispatched special police task forces to make the desired arrests. Armed with the SD information, the squads had little difficulty locating their targets. They arrested and frequently murdered leading opposition figures before they had time to find hiding places. 8 The newly deposed Chancellor of Austria, Kurt von Schuschnigg, for example, received a knock at the door just a few hours after his forced resignation. He was bundled into a car and taken off to a prison cell on the 5th floor of the Hotel Metropole, the new Gestapo headquarters in Vienna. 9 There, for nearly 17 months, Gestapo officers starved Schuschnigg and forced him to clean their toilets with his own wash towel, before finally dispatching the emaciated former statesman to a concentration camp. He did not see freedom again until the end of the war. Satisfied that they had crushed the most serious Austrian opposition, Himmler and Heydrich returned to Berlin. It must have been obvious to Himmler, however, that the homeland of the Habsburgs was only a trial run. Hitler intended to unite all ethnic Germans in Europe under the flag of the Reich. Czechoslovakia, with its large German population in Sudetenland, was next on his lengthy list of desirable real estate, and it was conceivable that such aggression could push the Western democracies, wavering as they were, to war. In order for Germany to triumph, a wide range of intelligence was needed. It was time to recruit yet more agents and cast a broader net of espionage across Europe and as far away as the Middle East. The Ahnenerbe, with its bright young staff and its expeditions and research trips to foreign lands, was an obvious place for Himmler to look for potential spies. A few of its researchers undoubtedly possessed the necessary resourcefulness, intelligence, and discretion for a good agent. 4 months after the Anschluss, Himmler read a promising letter from Wolfram Sievers. The Ahnenerbe had received a proposal from 2 German researchers for a major new trip to the far borders of the old Roman Empire in the Middle East. Wust had given the proposal his scholarly approval and passed it on to Sievers, who requested financing for it. 10 The researchers in question were a prominent classical scholar, Dr. Franz Alfheim, and his collaborator Mrs. Erika Trautmann. Together they proposed a 2 to 3 month long journey by train and car, from Eastern Europe all the way to the Middle East, Beirut, Baghdad, and Damascus. Alfhium was an expert on the origins of Roman religion and the history of the Latin language. At the age of 39, he had already built a major international career as a classical scholar, counting the German historian Oswald Spengler and other prominent intellectuals among his friends. Clever and irreverent, Alfhium chafed at conventional armchair research. For years he had spent his summers wandering Italy's classical ruins in search of weathered inscriptions and worn statuary that others had overlooked. He now wanted to extend his studies to the far frontiers of the Roman Empire. Trautmann, a rock art researcher, was Alfhium's lover. The daughter of a once wealthy estate owner in eastern Prussia, she had impeccable Nazi connections. Hermann Göring had attended cadet school with her older brothers, and according to one story, he had fallen in love with her as a young woman and asked to marry her, a proposal she declined. 11 Be that as it may, Göring never forgot his friend's little sister. 2 decades later, as the portly Reich Minister for Aviation, he took her under his wing, inviting her to sit in his box at the theater and introducing her to his prominent Nazi colleagues. 12 His second wife, Emmy, looked a great deal like Trautmann, with her blonde hair, oval face, high cheekbones, and thin lips. The two researchers' proposed itinerary to the Middle East took them through several strategically important areas. The Third Reich was keenly interested in Eastern Europe and the Gulf states, particularly in their oil fields. Germany possessed very little crude of its own, relying for much of its supply on the Ploesti fields in Romania. 13 Without Romania, Göring is reported to have declared in 1937, "We cannot start a campaign." 14 Romanian oil producers made a tidy fortune from their exports to Germany, but the political situation in Bucharest had become unstable with the emergence of a new ultranationalist movement. Turmoil in Romania needed careful watching. Nothing could be allowed to disrupt German oil supplies. Other major European powers were even more dependent on foreign reserves. Great Britain, for example, had turned Iraq into what amounted to a British colony after the First World War and helped develop its vast reserves. In 1934, Iraq joined the ranks of the world's major oil producers, shipping its black crude by a new pipeline to the Syrian port of Tripoli on the Mediterranean. From there, tankers ferried much of the production to Britain. It was a long, tenuous supply line, particularly in the event of a war in Europe. If German forces could seize control of the oil fields near Kirkuk or sabotage the pipeline, then they could sever one of Britain's vital arteries. A couple as clever and charming as Alfhium and Trautmann, with their easy entree into academic and government circles, could be extremely valuable intelligence assets. The two could readily locate and befriend Nazi sympathizers, individuals who could later be recruited as local SD agents. In trains and restaurants, hotels, and museums, the witty scholar and the statuesque blonde could easily glean useful bits of intelligence from casual conversations with foreign nationals and local inhabitants. Moreover, they might even succeed in contacting Bedouin leaders on the excursions they planned into the deserts of Iraq and Syria, gathering valuable information on their predisposition toward Germany. All in all, Himmler and the members of his staff must have taken a keen interest in recruiting the pair. But they must also have devoted some thought to Alfhium's reaction to such a proposal. The scholar was not a member of the SS. Nor had he ever taken out a membership in the Nazi Party or in any other of a multitude of Nazi organizations. He had never expressed the slightest desire to awaken Germany to some glorious future or resuscitate some mythical Aryan past. He was a leading European intellectual, a member of the café society that thrived on ideas and took matters such as science and scholarship seriously. He was perfectly capable of seeing through the web of Nazi deceit. Worse still, Alfhium was one of the least conventional of men. The scholar had inherited his bohemian ways from his father, Wilhelm Alfhium, a talented artist whose sketches and paintings of country life earned much critical acclaim. The elder Alfhium liked nothing better than to shock the local bourgeoisie. He dressed, as the mood took him, in cowboy gear or a hussar's uniform and kept a menagerie of animals about the house: dogs, donkeys, monkeys, and even a bear. Inordinately fond of weapons, he shot holes through the curtains in the house and fired slingshots at his neighbors as they gardened. He turned up for galas in Frankfurt dressed in an expensive suit and riding a donkey. As one biographer later noted, he was an eloquent, imaginative jokester. 15 When he sold his paintings, he often disappeared on drinking binges, sometimes for weeks at a time. Despairing of all this, Alfheim's mother eventually left her husband and the artist sunk into depression, finally shooting himself on Christmas Day 1914.16. His son could never again bear to celebrate the holiday. 17. The young Alfheim joined the German army in 1917 and was dispatched to a school for translators, then posted to Turkey. 18. He seems to have been fascinated by his first experience of Asia. After Germany's defeat in the war, he began casting about for a career. He had hoped to follow in his father's footsteps, becoming a sculptor, but he lacked artistic talent. So he went to university, majoring in classical philology, archaeology, and linguistics, and worked in a bank to support his studies. Each year, he journeyed to Italy with grants from the German government, soaking up all he could of the classical world. His intellect was restless and his thirst for knowledge was immeasurable, recalled one writer. 19. Never handsome, he was by then a short, slim man with a round, doughy face, a shiny shaven pate and a wry sense of irony and humor. Despite his physical shortcomings, he had a definite way with women. He had married a fellow classicist, a teacher of Latin and Greek, but the marriage quickly soured and he soon moved on to other conquests. 20. All women loved him, observed one of his closest companions and lovers half-jokingly later. It was terrible. 21. His professor, historian Walter Otto, recommended him for a post as a private lecturer at the University of Frankfurt in 1928. To supplement his income, Alfheim began dealing in art on the side. He had an eye for beautiful things and a talent for buying low and selling high. 22. As Alfheim settled into teaching, Otto introduced him to Leo Frobenius, one of the most celebrated European anthropologists of the day. Frobenius, a tall, bluff man who peered out at the world through a fussy monocle, was an Africanist who specialized in the study of ancient art and who had traveled the world studying it. The two men became fast friends, and it was likely Frobenius who brought Alfheim to the attention of the deposed German Kaiser, Wilhelm II. Once a year, Wilhelm invited a select group of archaeologists, historians, and art collectors to his home in the Netherlands to dine royally, drink prodigiously, and present papers on a variety of scholarly subjects. Wilhelm asked Alfheim to join them. The young classicist loved these occasions and apparently bragged about them to friends, showing off an engraved silver trophy Wilhelm had given him. 23. Socializing with royalty, spending summers in Italy, and cultivating a circle of influential international scholars, Alfheim seems to have paid little attention to the rapid spread of Nazi ideas among the students and faculty of German universities. He shrugged off suggestions that he join the party and avoided serious political discussions. Many of his colleagues had no idea where he stood politically. They struggled to define his views in official reports, using phrases such as no homo politicus, focused on scientific and aesthetic fields, or more simply impenetrable. 24. When pressed for an expert opinion on Alfheim's reliability, a certain Dr. Cordaz, head of the lecturers' organization, was forced to take a stab in the dark. In the political respect, he reported, Alfheim has not been very active before or after 1933. His whole political attitude is probably impeccable, not very active and certainly harmless. 25. Increasingly, however, such indifference to politics carried a price in academic circles. In 1935, an influential colleague wrote a damning letter about Alfheim to the Ministry of Education, which was considering promoting him to a much coveted post as professor in Frankfurt. The poisonous letter took firm aim at Alfheim's reluctance to incorporate Nazi doctrine into his work. He belongs, noted the writer disdainfully, to those intellectuals who still try to write ancient history as if the problems of race did not exist. This pale aestheticism will not do in a field where there are especially great tasks for research in a National Socialist spirit. 26 After a year of cautious deliberation, the ministry decided to overlook Alfheim's political shortcomings and appointed him professor. It must have dawned on Alfheim, however, that his academic future hung by a thread. Little pressure would be needed to snap it. A growing number of Nazi students took their seats in the classrooms, recording their professors' comments and judging lectures on the basis of their political content. In addition, secret SD informants attended faculty meetings, taking note of any untoward remarks of their colleagues. When Alfheim delivered a lecture in London in 1936, for example, he chose to speak in English, rather than German. This was observed disapprovingly by an informant and duly recorded as a black mark in his file at the Ministry of Education. 27. By 1936, Alfheim could no longer shun politics if he wanted to travel abroad and conduct his research unhindered. He needed to join the Nazi fray or find a solid connection to influential Nazis. Quite likely he had to do both. And it was right about this time that he began his love affair with Erika Trautmann, a very unconventional woman with superb Nazi contacts. To a good Nazi, the most important part of a woman's anatomy was not her brain, but her womb. The mission of woman is to be beautiful and to bring children into the world, explained future propaganda minister Joseph Goebbels in 1929. This is not at all as rude and antiquated as it sounds. The female bird pretties herself for her mate and hatches the eggs for him. In exchange, the mate takes care of gathering the food, and stands guard and wards off the enemy. 28 By these Nazi standards, Erika Trautmann was a failure. In 1936, she was 39 years old and childless. She had little apparent interest in prettying herself for her mate and even less in staying home, accompanying as she did scientific expeditions to France and Spain each summer. She had been born into a wealthy family, the Narings, just outside Konitz, in what was then a province of Germany known as Posen. Her father was a descendant of Johann von Naring, a celebrated 17th-century Prussian architect who designed part of Charlottenburg Castle in Berlin, as well as nearly 300 other buildings. 29 Trautmann grew up on the family's 538-acre country estate with 5 brothers and 1 sister. 30 Her older brothers were away a good deal at cadet school, and Trautmann and her younger sister received their lessons from a governess and a local minister. It was a dreamy, lonely but quite intense life and experience, recalled her sister later. 31 Even so, the Narings were a large and sociable family. The 2 girls spent their summers visiting back and forth with relatives. The Great War shattered this rather idyllic childhood. 2 of Trautmann's older brothers died at the front, a third was taken prisoner and sent to Siberia. 32 In December 1918, her mother died, possibly a victim of the influenza epidemic, and when the Weimar government reluctantly handed Posen back to Poland, the Polish government confiscated the family estate. Trautmann and her father and sister fled to Germany. She moved in for a while with an older brother, a physician in Magdeburg, but eventually she escaped to Berlin to attend a women's school, the Letta House. 33 In her mid-20s, she was a very striking blonde woman with whom you could have an intelligent conversation, recalled her cousin Walther Naring, who became a general in the Wehrmacht during the Second World War. 34. Trautmann possessed a talent for sketching and enrolled in the State Arts and Crafts School in Berlin. 35 It was the height of the Jazz Age. The school, located in a bright, airy building at 8 Prinz Albrechtstrasse, the very place that was to become Himmler's headquarters nearly a decade later, bubbled with laughter, gaiety, and high-spirited escapades. The students delighted in throwing costume balls and masquerades, transforming the school's corridors into Arab harems and Turkish minarets, bars, and buffets, all pulsing as a band pumped out the latest music. 36 Trautmann spent a year and a half at the school. She took classes in life drawing and fashion design, studying under one of Berlin's best-known couturiers, Otto Ludwig Haas. 37. She stayed until the spring of 1924, struggling no doubt to pay her tuition in a time of rampant inflation. A year later, she married a young German civil engineer, Bernhard Trautmann. 38 The couple moved to Frankfurt. After the pernod-laced gaiety of art school, however, the subdued life of a bourgeois matron seems to have held little appeal for Trautmann. Her deep interest in the intellect, noted her sister in later years, as well as an amazingly strong artistic sense spanning all eras, defined Erika's life. 39 In 1933, she landed a job as a scientific illustrator for the Research Institute for Cultural Morphology, founded and directed by Leo Frobenius. Trautmann was one of half a dozen or so women employed in this work. 40. Housed in one of the loveliest old buildings in Frankfurt, near the elegant THIRD-WORLDISM Taxis Palace, the institute specialized in the study of ancient art. It brimmed with colorful, eccentric people who were quite willing to pack their bags one day for Timbuktu, the next for Khartoum. As part of the institute's extensive research program, it regularly dispatched small teams of brilliant young artists and scholars to far-flung corners of Africa and Europe. Often living out of tents and traveling rough, the teams recorded on film and in watercolor the mysterious cave paintings and rock carvings of ancient human cultures. One prominent expedition member, Count Laszlo Almasi, guided team members through the deserts of Libya in 1933 and later entered modern popular culture as the tragic hero of Michael Ondaatje's novel The English Patient. 41. Frobenius chose Trautmann for the Institute's 1934 expedition to the famous Paleolithic caves of France and Spain. 42 As a country girl raised amid the freedom of a great estate, Trautmann seems to have reveled in the experience. She went about the work with an intensity that one of her companions still recalled nearly 70 years later. 43 And she blended seamlessly into expedition life. The team spent the summer crawling on their bellies one by one, down narrow subterranean passageways, and painting by the flickering light of kerosene lanterns. They bathed in goat stables and lounged on the stone seats of the Roman amphitheater in Nîmes. They attended a bullfight in Barcelona and chatted late into the night over wine and dinner. 44. Trautmann had a fine, observant eye for detail and a knack for discovery. Frobenius made her a regular on the summer expeditions. In August 1936, he dispatched her and two other artists to Val Camo Nica in northern Italy under the direction of a classical scholar whom he had befriended and recruited for the Institute Alpheum. 45 Italian researchers had made a major discovery at Val Camo Nica. Beneath thick layers of moss and sod lay large sprawling panels of antique rock carvings dating back to the Bronze Age, if not earlier. Frobenius hoped to display detailed paintings of the new finds in a forthcoming exhibition. In all likelihood, Alpheum hoped for a new glimpse into the ancient cultic practices of Rome's ancestors. Sprawled side by side together on the sun-warmed rock, Trautmann and Alpheum spent weeks tracing the outlines of the weathered carvings. Far from her engineer husband and her conventional life in Frankfurt, the artist fell under the spell of the restless scholar, with his bohemian ways and seductive charm. Late at night, as they dined out in the little country restaurants, she listened in delight as Alpheum talked of the ancient world with an eloquence and wry humor that she had never encountered before. A few months after her return, Trautmann obtained an official separation from her husband. Many of her Nering relatives were scandalized by her behavior. They disowned her, refusing to speak to her or of her for decades. 46. Reluctant to return to her old life, Trautmann began skillfully campaigning to advance her lover's career. There was one clear avenue of opportunity. Prominent Nazis, who fanatically touted all things German, had long struggled mightily to explain why it was that Romans, not Germans, had colonized and conquered much of the known world, forging a magnificent empire that commanded awe even 2 millennia later. Despite all the reverential talk in Germany of ancient Teutonic valor and manliness and bloodlust, many Nazis envied the Italians the glory of their ancestors. The only acceptable way of explaining Roman civilization for German extremists was to furnish it with a Nordic pedigree. 47 The grandeur of Rome, they claimed, could be traced back through distant time to blonde-haired migrants from the north. 48 Italian scholars loathed such talk, bristling, quite naturally, at any suggestion that Rome was at heart a Teutonic civilization. 49 But German researchers, particularly those eager for advancement in the Third Reich, didn't care whose feathers they ruffled. They kept an alert eye open for any scientific evidence that might support such contentions. At Valcamo Nica, Alpheim and Trotman thought they had discovered something that would help clinch this theory: carvings of deer, chariots, carts, warriors in battle, and sacred rituals that look similar to the Bronze Age engravings Wirth had studied in Sweden. 50. Together, the pair published a paper on the Valcamo Nica art in a German historical journal. 51. Trotman, well aware of the importance of such an article, passed it on to Göring, who proceeded to introduce the couple to Himmler. 52. The SS chief was delighted with the pair's research, particularly with its connection to the Swedish rock art that Wirth had studied. He agreed to finance another season of field work, and in the summer of 1937, Alpheim and Trotman departed for Italy and the Adriatic coast of Dalmatia in what is now Croatia to find more evidence of Nordic migrants. 53. They dispatched regular reports from the field, outlining their new finds. On their return, Himmler instructed Sievers to contact the couple and recruit them for the Ahnenerbe. 54. Any concerns Sievers may have had about Alpheim's commitment to the Nazi cause were soon set aside. The couple readily agreed to join the SS organization. 55. Increasingly, Alpheim began to take on the coloration of a German ultranationalist. In March 1938, for example, he wrote to a German colleague who had been highly critical of his work, and insisted that he had mended his ways politically. The completed work at Valcamo Nica shows that the topic, the Nordic race and its migration to Italy and Southeast Europe, is at the heart of my work. 56. He also found a way of injecting the subject of race into a major new research project he was planning along the frontiers of the Roman Empire. For some time, Alpheim had felt restless in his work. He worried that he was merely following the same deeply worn ruts as his colleagues, who concentrated exclusively on the political, social, and economic factors at work within the Roman Empire, rarely looking at the influences which came from beyond. Alpheim dreamed of taking a radically different approach. 57. At Rome's height, the law of the Caesars stretched all the way from the rocky shores of the Atlantic in Spain to the deserts of the Persian Gulf. Alpheim desperately wanted to investigate the complex relations between Rome and the various civilizations and tribes of Asia and Africa. To examine physical evidence of their interplay, he yearned to travel to the empire's most remote frontiers, examining the distant caravansaries, entrepôts, outposts, and battlefields where Rome had greedily sought to expand its might. He was particularly keen to journey to the old imperial frontiers in Eastern Europe and the Middle East, taking Trotman along as a collaborator and photographer. But such a research trip would be costly and require significant sums of foreign currency, something in very short supply in the Reich. 58. After the seizure of power, the Nazi government had forced many factories and mills to turn their production toward manufacturing armaments. As a result, German exports had shrunk dramatically, bringing in only tiny dribbles of foreign exchange, too little to pay for the vital raw materials the Reich imported. 59. In search of foreign currency, Trotman chose to first approach her old friend Göring, rather than her new associates at the Ahnenerbe. Hitler had placed Göring in charge of the Reich's four-year plan in 1936, a position in which he wielded enormous economic clout in Germany. But the former aviator, an astonishingly rapacious man who was in the process of renovating his country home to include an old-style beer hall, a bowling alley, a lion kennel, a 50-seat cinema, a personal museum, and a large gallery hung with old masters and fine Gobelin tapestries, was prepared to part with only 4,000 Reichsmarks in foreign exchange, the equivalent of some $20,900 today. 60. So in late June 1938, Alpheim and Trotman wrote to the Ahnenerbe, requesting another 4,000 Reichsmarks for the trip. 61. Alpheim carefully cast the project in racial terms. The purpose of the trip, he explained, was to examine evidence for a great power struggle that racked the racially diverse Roman Empire during the 3rd century AD. This struggle pitted Indo-Germanic peoples of the north against the Semites of the Orient for control of the empire. 62. Such an examination, he added, would break important new scholarly ground. American and British scholars had viewed this tumultuous period largely from a Marxist point of view, focusing on class warfare within the empire. 63 Alfheim, however, favored a very different approach. He and Trotman proposed to study the conflict between peoples and races and determine how it was that the Nordic race triumphed in the struggle for power over the empire. 64 This, they promised, would be a significant contribution. Here we have a great opportunity to present the meaning of race in the writing of history. 65. Wust read the proposal with great interest, noting at the top of his copy, agree very much. 66 It was precisely the kind of research that he wanted to encourage in the Ahnenerbe. And quite possibly it was Wust, an SD informer himself, who first hit upon the idea of putting Alfheim and Trotman to work gathering intelligence on their travels. European scholars, after all, had proven remarkably adept agents in the Middle East. Nearly a quarter of a century earlier, a young Oxford graduate, T.E. Lawrence, joined a crew of British archaeologists at the famous site of Carchemish in Syria. 67 The lanky young scholar appeared to be little more than a keen student of the past, joining the excavators with enthusiasm. But in reality the future Lawrence of Arabia was working for a British intelligence agency, maintaining surveillance on a German railroad line under construction from Berlin to Baghdad. As attracted as Alfheim may have been to intelligence work in the Middle East, and indeed he later spoke with great admiration of Lawrence of Arabia. 68 He could not have been blind to the moral corruptness of the Nazi regime. Alfheim, for all his scholarly preoccupation, must have noticed the repressiveness of the Nazi state and the increasingly brutal treatment accorded to Jews. 2.5 years earlier, the Nazi government had summarily stripped all Jews of their citizenship and prohibited them from working in any public office. Since then, Nazi officials had greatly stepped up the pace of persecutions, barring Jews from tutoring Aryan children, studying medicine, practicing medicine, except upon Jewish patients, receiving university degrees, playing music by Beethoven or Mozart at Jewish cultural events, or even bathing with Aryans in public baths and spas. Alfheim and Trotman, however, overcame any qualms they may have had about collaborating with Himmler and his scholars. Outfitted with the right official documents, signed and stamped by the proper authorities, and equipped with the necessary sum of foreign currency, neatly arranged by the Ahnenerbe, they headed east. A wave of intense dry heat greeted the couple as they stepped out of the central train station in Bucharest in August 1938. Along the city's spacious tree-lined streets, young women in elegantly tailored summer dresses strolled arm in arm, eyeing the colorful bouquets of flower sellers. Young officers in gold-braided uniforms ambled past old men in suits shiny with wear. Along rows of haberdasheries and bookshops and furniture makers, peasant men in high straw hats and colorfully embroidered chemises laid out plump melons in baskets on the sidewalks, urging passers-by to stop and buy. 69 The two travelers, dusty and weary from their train trip, searched for their hotel. For the last few days, Alfheim and Trotman had tramped the remote forested hills of northern and southwestern Transylvania with Romanian scholars, searching out the moss-covered ruins of Dacian kings. 70 The ancient Dacians, whom Alfheim regarded as a warlike Nordic people, had founded a magnificent kingdom with a capital near the modern village of Hunedoara. Finally defeated by the Romans in the early 2nd century, the Dacians had been absorbed into the Roman Empire. Alfheim had been eager to see their fallen fortresses. But as he and Trotman journeyed by car along the rutted country roads of Transylvania, some little more than cart tracks, they could not help but notice how preoccupied their Romanian hosts were with the political events of the day. Indeed, turmoil seethed in nearly every village and town, stirred by the feverish supporters of a Romanian paramilitary organization known as the Iron Guard. Everything, noted Trotman and Alfheim in a later report, stamped secret, was overshadowed by the events regarding the Iron Guard and the government. 71. The paramilitary group was the creation of a certain Corneliu Codoranu, a handsome, charismatic Romanian lawyer whose hatred of Jews a major segment of the country's population rivaled that of Hitler. 72 Codoranu had first encountered the Nazi Party in 1922 while he was pursuing his studies in Berlin. He admired Hitler's anti-Semitic platform. On his return to Romania, he set out to build a strong nationalist movement. He dressed in a white peasant costume and rode a snowy white horse through the countryside, preaching a bizarre blend of Christian mysticism and rabid nationalism, all wrapped in a vicious form of Jew-hating. 73 He urged his followers to dig earth from the former battlefields of Romania where the country's heroes had shed their blood and tuck it inside little cloth bags around their necks. His speeches stirred the hearts of Romanian peasants, some of the poorest in all Europe, who came to regard Codreanu as an emissary of the Archangel Michael. 74. Indeed, so successful was the former lawyer in rallying the countryside that he and his followers began to alarm Romania's king. Carol II was a grandson of Queen Victoria, an imperious playboy far more interested in seducing beautiful women and perfecting his bridge game than he was in the tedious business of governing the impoverished country he had inherited. 75 He was venal and greedy, and he broke his promises with gay abandon. All this, however, Romanians may have been willing to overlook. But they could not forgive his choice in mistresses. They hated his favorite Helen Wolf, popularly known as Madame Lupescu, Lupescu being the Romanian word for wolf. She interfered terribly in political affairs, but her chief crime was something beyond her control. She was Jewish. 76. In the spring of 1938, Carol had seized dictatorial powers for himself, and soon after he ordered the arrest of his charismatic rival Codreanu and other key members of the Iron Guard. The countryside blazed with unrest. In the old historic capital of Transylvania, Alfium and Trotman learned that two prominent scholars, Professor Dumitrescu and Professor Christescu, had mysteriously disappeared. Their whereabouts were unknown, i.e. they had been arrested, noted Alfium and Trotman in their report. 77 But the couple had met someone whom they considered potentially useful to the Reich: Constantine Deacovasiu. Deacovasiu was the director of the Institute of Classical Studies in Cluj-Napoca. As one of Romania's leading classical scholars, he had kindly taken the Germans on a personal tour of one of his Dacian excavations. They had found him an impressive personality. 78 He was not a fascist. Indeed, as they noted in their report, his political position is neutral. However, he is a former reserve officer in the Austrian-Hungarian Empire, has an encompassing grasp of German scholarship and possesses one of the most capable minds. 79. After thanking Deacovasiu for his help, the pair journeyed on to the Romanian capital. Rising up from the dusty Wallachian plains, Bucharest was a surprisingly worldly city that looked more to the west than to the east. Wealthy city fathers had spent a fortune hiring French architects to bring a note of Parisian elegance to the city. They had laid out leafy parks and broad boulevards and streets of opulently decorated buildings that would not have looked at all out of place in the 16th arrondissement. They had opened chic cafes and decadent nightclubs with names like the Alhambra. Indeed, so deep was the love of all things French in Bucharest, that architects had even built a plaster replica of the Arc de Triomphe, complete with the Romanian version of the Champs-Élysées. By the late 1930s, travelers had begun to refer to Bucharest as the Little Paris of the Balkans. 80. Rested and refreshed, Alfium and Trotman began their official work in the city, poring over museum collections of old Roman inscriptions and texts, and chatting with high-ranking museum officials. They took a keen interest in the aristocratic director of the municipal museum. Grigory Florescu was a member of Romania's privileged class, the boiar. His wife's kin included two prominent leaders of the Iron Guard, General Cantacuzene and Prince Cantacuzene. Alfium and Trotman found him fascinating. We learned an excellent series of facts from Florescu, they noted later in their report. He described the adventurous flight of the two Cantacuzene in disguise. He told us of the battle between the Iron Guard and the role of the Jewish Madame Lupescu. Not only does she possess the heart of the king, many have followed after her, but she still has an inexplicable hold on him and determines his political actions. The position of the large Jewish banks in Bucharest is more powerful than ever. 81. The two scholars then went on to evaluate Florescu's future usefulness to the Reich. Mr. Florescu speaks fluent German, is related to almost all the big Romanian families, Brașanu, Bibescu, Ghica, Cantacuzene, etc., and because of this and his access to the court and other high positions, he is full of information. Should his position become endangered, then he would like to flee to Germany, where he owns land because of his German relatives. We would like to point out that through him, we could win 1. A supporter of the Iron Guard, 2. A friend of Germany, 3. A sharp and well-informed mind. 82. Already Alfheim and Trautmann had slipped smoothly into their assignment as spies. During the swelter of late summer, Alfheim and Trautmann journeyed by train from Bucharest to Istanbul and Athens, then boarded a steamer bound for the Middle East. In Beirut, where men passed their evenings languidly smoking nargilés and drinking cups of bitter Turkish coffee, they eased themselves into the Middle East. Alert to their political assignment, they quickly cultivated a helpful friend, a businessman from Northern Ireland who was clearly no stranger to German politics. A constant companion and loyal helper, they reported, especially in the first days, was the Irishman James H. Jacques, Belfast, Ireland, 35, Haddington's Gardens. He is an enthusiastic supporter of the Enstap, knows Mein Kampf and the most important publications and has them constantly with him. He arranges for these works to be distributed in his home, Ireland, and on his worldwide trips. 83. Perhaps it was Jacques who helped them make arrangements for the next stage of their trip to Damascus. In the Syrian capital, where Roman administrators had once plucked fruit from local fig and pistachio trees, muezzins chanted and sang, calling the faithful to prayer. Cityfied Arabs, tribal Bedouins, Kurds, Turks, Circassians, and Armenians crowded the narrow passageways of the souks. Beneath the noisy bustle, however, the atmosphere was tense. Syria's largely Muslim population chafed under the colonial-style rule of the French. Moreover, recent events in neighboring Palestine had added to their discontent. With the rise of the Nazi Party in Germany, European Jews had begun flooding into Jerusalem, eager to escape further persecution. This had incensed Palestine's Muslims. To keep the peace, the British proposed dividing Palestine into 2 states, one Jewish, one Arab, a prospect which enraged much of the Middle East. All the Arab unrest had alarmed French officials in Syria. They suspected German designs on the region, and according to Alfheim and Trautmann's secret report, the local police kept a watchful eye on the pair. The constant surveillance of the Surat General limited our movement, reported the couple later. We did not make any connections with French scholars. 84 Ordinary Syrians, however, offered the 2 Germans an effusive welcome. Many seemed to think of Hitler as a natural ally against the Jews, something that the 2 Germans found intriguing. The conflict in Palestine resulted in a deeply felt reaction, and each word of the Führer on this subject made a great impact, reaching from Syria into the deepest corners of Iraq. A flyer was given to us by a Mr. George I Saad, Firma Ibrahim I Saad and Fils, Beirut, Postal Box 66, with 10 commandments against the Jews written on it. He brought it back from Iran, where thousands of examples are distributed. We will be sending an original one in the next few days. Herr Saad and his wife, a Belarusian, are, like all Syrians, strongly anti-French and anti-Jewish. 85. From the intrigues of Damascus, the pair headed south and east. As their train car clattered and clanked over the rails, they listened to the unfamiliar cadence of Arabic among their fellow passengers, and gazed out the window at the tiny mud brick villages and the herds of woolly sheep grazing on little more than sand and the swaying figures of camel riders in the distance. After crossing hundreds of miles of sand and dune, sparse oases and plantations of date palms, they arrived at last in Baghdad, a city of some 400,000. In the scorching heat of midday, men in fezzes and long white cotton thibs ambled down the main thoroughfare, past an odd melange of small flat-roofed shops and British colonial buildings. No one seemed in much of a hurry. After centuries under the thumb of the Ottoman Turks and more than a decade of British rule, Iraq had become fully sovereign in 1932. Germany was keen to cultivate it as an ally. The German envoy to Baghdad, Dr. Fritz Graube, worked diligently to spread Nazism to the Middle East. His office in Baghdad produced a daily newspaper, the Al-Alam al-Arabi, which had, among other things, published an Arabic translation of Mein Kampf. His staff handed out Nazi pamphlets and organized showings of anti-Semitic films. 86 Graba himself did his best to capitalize on a growing interest in fascism in Iraq. He arranged for the head of Hitler Youth, Baldur von Skyruk, and 15 assistants to visit Baghdad in 1937 to lend their assistance to a new fascist-style youth organization, Al-Futuwa. 87 The following year, Graba arranged for the leaders of Al-Futuwa to travel to Nuremberg to attend the annual Nazi Party rally. 88 Graba was delighted to see the two German researchers. He introduced them to his wife and his circle of friends in Baghdad, which included Dr. Julius Jordan, a prominent German archaeologist who had founded a local branch of the Nazi Party. 89 And with Graba's assistance, Alfheim and Trautmann hired a driver and car and set off to photograph and study southern Iraq's historic ruins. Motoring along the eastern bank of the Tigris, they stopped at Ctesiphon, the ancient winter capital first of Parthian kings and later of Persian monarchs, whom many German scholars of the day considered to be Nordic. 90 Roman armies had attacked the city 5 times in the 2nd and 3rd century AD, racking up 4 victories. Only in the final battle did the Persian forces defeat them. While Alfheim mused over the reasons for this victory, Trautmann photographed Ctesiphon's famous towering arch. Then the two pushed on to Babylon. After considerable wandering, they returned briefly to Baghdad, then headed north with a car and private driver. At Assur, they met someone very important in the Arab world. Sheikh Ajil Eliawar was a leader of the Shamar, the most prominent Bedouin tribe in northern Iraq and Syria. He was an astute statesman and a fine soldier who commanded the Northern Camel Corps. After the fall of the Ottoman Empire at the end of the First World War, he had skillfully represented the interests of the Shamar during international deliberations over the formation of the new Arab states, greatly impressing one knowledgeable European. From the first moment I saw him, noted British advisor and intelligence agent Gertrude Bell in a private letter in 1921, I reckoned him foremost of the Shamar sheiks in character and influence. He is 6 feet 4 inches. Odd, a powerful magnificent creature, not an ounce of spare flesh on him, hands you would like to model, not too small but exquisitely shaped. Under his red kerchief, 4 thick plaits of black hair fall to his breast. 91. Eliawar had helped shape the boundaries of Iraq, but like many other Arabs in the Middle East, he had grown restive under British and French rule. He was searching for new allies. In 1937, noted Alfheim and Trautmann in their report, the Bedouin leader had traveled to Berlin at the invitation of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, which had given him a warm welcome. 92 In Assur, he insisted that the two researchers stay as his guests. The German scholars and the elegant sheik clearly hit it off. They dined leisurely and talked through an interpreter for 2 days about politics. We had to tell him continuously about Germany and the Führer, observed Alfheim in his report. For him, it was enough to hear from us that the Führer would never allow for a Jewish state in Palestine. 93. Almost certainly, Alfheim made no mention of certain Nazi racial theories that classified the Arabs as a Semite people, greatly inferior to the Aryan race. Nor did he likely make any mention of the stated goals of his own research, namely to study the great battles of the northern Indo-Germanic people and the inferior peoples of the Orient. Instead he paid close attention to his host's political views and aspirations. The Shamar sheikh, he noted, seemed very keen on following the example of Saudi Arabia's new Bedouin king, Abd al-Aziz ibn Saud. With only a small force of men, ibn Saud had captured Riyadh, uniting the entire country under his kingship. The Shamar sheikh hinted at doing the same in Iraq, but as the couple pointed out, he needed foreign support. The sheikh is partially independent and receives money from the Iraq government. We estimate the sheikh's army to be around 4,000 to 6,000 warriors. They suffer from older weapons, German guns from the World War, and insufficient ammunition. The example of ibn Saud is in their minds. From our point of view, We think that he hopes for a European war, which will allow him to declare independence. He identifies with Germany and sets his hopes on it. 94 Indeed, the Bedouin leader asked the two researchers to send him literature on the Nazi government, preferably in picture form. To ensure the safety of his honored guests, the Iraqi sheikh arranged for an armed guard to accompany them on the next leg of their trip, a desert trek to the ancient ruins of Hatra. His brother Sheikh Messin agreed to serve as their guide. Before the pair departed, however, the Bedouin leader conferred on Alfim the title of honorary Sheikh of the Shamar, a mark of distinction that the scholar later included proudly on his business cards. 95 Thus suitably fated, Alfim and Trotman bid farewell to their host and set off by car across the rolling desert for Hatra. With their Bedouin escort, the two German scholars explored the sprawling ruins of Hatra. Lying along an ancient boundary between the Roman and Persian empires, Hatra had blended both the East and the West into its distinctive religion and culture. Along its honey-colored stone walls, Alfim admired what remained of the ancient statuary, spying with delight a carved mask of the Greek goddess Artemis. To commemorate their visit, the two researchers posed for a series of photographs in front of the toppled walls, wearing borrowed Arab headdresses and robes. Trotman gamely attempted to clamber atop one of the gentler Bedouin camels, and Alfim later joked that the Sheikh Messin was so enamored with his companion that he offered to pay 50 camels for her. 96. When they had finished their explorations, the two German researchers returned to Baghdad and from there headed west. They stopped at the ancient city of Palmyra, a spectacular place, and chatted to the local people, gleaning what snippets of political information they could. The Bedouins, they concluded in a later report, are always ready to attack at any opportunity. They told us that in the event of a European conflict, things would immediately erupt. In addition to Ibn Saud, they speak the names Hitler and Mussolini as if they are holy. The routes of the oil pipelines are hidden, but every Arab and Bedouin knows exactly where they are. Time and time again we were told that the pipeline ran here or over there. 97. Back at home in Germany, Alfim and Trotman diligently wrote a long secret report by hand, appending several personal recommendations to the end. Among these was a proposal to strengthen their blossoming friendship with Eliawar by a follow-up trip to Iraq. The connection to Sheikh Ajil will thereby be maintained, they observed. He himself has urgently invited us. We recommend sending an SS officer along also. There are many possibilities for scholarly studies, as our recent results have shown. A present of a hunting gun and sufficient ammunition would serve to deepen the friendship. 98 In addition to this, they advised sending the Sheikh the requested propaganda material. Sievers sent the report to be typed and promptly passed it on to Himmler, who in turn forwarded it to the staff of the SS Security Service. 99 On May 12, 1939, two intelligence officers from the service met with Sievers to examine the report's recommendations. 100 The two officers were clearly impressed by the information that Alfim and Trotman had gleaned, particularly in Iraq. Contacts with the rest of Bedouins would prove very helpful down the line if Germany needed to cut off British oil supplies in the Middle East. To further this strategy, the two intelligence officers agreed to the couple's plan to cultivate Eliawar, and they approved Alfim's request to return to Iraq. They also arranged to dispatch the requested Nazi propaganda to Baghdad by diplomatic pouch, so that it would not be intercepted. Sievers relayed the substance of this meeting to Alfim, who was at work on a new book, The Soldier Emperors, which drew on the new Middle Eastern research and described the clashing empires of East and West that had made the 3rd century such an important turning point in history. The scholar was delighted by the prospect of a return trip to Iraq. Again, he and Trotman did not hesitate to volunteer their services as agents of the Reich. We plan on keeping a diary for the trip to Iraq and Central Arabia that will include not only scientific results, but also everything that is important in the ethnological, economic, and political respect, they noted in a later letter to the Ananurb. The talks with Sheikh Ajil Eliawar shall be recorded in his characteristic wording as much as possible. 101. 10 Cro-Magnon. At his desk in Munich, Wust waded through thick stacks of Ahnenerbe letters and reports, doing all he could to put a new, more scholarly face on the organization. In between recruiting new staff and reining in the old, he fielded phone calls and letters from Himmler, who had a seemingly endless supply of new research projects for the Ahnenerbe. The SS leader wanted folklorists to search for references in ancient myths to the healing springs of Helgoland, a tiny German island in the North Sea. 1 He desired saga experts to study the role of the human heel in early European tales and runologists to decode certain inscriptions he had come across on a sculpture in Florence's Archaeological Museum. 2 And he was eager to put Germanists to work studying the sexual practices of ancient Germanic tribes. He had read that in some tribes, men and women had engaged in lovemaking only at midsummer so that their children would be born in the early spring. Himmler wanted to verify this idea by research, presumably so he could develop guidelines for SS men on the most propitious times for sexual relations. 3 But he offered no suggestion to Wust as to how this study might be carried out. As irrational and foolish as Himmler's requests often were, Wust diligently relayed them to his staff. 4 He understood that a certain amount of compromising, of abandoning academic standards in favor of pursuing political ends, would be required of him and his staff. And he was prepared to make that sacrifice. He believed that he was serving a greater good, laying the building stones of a strong new future for Germany. And he was fascinated by his new proximity to the corridors of power. Since taking over the scientific leadership of the organization, he had managed to cultivate Himmler's friendship. 5 The two men shared a deep, unshakable belief in the majesty of the mythical Aryan race, and Himmler greatly relished conferring with Wust on arcane points of research, talking as one scholar might to another. Some Ahnenerbe staff observed in private that Wust was becoming Himmler's father confessor. 6. Indeed, so strong was Himmler's confidence in Wust that the Ahnenerbe had begun to mushroom in size, consuming its potential rivals. It made short work, for example, of something called the excavations department in the SS. Himmler had created the department in 1935 to sponsor or direct archaeological digs at major sites in Germany. He intended these excavations to be exemplars of German research, places where SS men could be trained in the science of recovering the ancient Germanic past from the ground. 7 In 3 years, the department had mounted 18 SS excavations, from an ancient hill fortress at Alt-Christberg to a major Viking trading post at Hathebu in northern Germany, not far from the Danish border. 8 But in February 1938, Himmler transferred the department lock, stock, and barrel into the Ahnenerbe. Before this transfer, the Ahnenerbe had largely confined its studies to poring over ancient written texts, rock engravings, and folklore. But the excavations department brought a new scientific acumen to the Brain Trust. Its staff consisted of dirt archaeologists trained in analyzing bits of ancient stone, bone, and ceramics and interpreting things such as pollen samples and geological layers. This new expertise in the natural and biological sciences, Himmler and Wust hoped, would assist in reconstructing the lives of Germany's ancestors before the first written histories and greatly extend knowledge of the mythical Nordic race. 9. Few German ultranationalists had paid much attention to the era that preceded 5000 BC. Indeed, some pointedly referred to this period as the pre-Nordic age. 10 But the Ahnenerbe's new scientific staff was by no means daunted by the task of proving the primacy of the imaginary Nordic race even at such a distant time. Indeed, one of its most ambitious young researchers claimed he could trace its origins all the way back to the Paleolithic era in Germany, when woolly mammoths and cave bears wandered the chill tundra. Dr. Acien Bomers was a young Dutch national with a remarkable talent for dissembling, scheming, and self-advancement. According to documents he later supplied to the Ahnenerbe, he was born on January 16, 1912, into a Mennonite family in Zutphen, an old merchant town in the eastern Netherlands. He boasted that his father was the personnel director of the largest psychiatric hospital in the country and came from a proud line of sea captains based in the Frisian town of Harlingen. 11 The truth was rather more modest, however. Bomer's father worked on the hospital wards as a psychiatric nurse and his Frisian lineage seems to have been limited to a Frisian grandmother. 12. Nevertheless, Bomers reveled in all things Frisian. 13 As a boy he sopped up stories of the Frisians, farmers, fishermen, and seafarers who inhabited the coastal regions of the Netherlands, Germany, and Denmark, as well as the Frisian islands curling along those shores. In his youth, Bomers learned to speak and write the Frisian language, and he later made a personal study of the symbols and customs in the area. 14 He took a keen interest in Frisian politics. The Frisians were a people without a nation, rather like the Basques. Over the centuries, some had nourished a bitter grievance against Holland's wealthy nobility, coming to see themselves as an oppressed minority. By the 1930s, a few Frisians looked longingly toward the German Nazi Party, with all its flattering talk of the racial superiority of peasant farmers. Boehmer sympathized with these Nazi converts. Indeed, he later claimed to be a leader of a small Frisian Nazi party, although it is doubtful that such a party ever existed. 15. At the age of 17, Bomers enrolled at the University of Amsterdam, studying geology, petrology, and paleontology. He became an expert on soil and sediment analysis and on interpreting the complex stratigraphy of caves. He also took a strong interest in racial research, conducting what he called some pretty detailed studies on the Nordic race. 16 He traveled widely, doing geological and archaeological fieldwork in southern France and northern Spain, Sweden, and Norway, and in 1936, at the age of 24, he graduated with a doctorate degree. By then, he was an immensely confident man with a driving sense of ambition. Superbly trained as a geologist, he had his pick of jobs in the European oil companies. 17 But in April 1937, he decided to apply for a post as a Paleolithic archaeologist in the SS Excavations Department. 18 Almost certainly his political views and his sense of opportunism influenced the decision. He dearly hoped that Hitler would unite all the former Frisian lands into one territory in the Greater Reich. If that day were to come, he wanted to be properly positioned to become the Gauleiter, or head of the new Nazi regional district of Friesland. 19. Boehmer sent off his curriculum vitae, as well as a 2-page description of his preferred excavation techniques and a small head and shoulders photograph. 20 The latter, clearly intended to demonstrate his racial suitability, showed a young man with a thatch of blonde hair, deep-set eyes, large ears that angled out conspicuously from his head, and the clear, ruddy good looks of someone who grew up with plenty of fresh air and wholesome food. Even into his mid-20s, Bomers could have passed as a farm boy fresh from the country. 21. Bomers' application arrived at a rather opportune time in the SS headquarters in Berlin. A German scholar, R. Schmidt, had just begun excavations at Mauern Caves in Bavaria. 22 The site consisted of a network of 5 caverns, and near the eastern entrance of the middle cave, Schmidt and his diggers had found something very important: a bed of soil stained red with a mineral pigment known as ochre. Spread out along this red layer was the skeleton of a woolly mammoth blanketed with handmade ivory beads and beautifully fashioned stone weapons and tools. 23. The ivory beads and the finely worked stone tools were the product of the Cro-Magnon, a Paleolithic people who hunted reindeer and other big game. The Cro-Magnon had often chosen red ochre as a pigment for their cave paintings and for the ceremonies they performed for the dead. In all likelihood, the mammoth skeleton at Mauern had been part of some ancient Cro-Magnon religious rite. This news seems to have excited local Nazis greatly, for one of most prominent racial researchers in Germany, Hans F.K. Gunther, had declared that the Nordic race arose from the earlier Cro-Magnon race, based on physical similarities that the racial scholars somehow perceived in the two groups. 24. In August 1937, the SS Excavations Department took control of the dig at Mauern. The head of the department, Dr. Rolf Hoene, became the site inspector, and a unit of the Austrian SS, an underground organization at the time, began preparing the area for further excavations. 25 By September, however, Hoene realized that he needed an experienced Paleolithic excavator to take charge of the ancient cave site, someone capable of retrieving every possible scrap of evidence concerning the Cro-Magnon race. He offered the position to Bomers. Science first learned of the Cro-Magnon in 1868, when workmen laboring on a road near a railway line in the small French town of Les Isles-de-Tillac stumbled upon a grave in a rock shelter, a huge horizontal groove in a cliff face that provided protection from the elements. 26 The grave contained the skeletons of 5 humans laid to rest with various body parts of extinct Ice Age creatures such as the woolly mammoth, as well as an assortment of stone blades and knives and pierced seashells. These discoveries immediately stirred the attention of a curious French geologist and paleontologist, Louis Lartet. With great interest, Lartet proceeded to excavate what remained of the grave and reassembled the bones that the railway workers had badly disturbed. The 5 skeletons looked very different from an ancient human unearthed in the Neander Valley in Germany 12 years earlier. The Neanderthal man possessed a low, receding forehead, with a thick bony ridge looming above the eyes and a distinctive bony bulge jutting from the nape of the neck. The humans of Les Isles, by contrast, were clearly modern Homo sapiens, with rounded crania, steep foreheads, short faces, and jutting chins. But they had obviously died a very long time ago, buried as they were among the bones of long extinct animals. Indeed, later studies showed that they had roamed the region in the midst of the Ice Age 30,000 years ago, when dirty grey ice sheets sprawled over much of northern Europe. Scientists dubbed these modern humans the Cro-Magnon, after the rock shelter where they were found, Abri Cro-Magnon. Later excavations at a scattering of sites revealed much about the Cro-Magnon. They had descended into subterranean caves to paint achingly beautiful murals of horses and bulls, ibexes, and mammoths. They had sat about hearths carving tiny bosomy Venus figurines from the ivory tusks of mammoths. They had bedecked themselves in clinking shell necklaces and soft fur robes and invented new and ever more lethal stone and bone weapons to bring down the game they hunted. They had also lived side by side with the Neanderthal in Europe for several thousand years, until finally the Neanderthal who neither painted great murals nor carved beautiful figurines disappeared under mysterious circumstances. The Cro-Magnon clans had then helped themselves to the sun-warmed rock shelters and caves of their former Neanderthal neighbors. European researchers interested in questions of race soon turned their attention to these Paleolithic finds. In 1878, a pair of prominent French researchers, Jean-Louis Armand de Quatrefages-Stabrow and his assistant Ernest Jules Haymy, interpreted these finds according to then popular ideas on the Aryans. The Neanderthal, they claimed, were members of an ancient race vanquished in most of Europe by a superior immigrant race, the primordial Aryans. 27 Their notion that fossil humans represented diverse ancient races, as opposed to diverse species, made a deep impression on some researchers, particularly in Germany. By the 1930s, scientists in England and America had abandoned this idea, but racial theorists in Germany stubbornly clung to it. 28 Hans F. K. Gunther, for example, insisted upon describing the Cro-Magnon as the ruling race in Central Europe, a cold-loving people who handily conquered all of its contemporaries. 29 In an effort to prove that they had spawned the Nordic race, he pointed to similarities in facial shape between the Cro-Magnon and some modern Scandinavians. 30 Other German racial theorists attempted to prove that Cro-Magnon men and women were blonde-haired. 31 But while Nazi researchers happily claimed the artistic, inventive Cro-Magnon as their own, they were somewhat uneasy about the origins of this primeval race. Contemporary research suggested that the Cro-Magnon had arisen somewhere in Asia or even Africa, but these places were not terribly acceptable to German ultranationalists who posited that all important events in human history took place in Northern Europe. In 1938, however, Dr. Etienne Beaumers advanced a far more politically palatable theory for the origins of the Cro-Magnon, based on his finds at Mauern. He contended that these ancient clans had arisen directly from the barren tundra of Ice Age Germany. 32 The site of Mauern lies in the southern part of the Jura Mountains, between the two old Bavarian cities of Ingolstadt and Donauwörth. 33 Its caves have been hollowed out by nature on a high sloping valley wall and look down upon a pretty stretch of small farmhouses and fields. In the fall of 1937, Beaumers arrived at Mauern to take control of the SS excavations. 34 He studied the lay of the land, examined the cave floors, and scrutinized the exposed stratigraphy. Then he ordered his team to expand upon Schmidt's excavation. As the days grew shorter and cooler, the team dug deeper into the sediments near the entrance to the middle cave. Not far from where Schmidt had worked, they struck more fossilized bone and ochre. It was the skull and several vertebrae and ribs of a woolly mammoth. 35. Boehmers pored over the osseous debris. Someone had broken off the mammoth's long ivory tusks and scattered precious carved ivory pendants and a collection of drilled animal teeth: fox, wolf, bear, and caribou, all ready to be hung on a necklace, near the mammoth bones. 36 Then he or she had scattered red ochre nearby, and lit a fire, for the ground was littered with bits of charcoal. Close by, Boehmers and his team collected 70 Buren's small stone chisels for shaping and decorating bone and ivory, as well as a rich assortment of other stone and bone tools. Boehmers was fascinated. He concluded that the area was a cultic site. 37. To explore the site further, he divided his team, dispatching some men to a lower cave entrance, others to an upper. As the excavators dug downward, they encountered ancient hearths and the refuse of a different group of visitors, the Neanderthal. In these layers, Boehmers' team found hand axes, scrapers for cleaning animal skins, and spearheads suitable for handheld spears wielded like bayonets. There was nothing terribly unusual or striking in any of this except for one curious find. In the upper portion of these layers, Boehmers and his team unearthed 33 leaf-shaped points, tapered at both ends. 38 These points resembled the streamlined spearhead of a technologically advanced weapon, the throwing spear or javelin favored by much later Cro-Magnon clans. 39 Armed with this weapon, a human hunter could slaughter dangerous prey, animal or human, from afar rather than closing in and risking serious injury. Boehmers considered the discovery immensely significant. He diligently collected soil samples from the dig and sent them out for pollen and mineral analyses. The results allowed him to visualize local vegetation cover and climate at the time the Paleolithic clans had visited the cave. Boehmers then compared these conditions to sweeping, well-documented environmental changes that had taken place in Europe over the last 3 glacial ages, as vast ice sheets advanced and retreated in a global minuet. On the strength of this comparison, he assigned rough dates to the cave's occupation, a standard technique in an age before more accurate methods, such as radiocarbon dating, were invented. Boehmers was terribly excited by the results. According to his calculations, which later proved to be quite wrong, the curious tapered leaf points dated more than 70,000 years ago, to a period between the last 2 glacial ages. 40. The young researcher chose to interpret this finding in a very dramatic way that would appeal to the SS. Since he believed inherently in the superiority of the Cro-Magnon race, he assumed that only Cro-Magnon hunters were intelligent enough to invent leaf points and throwing spears. Therefore the presence of these projectile points in the stratified layers at Mauern proved that Cro-Magnon clans stopped in there more than 70,000 years ago. 41 By this reasoning, Mauern was the earliest Cro-Magnon site in the world by tens of thousands of years. 42 It was a very bold interpretation for a young prehistorian, for the business of dating cave floors was a particularly difficult one. Moreover, in hammering these ideas together, Boehmers had ignored another major possibility, namely that the subhuman Neanderthal had created a superb new weapon. Boehmers proudly announced his results in a handwritten letter to the Ahnenerbe, which had just absorbed the SS Excavations Department. Your assignment, he declared in July 1938, has brought me face to face with a conclusion that is extremely important for all future Stone Age research and especially for all areas of study which are concerned with the predecessors of the Germanic tribes, the so-called Cro-Magnon race. Until now almost every German, and without exception every foreign investigator, has assumed that the race migrated to Europe from somewhere in the east. The excavations at Mauern and Ronnies, a second German site where excavators had noticed leaf points in early layers, have revealed for the first time the key that proves that the Cro-Magnon race must have developed in Greater Germany. 43 This news, he knew, would please Himmler mightily, for it neatly eliminated another potential source of foreign blood in the pedigree of Germans' ancestors. Moreover, it seemed to confirm another favorite boast of SS school leaders, that all important advances took place first in Northern Europe. 44. Bomers did not describe in this letter how he envisioned this evolution to have taken place. But he had become interested in Aim Ruto, a maverick Belgian geologist and archaeologist who contended that a very early genetic mutation gave rise to a single person with an immensely large brain. 45 Such an individual, Ruto surmised, was capable of founding a race of the strong. 46 Ruto also suggested that primeval climate change such as the advent of an ice age had triggered human evolution, sparking intense clashes among existing humans for food and shelter. From these pitched battles, a new, more advanced human race emerged. Such ideas would surely have appealed to Bomers. He believed that the Cro-Magnon evolved in Germany from the Neanderthal populations just as the earth cooled, the forests died, and immense ice sheets in the north and in the Alps began advancing and gnawing away at the land. 47 And he must have thought it natural that in such a hostile environment, the very first invention of the Nordic race would be a new weapon, a javelin that could be heaved through the air to wipe out more slow-wit and primitive rivals for scarce supplies of food. Violence and progress marched apace in Nazi political doctrine, and now Bomers thought he had discovered an important example of this in the Paleolithic world, too. When word of the young prehistorian's work at Mauern reached Himmler in late July 1938, he was fascinated. Although he was mired in work, engineering a major new anti-Jewish campaign in Germany and drawing up plans for covertly undermining the government of Czechoslovakia, he asked to read Bomers' papers even before they were published. 48 Bomers was well aware, however, that the European scientific community would be considerably less enthralled by these ideas. Indeed, his foreign colleagues would need serious convincing, for Bomers knew that many European scholars scoffed at the science of the Third Reich. Everywhere outside of Germany, he noted in a letter to Sievers, German science is seen as chauvinistic, without foundation. 49 To deflect such criticism, Bomers wanted to talk with his foreign colleagues and examine their collections of early Cro-Magnon tools. He also wanted to tour the painted caves in France, one of the best surviving records of the Cro-Magnon and their religious rituals, a subject that clearly intrigued him. New as he was to the staff of the Ahnenerbe, he did not hesitate to request funding for a research trip to the Netherlands, Belgium, France, and England. And the powers at the Ahnenerbe did not dawdle or drag their heels as they often did with others in approving his plans. But there seems to have been little interest in recruiting Bomers as an intelligence agent. A few months earlier, in the spring, Sievers had warned the young archaeologist by letter to be more discreet while conducting research among the Frisians. 50 Senior staff at the Ahnenerbe had discovered that Bomers lacked judgment and circumspection when it came to political matters. None of this, however, interfered with the plans for his trip. In mid-October 1938, as the field season at Mauern closed down, Bomers packed his bags and papers. He caught a train for the old Frisian capital of Leeuwarden and then on to Groningen and its important archaeological department, before pushing on into Belgium. As one of the great crossroads of Europe, Brussels was in an anxious mood. For weeks, the city's residents had followed the intricate dance of promises and betrayals that had led to the Czechoslovakia crisis. Hitler had sown violent unrest among the Germans living in Sudetenland, then demanded that Czechoslovakia hand over the important territory to the Reich. Stunned by his rapaciousness, the Western democracies had searched for some face-saving way of abandoning Czechoslovakia in its hour of need. By the end of September, both France and Britain had capitulated to Hitler's demands. The Sudetenland passed effortlessly into German hands. The immediate crisis was over, but those reading the newspapers in Brussels cafes suspected that Hitler was not done, and as Bomers wandered the city streets, a certain sense of foreboding, of living on borrowed time, hung in the air. If the young Dutch researcher noticed this, however, he made no mention of it in his surviving reports to the Ahnenerbe. He was preoccupied by the work at hand. He presented himself to the Royal Museum of Natural History, part of an ambitious complex of educational and research facilities grouped around Park Leopold. The museum had won international renown for its collection of fossil iguanodons, large plant-eating dinosaurs that once waddled contentedly across the Belgian countryside. In 1878, Belgian coal miners struck a fossil layer of the creatures near the village of Bernissart, and researchers from Brussels had salvaged 29 of their giant skeletons, reassembling them for public display in an immensely popular gallery. 51. Bomers almost certainly stopped to admire the giant skeletons. He had been trained, after all, as a geologist and paleontologist, but he was keen to get on with the study at hand. He had traveled to Brussels to examine the large collection of flint tools and pebbles gathered by Aime Routot. 52. Among other things, Routot had championed before his death a bizarre theory of human evolution. He believed that ancient ape-like humans had fashioned simple stone tools in Europe during the Tertiary Age, which spanned a vast period of time, from the extinction of the dinosaurs to the beginning of the Great Ice Age some 1.8 million years ago. This radical theory had initially attracted droves of converts, but Routot had failed to win lasting scientific acceptance. Many of his prize flint tools turned out to be little more than the products of natural forces. Bomers was eager, however, to check through Routot's collection, searching, it seems, for something that resembled the leaf points from Mauern. When he was done, he moved on to Paris and the Institute of Human Paleontology on Rue René Panhard, a short stroll from the Museum of Natural History and the laboratory where French researchers first discovered radioactivity in 1896.53. The Institute of Human Paleontology was housed in a formidable-looking building, a modern fortress in yellow brick and dull grey stone. Founded by the Prince of Monaco in 1920, the institute had become a mecca of Paleolithic studies, attracting researchers from around the world. Bomer spent 2 weeks there, sifting through the institute's collection of flint tools. 54. In the hallways and offices, he introduced himself to the institute's renowned staff. He chatted amicably with physical anthropologist Raymond Vaufry and presented his findings from Mauern to 77-year-old Marcelin Boule, an authority on the Neanderthal. He also paid his respects to a small, round-faced man in a worn black cassock, who always made time for young researchers. Abbé Henri Breuil was the world's foremost expert on Paleolithic cave art. 55. In 1901, Breuil and 2 companions had discovered a wealth of ancient cave paintings and engravings in France's Dordogne region, and it was Breuil who helped convince European prehistorians that the cantering horses, charging bison, leaping stags, and lumbering cave bears were indeed the work of Paleolithic artists. Since then, the adventurous cleric had spent nearly 40 years wriggling through narrow subterranean passageways and clambering up steep cavern walls. He showed no signs of slowing down or losing his enthusiasm. He had just returned from a month in the Pyrenees, copying the frightful tangle of engravings in the sanctuary at Les Trois Frères, as well as an assortment of other figures from the famous cave, work Breuil dearly hoped to finish before war brought cave art research grinding to a halt. 56. Despite these worries, however, Breuil took time to see Bomers. Almost certainly the genial priest rolled and lit a crumbling cigarette. He was seldom to be seen without one, as Bomers described the leaf points, red ochre, ivory beads, and mammoth bones of Mauern. Then Breuil, a generous-spirited man who could not possibly have guessed the extent of Bomers' Nazi ambitions, helped to arrange a rare honor for the young Dutch researcher: permission to enter one of the most important French caves, Les Trois Frères. The ancient site lay on a private estate, closed to the public. The owners permitted just 16 or so people a year, archaeologists for the most part inside. 57. Before availing himself of this honor, however, Bomers made a quick trip across the English Channel. He toured museum collections in London and Cambridge, examining their fossil human remains and stone tools. "I am very happy with the success," he reported to the Ahnenerbe. "I have been able to study all of the worthwhile collections for our study, and in England and France, I was able to talk to all the important researchers. They were all very enthusiastic about the finds and geological results from Mauern." 58. Bomers, however, had clearly mistaken politeness for acceptance of his interpretations. He returned to France at the end of the first week of November and traveled by train south to Les Izes, the little market town in the Dordogne where railway workers had discovered the first Cro-Magnon skeleton 70 years earlier. Since then, Curious residents and researchers had combed the surrounding countryside, turning up dozens of painted caves and prehistoric rock shelters in the neighboring limestone cliffs, and for decades journalists had publicized their finds. Lazies had become synonymous with archaeology, and throngs of tourists in knickerbockers and boots and heavy woolen sweaters turned up at the railway station each year, ready to tour the caves. Bomers checked into the Hotel de Glycines and almost certainly paid a visit to the local Museum of Archaeology, founded in 1910 to preserve the region's Paleolithic treasures after a collector was found to be buying and shipping off artifacts to German museums. 59. Bomers had a clear idea what he wanted to see in the surrounding countryside. 60 He squeezed down the long, narrow meandering gallery at Les Cambarelles, past dank walls encrusted with stalactites and thick dollops of calcium-rich moon milk, and gazed in wonder at the vast Paleolithic bestiary on the walls: stags, mammoths, cave lions, bears, fallow deer, reindeer, ibex, wolves, and a profusion of horses, one often superimposed upon one or two others. All had been engraved by torchlight by ancient artists equipped with flint tools. Breuil had detected what he believed to be 4 ancient breeds of horses at Les Cambarelles: Libyan, Celtic, Tarpan, and what he called the Nordic horse, with an arched profile from ears to nostrils with a long saddle back. 61 Boehmer struggled to find them. Such depictions, he later noted in a memorandum for the Annenurbe, could prove useful to science, giving important information on the development of modern horses. 62. When he was done there, he toured another of the region's great treasures, La Font de Gaume, less than a mile away across a patchwork of small tobacco fields and groves of walnut. Cro-Magnon artists had adorned the cave with spectacular paintings of Ice Age bison, oxen, and horses, many delicately colored in shades of red and brown and all observed with the acuity of the hunter's eye. Their sheer beauty astonished Bomers. It overshadowed, in his view, the artistic achievements of many of the Cro-Magnon's successors. The engravings and paintings of the Dordogne caves, he later conceded, are at an artistic level only seldom reached in the history of the Germanic tribes. 63 He then set off to lesser-known caves of the region, Tiot, and La Mouth. From the caves of the Dordogne, he pressed on south to the rugged Pyrenees and the small French village of Montesquieu-Avance, where one of the great mysteries of the ancient world, Les Trois Frères, awaited him. The cave had haunted Breuil for years. The abbé believed that it had long served as a subterranean shrine, a place where generations of sorcerers and enchanters came to pray to their gods and perform their ancient magic. As a spiritual man, Breuil felt certain that only initiates were permitted to venture into its dangerous subterranean passages and enter the chamber he called the sanctuary. Even after a decade of meticulous study, Breuil still marveled at this innermost chamber. Along its walls, human hands had incised and painted a strange phantasm of creatures. In the darkness, a swirling maelstrom of superimposed bison, horses, ibex, rhinoceros, and 3 strange mythical or masked creatures, half human, half animal, capered and pranced. Some danced, others played what appeared to be an early musical instrument. 64 A few gazed out mischievously toward the viewer. The sanctuary teemed with life and vital energy, and above all this tumult, beyond all the charging, rearing, swaying, someone had engraved and painted the lord of the chamber, a tall antlered man with a stag's ears and a horse's or wolf's tail. Breuil dubbed this surreal figure the sorcerer. He theorized it was a primeval divinity of the Paleolithic world, the spirit that controlled the fertility of game and the success of the hunt. As the light of his lanterns flickered across the walls of Les Trois Frères, with their strange unearthly visions, Bomers gazed at the tumult of engravings. He had arrived at the center of a mystery, at a place where Himmler and where so many other Nazis had long dreamed of standing, in the shrine of the ancient dead, in the dark embrace of the ancestors. That winter, Bomers basked in the warmth of Himmler's favor. The SS leader lapped up his theories, so much so in fact that he asked him to report on his findings at a conference of the SS Gruppenführer, the major generals who would faithfully carry out orders for the Holocaust. 65 Himmler also found time to take Bomers aside at a gathering to convey his personal views on the subject of human evolution. It must have been an instructive conversation. As Bomers later reported, Himmler dismissed outright, for example, the current notion that the human race was closely related to primates. He was also outraged by an idea proposed by another German researcher that the Cro-Magnon arose from the Neanderthal. 66 to Himmler, both these hypotheses were scientifically totally false. 67 They were also quite insulting to humans. 68 Bomers must have felt stunned. He, too, believed that the Cro-Magnon had evolved from the burly Neanderthal, based on the finds from Mauern, and he was unaccustomed to taking scientific direction from amateurs. He had clearly reached a major turning point in his career. He could continue gathering up evidence for his ideas on evolution, pursuing his own lights and paying the inevitable price for his stubbornness, scholarly obscurity. Or he could quietly drop all talk of evolution and build an important career in Germany with the help of the Ahnenerbe. He chose the latter. He wrote to Sievers in March 1939 stating that he always agreed with the Reichsführer's and the Ahnenerbe's position on matters of human evolution. 69 Bomers had already discussed plans with Sievers to create a satellite Ahnenerbe research center for Paleolithic studies in Munich. He believed himself to be the natural choice for its head, and he confidently predicted to Sievers that the new center would soon outshine the Institute of Human Paleontology in Paris and become the leading research site in the world. 70 For this, Bomers needed a professional staff of 4 young German prehistorians, whose specialties would nicely complement his own. He also wanted a team of 10 experienced excavators and his own anthropological journal, where all our investigators are to be published. 71 This would help build an international reputation for the center. In addition, he requested editorial control over all articles on prehistory and anthropology that appeared in the Ahnenerbe journal, Germanine, and asked for funds for a new research trip to Hungary, Czechoslovakia, Poland, and Yugoslavia. 72 Indeed, his plans for the future seemed to be growing by the day, and they even encompassed something that would have astonished Abbé Breuil and his colleagues in Paris. Bomers, it seems, dreamed of taking a leading role in French cave art research. The ancient murals and reliefs, he noted in an official memorandum, could shed much light on subjects dear to the hearts of the Ahnenerbe staff, such as symbol studies, the history of hunting methods, i.e., wild horse, bear, and mammoth hunting, and knowledge about the magical customs of the Cro-Magnon race, i.e., hunting magic, initiation rites, etc. 73 The French, in his view, had shamefully neglected this priceless legacy. He thought their scientific publications on the caves scanty and inadequate, and their preservation methods a disgrace. He noted that both he and Erika Trautmann had observed during their visits that the named caves are owned by farmers, or are managed by farmers, who don't have the faintest idea about the cultural value of the rock art. 74 As a result, American and French tourists had swarmed in droves through the caverns and run amok, scratching the walls with penknives. To Bomers, the solution was perfectly obvious. If the legacy of the Ur-Nordic race was to be protected and preserved for future generations in Europe, then his new institute would have to take the lead in cave art research. The Ahnenerbe, wrote Bomers, would serve the whole culture well if it were to succeed in preserving these valuable documents from their eventual destruction by photographing, drawing, or creating casts for the future. 75 Bomers, it seems, already dreamed of a day when the swastika would fly over France. 11 The blossoming. In the early spring of 1939, the Ahnenerbe was blossoming like some strange hothouse flower, sending out twisting new shoots and twining tendrils into German academic life. It was becoming a place that courted bright young scholars and catered to their research, a place that advanced academic careers and arranged coveted university appointments, a place that financed dreams of foreign research, then sliced effortlessly through the hopeless tangle of red tape that restricted most travel outside the Reich. It was a place where the spirit of National Socialism, such as it was, ruled, and where the Führerprinzip, or leadership principle, meaning absolute allegiance to those higher up in the pecking order, was put into practice daily. It was a place where SS commissions were doled out liberally. As such, the Ahnenerbe had little difficulty in hiring its pick of young Nazi scholars. Indeed, since the beginning of 1937, when Walther Wust assumed the presidency, the institute had more than doubled in size, from 38 workers to more than 100.1 for its new headquarters in Berlin. The SS had acquired a sprawling mansion in Dahlem, a district of quiet leafy streets and tall hedges, wrought iron gates, and servants' quarters. Dahlem was a neighborhood of choice for those who had profited from the corruption of the Nazi regime. Those who hadn't sometimes called it by another name, Bonzopolis, after a popular English cartoon character famous for spineless greed. 2 The new Ahnenerbe headquarters was set in a lovely green estate at 19 Pucklerstrasse. It stood just 5 minutes away from Grunewald, a former royal hunting preserve turned parkland with horseback trails and lakes and swimming beaches. 3. Like many other properties in Dahlem, the mansion and its attendant buildings had recently been Aryanized, meaning that the Nazi government had succeeded in forcing its previous Jewish owners to flee the country and give up their spacious home at a bargain price. 4 Certainly, the Ahnenerbe had profited handsomely from the situation. A real estate appraiser valued the Pucklerstrasse estate in October 1938 at 675,000 Reichsmarks, or some $3.5 million today, after inflation is taken into account. 5 But the Ahnenerbe seems to have snapped up the property for less than half this price, 300,000 Reichsmarks. 6 And almost certainly, the unfortunate Jewish owners received a good deal less than this, for the government customarily forced Jewish emigrants to pay 25% of their assets for the Reichsfluchtsteuer, or Reich flight tax, as well as additional amounts for other forms of official extortion. 7. The newly acquired estate consisted of 3 buildings. The largest was built in 1910 of ivory-colored sandstone and an abundance of expensive wood paneling and stained glass. It boasted a conservatory, dining room, library, laboratory, microscopy room, photographic studio, darkroom, and some 24 offices furnished with comfortable leather chairs, Persian rugs, antique-looking German paintings, and reproductions of Worth's rock art casts. 8 The second building housed a large workshop for the Ahnenerbe sculptors and other technical staff, while the third and smallest structure served as a private residence for Wolfram Sievers and his family, a convenient arrangement that allowed the young administrator to go horseback riding in Grunewald before starting work on summer mornings. 9. Spacious as the complex was at 19 Pucklerstrasse, however, it merely served as the Ahnenerbe headquarters. Many of the staff, including Wust himself, toiled in what were called teaching and research sites, smaller satellite institutes scattered across the Reich, from Munich to Vienna. These centers varied in size from 1 or 2 scholars to nearly a dozen researchers. 10 Ahnenerbe officials planned to house the most important of these in select Aryanized properties, 2.11 for Wust and his Department of Indo-Germanic Aryan Linguistics and Culture. For example, they were planning to create a major bureau at an elegant address in Munich, somewhere close to the university. In January 1940, they scooped up a prize piece of Aryanized real estate at 35 Weidenmayerstrasse, a lovely terrace house situated across the street from the tree-lined Isar River. 12. All in all, the Ahnenerbe was rapidly becoming a rather large and lavish operation. Rather than order cost-cutting measures, however, Himmler encouraged further expansion. He regarded the Ahnenerbe's research as essential to the future of the Reich, even if Hitler had yet to take much notice of it. To keep this large and expensive research organization afloat, the SS leadership was increasingly forced to resort to some rather unconventional sources of financing. In its early days, the Ahnenerbe had received nearly all of its money from just 2 sources: the Deutsche Forschungsgemeinschaft, or German Research Foundation, the country's preeminent scientific funding agency, and the Reich Agricultural Organization. The latter was a Nazi cartel responsible for planning and organizing Germany's agricultural affairs in order to render the country self-sufficient. Germany's heavy dependence on foreign food before the First World War had contributed to its defeat in 1918, and Hitler was determined to avoid that mistake. 13 As a first step, he had appointed Richard Walther Dahr, the Reich farmers' leader, to take command of the Reich Agricultural Organization. Dar in turn had combined these appointments with his continuing work as head of RUSHA. So he had taken it upon himself to quietly funnel money from the agricultural cartel into the Ahnenerbe. Such finagling certainly helped to pay the bills. But Himmler was eager to find new sources of tax-free money that were independent of any political rival. So he set up something called the Ahnenerbe Foundation, and under his direction, the SS leadership began searching for donors in private industry. They landed one big fish, Emil Georg von Strauss. Strauss sat on the supervisory board of the Deutsche Bank, as well as on the boards of several major German manufacturers. The prominent financier agreed to milk his business contacts for donations for the Ahnenerbe Foundation. In 1937, Strauss succeeded in rounding up 50,000 Reichsmarks from a short list of corporate donors that included Daimler-Benz and Bayerische Motorwerk, better known in the English-language world today as BMW.14. Such piecemeal donations, however, would cover little of the Ahnenerbe's operating expenses. So the SS leadership drew up a more ambitious scheme. This involved something that bore little relation to prehistory, a reflector pedal for bicycles. The pedal was the brainchild of one of Hitler's former chauffeurs, Anton Leubler, an old party comrade. Leubler was a machinist and a driving instructor by profession. 15 by avocation, however, he was an inventor. In his spare time, Leubler tinkered away in his shop in Berlin, designing new and improved mechanical devices, such as carburetors. While mulling over a way of making bicycles more visible at night on the road, he stumbled upon the idea of fastening small pieces of glass to the pedals in order to reflect headlights from approaching cars. Eventually, word of these inventions reached the SS leadership, and in 1936, the SS formed a joint company with the machinist to market his inventions. Himmler intended to use part of the revenues to fund the Ahnenerbe. As it turned out, however, Leubler's design was not nearly as original as it had first seemed. Indeed, another German inventor had devised a similar safety device and applied for a patent. But this competitor lacked something very important, the SS as a business partner. His patent application was buried. Leubler sailed through, and in 1938 Himmler used his supreme authority as the head of the German police to pass a new traffic law. This required all new German bicycles to be equipped with Leubler's reflective pedal. 16. German manufacturers suddenly had no choice but to use Leubler's design and pay licensing fees to the company owned by the inventor and the SS. Those who initially refused to pay the fee soon saw the wisdom of doing so. 17 Often it took no more than a single letter, signed by Himmler personally, to convince a reluctant manufacturer to obey the new law. 18 And before long, the revenues were flowing into the Ahnenerbe Foundation. In 1938 alone, the foundation received a tidy 77,740 Reichsmarks from the bicycle pedal proceeds. 19. The Leubler scheme was insufficient, however, to meet the Ahnenerbe's growing stack of bills. So in the absence of other legal channels, SS aides began to indulge in some very shady accounting, a common practice in the offices of many senior Nazis. 20 Although Himmler demanded the appearance of financial probity from his SS men, he encouraged fraud when it came to financing the SS itself. Senior officers on his staff juggled large sums of money from one secret account to another, deftly evading taxes and leaving behind a paper trail so tangled and snarled that no auditor could hope to unravel it. 21 They also signed for massive bank loans that the SS had no intention of repaying. Himmler and his staff simply assumed, with good reason, that in due time the SS would become so powerful and fearsome that no bank director in his right mind would dare to call in one of its loans. 22. Such fraudulent financial maneuvers permitted the Ahnenerbe to take on a much broader range of scientific and scholarly research, a plan that Himmler clearly endorsed. From the very beginning, he had regarded the Ahnenerbe as the source of a glorious new history of the Aryan race, a history that could be used to teach SS men and their progeny to act and truly think like Aryans. Moreover, he had long hoped that such knowledge of the ancestors could be used to convince SS men to turn their backs on the moral decay of Germany's cities and return to the countryside to take up the simple life with their families in special SS farm colonies. Such colonies, he hoped, would give birth one day to a new golden age, replacing industrial Germany with an agricultural paradise and creating a fertile breeding ground for the Aryan race. The SS command, however, had made little progress in achieving this rural utopia. Land, after all, was at a premium in Germany. SS officials had to first locate, then purchase large tracts that could be readily divided into settlement farms, an expensive proposition. In 1937, for example, SS officials decided to found a model farm colony at Murau, east of Berlin. For its land base, they bought part of a 3,200-acre estate from the financially struggling daughter of a Berlin industrialist. 23 The official sale price was reportedly 1 million Reichsmarks. 24 SS authorities then proceeded to slice the property up among just 12 SS families. The largest block of land, some 100 acres, was reserved for an SS doctor. Smaller parcels were then distributed to men of lower ranks. 25 Drained by the cost of these purchases, officials founded only a handful of the colonies in Germany between 1937 and 1938. Himmler, however, was not discouraged. He held high hopes for the future, especially after Hitler engineered the Anschluss with Austria and the annexation of the Sudetenland. As German armies marched farther and farther east, he reasoned, the SS could easily scoop up confiscated country estates for its men. To prepare for this day, RUSHA officials drew up detailed plans for new SS settlements in the East. 26 At the heart of each of these colonies would be a distinctive outdoor amphitheater known in Nazi parlance as a Thingplatz. 27 The idea was borrowed from the old Scandinavian Thing, an assembly of free men who met in a field or village common to elect chieftains and resolve disputes. The Nazi Thingplatz, however, was considerably more contrived and far less democratic. Architecturally, it was intended to blend into a natural setting that possessed some prominent feature, a hill, perhaps, or a lake or an archaeological site of legendary or historic importance. 28 Their SS families would be encouraged to hold torchlight rallies, stage SS solstice celebrations, or present their own propaganda plays. In addition to the Thingplatz, each colony would possess other key features. It would have a shooting range where the men could sharpen their marksmanship and a distinctive graveyard where the living could suitably honor and remember the dead. It would have buildings to house local branches of the Nazi Party, the SS, and Hitler Youth, as well as a variety of Nazi women's organizations. 29 And last but not least, it would have a Sportplatz, where young men and women in the community could receive physical training in a wide range of sports and gymnastics. Hitler himself had stressed the importance of such training. Sport, he had noted in Mein Kampf, would make the individual strong, agile and bold and toughen him and teach him to bear hardships. 30 Such training, he further opined, would produce both defiant men and women who are able to bring men into the world. 31 The colony's farmhouses would be spacious and solidly built, as befitting homes of a master race. SS planners favored a primeval housing style known as Wohnstallhaus, which dated back to at least the Roman era in Germany and possibly earlier. 32 One basic design called for a long, narrow wooden building of nearly 9,500 square feet that combined both the family home and barn under one roof. 33 The front half of the spacious building featured a downstairs parlor and a roomy kitchen, where several small children could run about freely, as well as a number of bedrooms upstairs. The back half housed the family's stable, as well as a barn for chickens, pigs, and cattle. But the design was very flexible. SS men could add on more space as new babies arrived. Each family in the settlement was expected to observe SS doctrine. Simply stated, this meant maintaining the purity of their Nordic bloodlines at all costs and producing as many children as possible. To prove the purity of its lineage, each family would keep a detailed genealogical chart of its ancestors, as well as a copy of its Sippenbuch, or clan history. 34 Moreover, settlers would be encouraged to research and display their clan symbols and family coat of arms. 35. Such was the cookie-cutter pattern that Himmler intended to stamp out across Eastern Europe, and he spread word of these plans among his men, knowing that the promise of free land and a spacious house in the country would motivate many to obey even the most odious order. 36. The proposed SS settlements were a far cry from the cluttered urban apartments that many of Himmler's subordinates called home. 37. Moreover, these country estates were a world apart from the cold, disease-infected barracks that Himmler was creating in the concentration camps. These crowded miniature cities were the places that German and Austrian Jews were now increasingly being funneled into. To assist future SS colonists, the Ahnenerbe greatly expanded its field of research. It assigned heraldry experts to pore over the history of clan symbols and scholars of comparative religion to retrieve details of ancient Aryan rites. It hired philologists to collect German place names and folklorists to record German legends and fairy tales. It employed archaeologists to excavate primeval settlements, engineers to study ancient German building styles, and landscape specialists to uncover possible astronomical alignments of old villages. It also appointed botanists to search out potential new food plants and zoologists to chart the evolutionary history of the horse and other farm livestock, in order to help restore old Germanic breeds. 38. In addition, Ahnenerbe researchers worked very hard to recover the lost history of the fictional Aryan race. Linguists studiously reconstructed words in the ancestral Aryan tongue, and classicists hunted for evidence of the Nordic founders of classical Greece and Rome, while Orientalists searched for proof of the Nordic roots of Near Eastern civilizations. Geologists mapped traces of prehistoric life in German caves, while biologists conducted racial studies on SS men and on Jews, and astronomers tested a popular Nazi theory on the origins of the solar system, a theory that neatly explained the supposed demise of the first great Aryan civilization. 39. Research was only half the battle, however. The Ahnenerbe strongly encouraged staff to popularize their work. Some gave lectures to SS officers and officer trainees and wrote articles for the SS training magazine, SS Leitheft, and the Nazi Party newspaper, Volkisker Beobachter. 40. Others organized scientific conferences that attracted reporters from the popular press. 41. Most wrote for the Ahnenerbe's own publications, thereby avoiding impartial peer review of their work. The institute possessed its own press, the Ahnenerbe Stiftung Verlag, which produced both popular and scholarly books, as well as 3 journals on diverse subjects. The best known of the journals was Germanine, a monthly magazine whose covers generally ran to German folk art and colorful historical paintings of Nordic farmers. The issues blended articles of interest to SS planners around the Thingplatz, on Nordic storage buildings, and wooden construction and farmhouses in Norway, with more arcane pieces intended for historians of the Aryan race, such as the Atlantis problem and Nordic runes and house marks in Chinese scripture. In addition, the Ahnenerbe staff produced 2 other magazines of interest to SS officials, one devoted to research on German family names, the other to studies of clan symbols. 42. Senior Ahnenerbe scientists also assisted in the making of SS training films on subjects ranging from the ancient symbols in Swedish rock art to traditional Finnish ceremonies for burying the dead. Other Ahnenerbe staff labored in the sculpture studio to create plaster reproductions of the cryptic rock art from Scandinavia. 43. The Ahnenerbe intended to display these enigmatic inscriptions in new SS celebratory sites and cemeteries, as well as on monuments and items of daily use. 44. And of course, the SS staff in Dahlem continued to labor over their towering stacks of paperwork, planning major expeditions abroad. Himmler had begun to fix his gaze to the east, far to the east, and at the beginning of 1939, he waited impatiently as one of his favorite researchers led a scientific team across the remote mountain kingdom of Tibet in search of lost Aryan tribes. 12. To the Himalayas. Since his first meeting with Walther Wust, Himmler had grown increasingly curious about Asia. It was as if the Orientalist had thrown open a door to a secret chamber that promised rare burnished treasure. Himmler could not resist exploring it. Privately, Himmler began to carry a copy of the Hindu religious poem, Bhagavad Gita, Wherever he traveled. 1 He browsed the speeches of Buddha and pored over the biography of Genghis Khan, the ruthless Mongol leader whose empire stretched from southern Manchuria to the Caspian Sea in the 13th century. Himmler then arranged for copies of the biography to be distributed to all SS leaders. 2 He also cultivated the friendship of Oshima Hiroshi, Japan's military attaché to Germany and later its ambassador. 3 The two men talked of many things, but Himmler was particularly keen to learn more of the samurai, Japan's warrior nobility. This was not an idle curiosity. Himmler had come to believe, as had Wust, that the elites of Asia, the Brahmin priests, the Mongolian chiefs, the Japanese samurai, all descended from ancient European conquerors. It was a bizarre idea. But many German ultranationalists willingly swallowed it because of Hans F. K. Gunther, one of the Reich's most famous racial scholars. In his immensely popular books on race, Gunther claimed that the primordial master race had first launched its assault on Asia some 4,000 years ago. 4 A few of its tribes, he suggested, took a northern route. They swept across Inner Asia and successfully fought their way to China and even Japan, where they became large landowners and nobles. 5 Even in modern times, he noted, the Chinese and Japanese aristocracy often displayed discernible Nordic traits: a decidedly long skull and an almost white skin, sometimes combined with handsome European features. 6. In Gunther's view, however, most of the Nordic invaders had taken a more southerly route. After sweeping through the Caucasus, they fought and slaughtered and pushed their way east to the fertile plains of India. 7 So odd were the native inhabitants of the subcontinent, alleged Gunther, that they described the invaders as gods in their legends. Along India's fertile river plains, the flaxen-haired foreigners made themselves at home, becoming the lordly Brahmans. They instituted a strict caste system, prohibiting their children from marrying anyone other than a fellow Brahmin. In this way, they zealously protected the purity of their bloodlines, and over time they extended their power to northeastern India and Nepal. There, explained Gunther, a wealthy young Nordic couple gave birth to a Prince Buddha. 8. As Gunther saw it, these powerful lords were ultimately unseated by something beyond their control. Pale Nordic men and women, he suggested, were simply unable to bear the tropical sun, originating as they did in the dreary, drizzly, snowy lands of northern Europe. Their infants sickened and died at the height of summer, and the few that survived, he contended, had little choice but to marry into native families, giving birth to generations of babies with dark hair and brown skin. Even so, Gunther was convinced he could discern certain Nordic traces in the aristocratic Brahmans. Their height, he noted, is 6 to 9 centimeters taller than the rest of the population. In addition to their generally lighter skin, they have a narrower face and nose, and brown hair that they share with other high castes. 9. All these far-fetched claims for Nordic overlords in Asia made a deep impression on Himmler. 10 He was keen to unearth hard archaeological proof of these golden-haired conquerors. The farther east the better. Such finds would provide key new evidence of the primacy of the Aryan race through time. Moreover, they would almost certainly rivet Hitler. The German Führer had taken little, if any, interest in the Ahnenerb's expeditions and research in northern Europe, much to Himmler's despair. 11 But Hitler greatly admired Gunther's work, even taking the time to attend the scholar's inaugural lecture at the University of Jena in 1930. 12 An expedition to Asia in search of the golden-haired master race would raise the Ahnenerb's profile dramatically in Hitler's eyes. All that Himmler needed was to find the right scientist. On November 2, 1935, a muscular young German SS man turned up at the German consulate in Chongqing with an impressive tale of survival and resourcefulness. 13 Ernst Schaefer was a 25-year-old zoologist, the son of a prominent German industrialist. Volatile and headstrong, he had set off from Shanghai in early July 1934 with a close friend and another companion on an American-financed expedition to the wilderness that straddled the border between Sichuan and Tibet. Schaefer and his colleagues had planned on collecting bird and mammal skins and other specimens for the Academy of Natural Sciences in Philadelphia. But the remote region, rife with robbers and warring tribes, tested their endurance to the limit. The trio battled off murderous brigands, faced down a mutiny among their porters, and ferreted out treacherous spies in their midst. But during a perilous siege mounted by the machine-gun-toting troops of a Chinese warlord, Schaefer's friend, Brooke Dolan, decided to flee for help disguised as a Mongolian merchant. He never returned. Schaefer finally managed to talk his way out of the siege, but his second American companion departed the expedition soon after. Left in charge of the native porters and what remained of the caravan, Schaefer stewed over his fate. "I was totally alone," he later wrote, "just as the hardest part of the expedition was beginning and the most important research lay ahead of us. 14 The route ahead led deeper into a war zone, but Schaefer resolved to continue collecting zoological specimens. He set off with the porters, and when he arrived back in civilization 7 months later, his caravan was laden with the carcasses of some 3,000 exotic animals, including at least 2 species unknown to science. He had taken nearly 7,000 photographs of the countryside and its people and shot rare film footage of the remote inner Asian wilderness, all of which would be useful for magazine articles, books, and public lectures. He had also charted the remote region in maps and scribbled his impressions on nearly 3,000 double-sided pages. 15. In Shanghai, Schaefer coolly plotted his future. He planned to spend a few months in Philadelphia organizing his collection, but he was keen to return to Inner Asia as the head of his own expedition. 16. He needed financial backing, however, and for this, Schaefer pinned his hopes on his SS connections. From the office of the German consul general in Shanghai, he wrote a 5-page letter to August Himmler, an SS Gruppenführer, describing his success in salvaging the entire trip. "The expedition," he boasted, "is considered to be the most successful in terms of results and collected zoological expedition material that has ever been conducted in Inner Asia and should be the model for future expeditions." 17. Schaefer left little room for doubt that he was the right man to lead those expeditions. When the Nazi Party caught wind of Schaefer's success, it quickly called him home. 18. In Philadelphia, Schaefer received an official summons to return to Germany as soon as possible and a telegram from Himmler's office informing him that he had been awarded a commission as an honorary SS Untersturmführer. All this attention from high quarters was immensely gratifying to the young SS man. "I am so proud and happy that I am not able to express it," he declared in his reply to Himmler. "I hope I will be able to show my gratitude through my actions. All my expectations were exceeded in each and every respect, though the greatest honor for me is to have been promoted." 19. In June 1936, the new Untersturmführer was ushered past the sentries at the door of the former art school on Prinz Albrechtstrasse. He was led up the stairwell and down a bright corridor decorated with busts of Hitler and other prominent German figures, and shown into Himmler's office, a plain, impersonal-looking room that displayed little of the gilded magnificence favored by other ministers of the Reich. 20. Himmler was in a talkative mood. He warmed quickly to Schaefer and the conversation soon turned to Schaefer's plans for the future. The young Untersturmführer had spent 7 months mulling over the best way to present his proposal for a new expedition. Like every other member of the SS, he was well aware of the immense importance that Himmler placed on archaeology and the ancient history of the mythical Aryans. As luck would have it, Schaefer's last expedition had stumbled upon some archaeological and anthropological finds that would interest Himmler greatly. While out hunting near the small town of Baitang, along the Chinese-Tibetan border, Schaefer and his companions had come across several ancient graves dug into the fertile terraces of a riverbed. Curious about the contents, they had not hesitated to open the graves, although they had no permission to do so from local authorities. Schaefer and his companions unearthed several skeletons curled in a fetal position. 21 Mourners had sent them to the next world wearing jewels and accompanied by all manner of urns and pots. Schaefer was fascinated when he saw the decorative motifs on these objects. They corresponded in his opinion to old Aryan symbols. 22. As the expedition moved on, Schaefer observed what he considered to be other proof of an ancient Aryan presence. During his university studies, He had taken classes in ethnology, the history of human groups and their origins and distribution, and without doubt was familiar with the works of Gunther. 23 The entire subject interested him greatly. 24 While trekking along the mountainous northeastern fringes of Tibet, he had encountered several striking individuals. Unlike the local farmers who were pure Mongol types or the cityfied tradespeople who possessed strong Semitic streaks, these individuals seemed in Schaefer's eyes to possess pure Aryan facial characteristics, strong hook noses, red-black hair and almost gray-blue eyes. 25 From these brief observations, he concluded that they were representatives of a racial group that differs from other inhabitants. 26 Such Aryan-looking individuals, he observed, are spread over the entire area and are strongest in the feudal noble class, as well as among landowners and the warrior-robber group. 27 All this struck the young SS officer as a significant discovery for Germany's Rassenkunde experts. This opens up a whole new area of science in a productive and appreciative field to establish how far the Aryan race interspersed on the roof of the world. 28 Schaefer almost certainly related these racial discoveries to Himmler, who was a very receptive and attentive listener when the occasion suited him. 29 And during the ensuing discussion, Himmler seems to have offered his own thoughts on how Aryan tribes could have ended up in the mountains of Inner Asia, thoughts that clearly blended Wirth's theories on Atlantis with Gunther's speculations about Asia. After the war, Schaefer recalled some of this conversation for his American interrogators, who then distilled his recollections into one sentence: Himmler believed that ancient emigrants from Atlantis had founded a great civilization in Inner Asia, the capital of which was a city called Obo. 30 Himmler also seems to have confided to Schaefer his own personal view on the origins of the Nordic race, which was again summarized by the American interrogators. Himmler mentioned his belief that the Nordic race did not evolve, but came directly down from heaven to settle on the Atlantic continent. He also mentioned Oshima's belief in a similar theory concerning the origin of the noble castes in Japan. 31. Schaefer thought Himmler's views on the divine origins of the Nordic race were ridiculous. But he seems to have kept these opinions to himself in his first meeting with the SS leader. Certainly, Himmler retained a very favorable impression of the young scientist, so favorable, in fact, that in 1937, he agreed to make Schaefer's great dream come true. He put him in charge of a major new Ahnenerbe expedition that was to travel to Tibet and also to the Gobi Desert in Mongolia, where it would look for the ruins of the mythical city Obo. 32 He then ordered the Ahnenerbe's managing director, Wolfram Sievers, and his own trusted aide Bruno Gack to begin piecing together the financing. He also personally instructed Schaefer to consult with Karl Maria Weilegut. Schaefer obliged, presenting himself at the old colonel's villa in Berlin. A pair of SS sentries waved him up the driveway and a young assistant, Gabriel Deschend, led him into a dank, ill-kept tropical conservatory. A deep gloom seemed to envelop the room. As Schaefer waited uneasily, he detected a strange sweet smell that he recognized at once from his travels in the East. It was opium. The old colonel finally shuffled into the room. He embraced Schaefer and kissed him on both cheeks, then took a seat. Slowly, the elderly officer began slipping into some kind of altered state, his eyes glazed and his hands visibly trembling. It reminded Schaefer of the trances he had seen some Tibetan lamas enter. 33. When Weilegut at last broke the silence, he astonished Schaefer. In a deep, rough voice, he began to speak of the Dalai Lama and rattle off names of Buddhist monasteries and other places in eastern Tibet known only to Schaefer. The young zoologist felt as if Weilegut were literally reading his mind. Schaefer later noted in his memoirs that he was rather shaken by the encounter and left at the first opportunity. But in later years, Weilegut's assistant remembered things differently. The two men, she recalled, had a fascinating conversation about the telepathy of Tibetan lamas, a type of extrasensory perception that Schaefer claimed to have witnessed himself. He told Weilegut that the lamas in Tibet often seemed to be expecting him when he arrived at their monastery. 34. Nevertheless, this bizarre experience and Himmler's remarks on the divine descent of the Nordic race raised a large red flag in the young zoologist's mind about allying himself with Himmler on matters of science. The question was clearly how to clinch the Ahnenerb's support without compromising his own sense of integrity. It was a difficult problem, but Schaefer was young and supremely confident in his own abilities. Indeed, he seems to have believed that he could handle Himmler just as deftly as he had managed the brigands and warlords of China. In Inner Asia he had learned that one could not lose his nerve. The success of the expedition was based on such games. 35 It was a matter of while. Schaefer was accustomed to dominating others and bending them to his will. Short, stocky, and barrel-chested, with a thick crop of wavy dark blonde hair, a strong jutting jaw, and a sturdy as opposed to handsome face, he radiated confidence. He possessed immense reserves of physical strength that allowed him, day in and day out, to chase big game up into the rarefied altitudes of the Himalayas as if it were no more than child's play. He spoke in such a loud, booming voice that his friends often joked that he had no need of a telephone. 36 He wrote in a bold hand with a thick nib, covering page after page in a dark scrawl of black ink, every second sentence or so punctuated with one or more exclamation marks. He was egotistical and a master of self-promotion. He relished taking risks. He drove like a maniac. He tended to be blunt and direct to a fault, but he did not hesitate to lie when stuck in a tight spot. A moody man of dark corners and edges, he had a trigger temper, which he lost frequently, sometimes violently so. In his later years, he fell into strange somnambulatory fits. Once while sleepwalking in a train, he nearly strangled a doctor sleeping in a berth nearby. Life with Schaefer, as his second wife later conceded, was never easy. 37 Yet the zoologist rarely bore grudges, and to those he considered peers or friends or family, he was kind, loyal, and generous. He possessed a talent for binding men to him. His willfulness revealed itself at an early age. Born in Cologne in 1910, the son of a wealthy businessman, Schaefer had little interest as a boy in following in his father's footsteps. To escape the sprawling family home in Waltershausen, he roamed the glens and pine-covered hills of the neighboring Thuringian forest. He brought home squirrels and small animals and built aquariums and cages, transforming his room into a miniature zoo. 38 He spent hours watching the behavior of birds he had captured. As a teenager, his love of the outdoors was rivaled only by a passion for hunting. He succeeded in shooting his first roebuck at the age of 12. By his mid-20s, his prowess with guns was legendary. In Inner Asia, he once shot 3 fleet-footed antelopes from a distance of 200 yards, dispatching each with a single bullet. Consistently he shoots as the average hunter shoots once in a lifetime and bears the memory for the remainder, his friend Brooke Dolan observed later. 39. When Schaefer reached his late teens, his father insisted that he abandon his feral ways and prepare for a business career, taking suitable courses at university. By then, however, the young naturalist abhorred the thought of spending the rest of his life cooped up in offices and boardrooms. He had read with fascination the books of Sven Hedin, a Swedish explorer who had trekked through Inner Asia, and he dreamed of a similar life in the wilds of the East. He enrolled at the University of Göttingen and told his father he was studying law. 40 In reality, however, he was taking classes in zoology, botany, geology, and ethnology. 41. It was while studying migrating storks, guillemots, and doves as a student on Helgoland, an island just off the North Sea coast of Germany, that he met a distinguished German zoologist who had traveled through the remote highlands of western China and eastern Tibet. Hugo Weygoldt was much impressed by Schaefer and his remarkable marksmanship, so when the older zoologist received an invitation to join a new scientific expedition to the headwaters of the Yangtze River in 1930, he recommended Schaefer as the team's hunter. The expedition's American backers were particularly anxious to collect specimens of a giant panda and other large exotic species. If anyone can kill a giant panda bear, Weygoldt reportedly told the team leader, it would be Schaefer. 42. The young zoologist needed no arm twisting. He joined the team and departed by train from Berlin in January 1931. In Chongqing, the expedition haggled and bargained for a large caravan, complete with more than 100 porters as well as horses and pack animals. Thus equipped, it began trekking north and west toward the mountainous headwaters of the Yangtze. Schaefer was agape at the exotic mountain world he found himself in, with its roaring rivers and dripping bamboo forests and its hundreds of species of strange new birds and insects, snakes and mammals, trees and vines, flowers and grasses. He felt reborn, and he set about hunting zoological specimens with an intense single-minded passion. For months, he stalked the forests in search of the giant panda. He found broken shoots of bamboo, the jagged leftovers from their meals, but failed to catch even a brief glimpse of a panda. One day, however, he noticed bits of bamboo shoots littering the high boughs of a tree. He realized the bears were capable of climbing up into the forest canopy. The next morning he and a Tibetan assistant returned to the spot and silently clambered up a nearby tree. Some 400 meters in the distance, he noticed branches gently rustling. He took aim and fired at the spot. Sight unseen, he knocked a panda to the ground, killing it for his collection. A seasoned veteran of Inner Asian research, Schaefer began drawing up plans in the summer of 1937 for the Ahnenerbe trip to Tibet. He set his sights firmly on the high plateau region of northeastern Tibet, bordered by the Ammakin Mountains. The remote wilderness, he observed in an 8-page letter to Himmler, was the last completely unexplored realm of Central Asia, an exotic land that would greatly appeal to geographers, botanists, zoologists, and ethnologists. 43 Schaefer was also highly optimistic about the prospects for racial studies in the region. He planned to examine the mixed Aryan groups of people and their social behavior, which I discovered on my last trip. 44 He also intended to excavate the graves of Baitang, recovering ancient artifacts that trace back to the Aryan Scythian migration. 45 All this he planned to capture on a professional expedition film. He proposed departing sometime between the fall of 1937 and the end of January 1938. This would give him time to finish 2 popular books he was writing on his recent adventures in Inner Asia. He clearly hoped to model himself on his hero Sven Hedin and prepare for the oral examination for his doctoral degree before throwing himself into preparations for the expedition. Himmler perused the plans and approved them. By this time, both men had dropped the notion of an extended trip into Mongolia's Gobi Desert. In all likelihood, Schaefer had convinced the SS leader that such a side trip would needlessly add expense to an already costly itinerary. Schaefer believed that the racial and archaeological studies in Tibet would uncover ample evidence of Aryans. Over the next 10 months, Schaefer slaved away at his studies and his writing, and in his spare time, he wooed a willowy young farmer's daughter, Herta Waltz. Soon after their marriage on July 14, 1937, Schaefer took up preparations for the expedition. He estimated that the team's journey to Tibet would cost at least 60,000 Reichsmarks, 30,000 of which would be needed before departure. 46 The Ahnenerbe, however, was unable to shoulder such a heavy burden, so Wolfram Sievers and Himmler's trusted aide, Bruno Gach, immediately set to work locating the necessary money. Gach met with representatives from Ahe Verlag, the central publishing house of the Nazi Party, to arrange a publishing deal for Schaefer. 47 He and Sievers also attempted to sell the rights for the expedition film and obtain free steamship passage to Shanghai for the team members. In addition, they contacted the German Research Foundation and the Advertising Council of the German Economy, the government agency responsible for disseminating business propaganda. 48 In the meantime, Schaefer agreed to search for corporate money through a contact at IG Farben, the world's largest chemical cartel, based in Frankfurt. Himmler's staff also began passing on names of suitable researchers for the expedition. Schaefer listened politely, but having barely survived the near collapse of one trip after his teammates deserted, he had his own definite ideas on the matter. He intended to pick scientists who were young, strong, physically fit, and capable of handling themselves if push came to shove. He also planned to select researchers of a high scientific caliber. For the expedition geologist, he immediately poached an assistant of Wilhelm Filchner, Germany's most seasoned Tibet explorer. 24-year-old Karl Wienert had a doctorate degree in geophysics and a passion for fieldwork and adventure. For the technical leader, the person responsible for organizing the expedition in Germany and managing all the provisioning, transport, and communications in Inner Asia, Schaefer selected 24-year-old Edmund Geer, a former regional policeman turned SS officer who possessed strong organizational skills and extensive SS connections. In addition, he recruited 38-year-old Ernst Krauss, a versatile man capable of doubling as the expedition's filmmaker and its entomologist. One of the most important slots was still vacant, however. The team needed an anthropologist with a solid background in ethnology. A senior official in RUSHA passed on to Schaefer the name of a 26-year-old, up-and-coming Rassenkunde expert, Bruno Beger. 49 Beger was a student of Hans F.K. Gunther. Sociable and inquisitive and very much a self-made man, he possessed many of the social skills that Schaefer lacked and had mastered the art of networking long before it became fashionable. He was just finishing off his doctoral degree in anthropology. Tall, wiry, and naturally athletic at 6'2", he was the very image of a Nordic man, with his piercing blue eyes, long sharp nose, and neatly parted straight blonde hair. Beger's sense of ambition easily matched that of Schaefer. He was born in 1911 into an affluent old Heidelberg family that had made its money from the region's tanneries. 50 But the family had fallen on hard times. His father died at the front in the First World War, and most of the family's financial assets slipped through his mother's hands during the financial tumult of the 1920s. As luck had it, the mother of a good friend came to his rescue, paying for his university studies. Beger had intended on studying mathematics at the University of Jena. But after attending a lecture by the racial scholar Hans F.K. Gunther, he gravitated toward the subjects of anthropology and ethnology. 51 Gunther, in turn, seems to have encouraged the budding young racial scholar. Indeed, Beger ended up designing the maps for Gunther's book on the Nordic race in Asia. 52. In 1934, Beger joined the SS. He landed a part-time job in RUSHA and swiftly rose to the position of section head. From its inception, RUSHA was, as one recent historian has pointed out, less a place for opportunists and careerists and more a place for convinced ideologues. 53 Beger fit the mold extremely well. Russia's director, Otto Hoffmann, for example, liked the young scholar's approach to racial problem solving. Beger, he wrote, is an inventive and enthusiastic practitioner with an extraordinarily well-founded knowledge, yet he never gets stuck in pure theory. 54 This opinion seems to have been widely shared. When one colleague, Dr. Eric Carl, proposed leading an expedition to Hawaii, a huge laboratory of racial mixture, he invited Beger along. 55 Carl intended to study miscegenation, which was of course anathema to the SS, and gather data on its purported perils. 56. Discussions over funding of the Hawaii trip dragged on, however, and while waiting for final approval, Beger received a postcard, then a phone call, from Schaefer, inviting him to join the Tibet expedition. 57 Beger had read about Schaefer's exploits in Inner Asia in the German newspapers and was flattered that the young zoologist had approached him. Moreover, he was captivated by the prospect of trekking through the Himalayas and conducting racial studies there. Schaefer's new expedition was custom-made for an ambitious man. What better way was there to establish himself as one of Germany's preeminent racial scientists and cultivate favor with Himmler? So Beger signed on. And with the immensely powerful SS political machine spinning behind him, Schaefer continued sorting through the names of other candidates for the expedition: archaeologists, botanists, zookeepers. He was so close to his dream of returning to Inner Asia that he could almost hear the water dripping in the dense bamboo forests. On November 9, 1937, however, his plans suffered a tragic setback. While weekending at the country estate of a friend, the young zoologist went out duck hunting with his wife Herta and two servants in a rowboat. The weather was gray and rough, and as Schaefer stood up to shoot, a wave suddenly smashed against the boat, knocking him off balance just as he was about to pull the trigger. His shotgun slipped from his hands, broke in two, and discharged accidentally, shooting his bride of 4 months in the head. 58 By nightfall, she was dead. Schaefer was racked with guilt and grief. Immediately after the tragedy, he threatened to kill himself. 59 He soon managed to pull himself together, however, and a mere 8 weeks later he plunged back into work, revising his book manuscripts and pushing harder than ever at preparations for the expedition. He desperately wanted to escape to the remote frontier of western China and eastern Tibet, where he could lose himself in the beauty of nature, the pleasure of the hunt, and his duties as an expedition leader. He drew up page after page of equipment lists: pistols, saddles, a shortwave receiver and transmitter, a collapsible boat, Leica cameras, tents, first aid kits, animal traps, tools for processing zoological specimens, geophysical gear, crates of food and cigarettes and brandy, and boxes of presents for the Tibetans, including used binoculars, used and rejected pistols, folding knives with decorations, wrapped biscuits and cookies, and cheap watches. The lists were all passed on to Gestapo officials, who ran checks on the suppliers, right down to the producer of the expedition's dried fruit. 60 Each company had to be Aryan-owned. Sievers then composed letters to manufacturers and other potential outfitters, requesting that they donate the necessary gear. 61 As the preparations proceeded, however, political conditions along the proposed expedition route rapidly deteriorated to Schaefer's dismay. 14 months earlier, in November 1936, Hitler had signed an important anti-Soviet pact with Japan, swallowing his immense disdain of the Japanese as mere bearers of culture in order to secure a vital alliance with them. 62 The new allies shared a fierce hatred of Bolshevism. Moreover, many Japanese researchers and politicians also regarded the world through the fractured prism of race. They proudly described themselves as Shidminzoku, or the leading race of the world, and believed that they traced their origins to the gods. 63 Japan's rulers were immensely keen on carving out a new Japanese empire in Asia and planned on planting colonies of Japanese settlers in the conquered lands. 64 Already they had invaded, conquered, and occupied Manchuria, and they were hungry for more. So in July 1937, Japan embarked on a full-scale conquest of China. Its divisions soon occupied the major coastal cities, including Shanghai, the commercial capital of China. By November, hundreds of thousands of Japanese troops were advancing on what was then the Chinese capital, Nanking, and waging pitched battles for control of the vital rail lines along the Yangtze River. Schaefer had been counting on steamship travel up the Yangtze as the swiftest and most direct route to Chongqing, where the expedition would then proceed by foot for Tibet. But the Yangtze had now become a major battleground, one that was far too perilous a place for a scientific team from Germany, Japan's new ally. Determined to find another way to northeastern Tibet, Schaefer began poring over maps of the region. 65 The route that most attracted him wound from the Indian state of Assam into eastern Tibet, but there again he saw major hurdles. The British government feared correctly that a major war with Germany was looming. It would not look kindly on permitting an SS scientific team to traipse through the remote mountain valley of India. If war broke out in Europe, Britain would desperately need Indian troops to man its fronts and Indian factories to churn out munitions. It did not want to have to stamp out an SS-led guerrilla movement in the eastern Himalayas, a movement that might ignite all those who advocated Indian independence. Schaefer refused to concede defeat. He flew to London in early March 1938 with cap in hand. He courted men with influence in the India office and paid visits to prominent Nazi sympathizers in London who might put in a good word for him. 66 But the British authorities were deeply suspicious of Schaefer's real motives for the trip, and turned him down flat, and the Tibetan government, keen to remain on good terms with the British, followed suit. These obstacles, however, only made Schaefer more determined. He proposed booking the passage to India with a small team: just Wienert, Gear, Krauss, and Beger, hoping he could negotiate the necessary permissions on the spot. To his immense relief, Himmler agreed to the plan. With his egotism and his headstrong ways, however, Schaefer had already antagonized both Wust and Sievers. 67 Indeed, Sievers had taken the extreme step of writing to Himmler, explaining that the Ahnenerbe was no longer prepared to take responsibility for the expedition. 68 But Himmler did not seem worried by this. As he must have known, Beger, one of Russia's best young racial experts, would conduct a thorough search for traces of the supposed master race in the Himalayas. Moreover, Himmler was well aware that Schaefer's maps and Tibetan contacts would prove invaluable if the Reich wanted to engage in a guerrilla action later in India. 69 Besides, most of the preparatory work was done. Sievers and Gach had lined up a good deal of the equipment and organized nearly all of the necessary financing for the trip, from the Advertising Council of the German Economy, the German Research Foundation, and Aher Verlag. 70 So Himmler agreed to allow Schaefer and the expedition's technical leader, Edmund Geer, to finish off the remaining preparations on their own. Even so, Himmler continued to help out with the last-minute glitches. He wrote to Hans F. K. Gunther at the University of Berlin, requesting that he move up the date of Beger's doctoral examinations, so that Beger could arrive abroad as a German scholar with completed exams. 71 He also requested assistance from the German foreign minister, Joachim von Ribbentrop, and the German ambassador in Calcutta. Schaefer needed introductions to the highest members of the Indian government. 72 By mid-April, almost all of the equipment was packed and all the necessary paperwork was stamped and sealed. The team, known officially as the German Tibet Expedition / Ernst Schaefer, under the auspices of the Reichsführer SS and in connection with the Ahnenerbe Association Berlin, was ready to depart. 73 Schaefer and Geer took the train to Genoa, arriving on April 20. Beger, Wienert, and Krauss arrived the following morning. At 1 in the afternoon on April 21, 1938, the 5 men boarded a German steamship, the Gneisenau, bound for Ceylon. From there, they planned to travel by freighter to Calcutta. Schaefer, something of a taskmaster, saw to it that the passage out was neither relaxing nor idle. He had purchased first-class tickets for the team so that they could rub shoulders with all the important people aboard ship: diplomats, engineers, businessmen, and officials, men of influence who might in some way prove useful to the expedition. He also insisted on turning the team's spacious cabins into classrooms, pressing team members to brush up on their English and to give many lectures to one another on their subject areas. At night, the 5 men burned the midnight oil, working out problems in the research plans and poring over the maps to plan their routes. 74 In Ceylon, however, Schaefer received troubling news. The day before they boarded the Gneisenau, the Nazi Party newspaper, Volkisker Beobachter, ran a glowing article on the Tibet expedition, making much of its SS connections, something Schaefer had hoped to keep quiet abroad. 75 The story raised eyebrows on London's Fleet Street. A journalist ran a scoop that an SS expedition had set sail for India, and before long the press in both Britain and India were running headlines about a Nazi invasion. 76 During the stopover in Ceylon's capital, Colombo, the local press besieged Schaefer. He later raged to the SS headquarters about the unheard of attention in the press in India, exactly where there are many Jews residing, and expressed his worries about difficulties to be faced in Calcutta. 77 The news infuriated Himmler, spurring him into action. He wrote personally on May 19 to an influential Nazi sympathizer in England, Admiral Sir Barry Domville, a former head of British naval intelligence. In his letter, Himmler ridiculed the notion that he would be so clumsy as to dispatch a spy in such an open manner and threatened to retaliate against British citizens in Germany. 78 Domville passed the missive on to Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain, a strong believer in placating the leaders of the Reich. 79 Not long after this, British authorities granted the SS team permission to conduct scientific studies in the small Himalayan kingdom of Sikkim. The kingdom bordered Tibet, but it lay much farther west than Schaefer's planned staging point in Assam. Worse still, other scientific teams had already pored over the flora and fauna of Sikkim. It was a poor bone that the British had thrown Schaefer. They hoped he would turn it down. But he stubbornly accepted. Calcutta did little to improve his mood. Even the small German community there appeared hostile to the team. Unwilling to dawdle among enemies, Schaefer wrapped up the negotiations for the entry permit to Sikkim as quickly as possible. Then the team packed their gear and boarded a northbound train. The annual monsoon season had arrived a month early, and Schaefer worried that travel would be slow, with frequent mudslides in the Himalayas. But he was ecstatic to be underway again. And thus, he wrote proudly by hand in a letter to Himmler, "We weigh anchor as an SS expedition, 80." In the capital of Sikkim, Gangtok, the team paid their respects to local British officials and set up camp near the British Residency, a lovely stone house set in a sprawling expanse of manicured lawns and well-tended beds of hollyhocks and asters. Gangtok was a thriving hub in the wool trade with Tibet, and as such its citizens knew a great deal about Tibetan ways. After settling in, Schaefer and Gear began hiring porters with strong backs, and interpreters who could speak Tibetan. All the while the British political officer in Gangtok, Sir Basil Gould, watched Schaefer carefully. The young German, he later noted, was interesting, forceful, volatile, scholarly, vain to the point of childishness, disregardful of social convention or the feelings of others, and first and foremost always a Nazi and a politician. 81 It was obvious to Gould that Schaefer intended to complete the trek to Tibet, with or without official British permission. On June 21, the team set off north with porters and horses and 50 heavily laden mules, each brightly ornamented with silver bells and scarlet tassels of dyed yak hair. The mule track teetered precipitously above the roaring THIRD River, known locally as Cleft of the Winds. 82 It was a nightmarish trip. In the heavy monsoon rain, landslides threatened ominously from the sheer, denuded valley walls. In some spots muddy torrents had already roared down out of the morning mists, plastering the trail with a thick, impassable layer of mud. The porters had no choice but to chop down a new pathway in the forest, and the heavy work in subtropical heat and humidity exhausted them. The team's misery was further compounded by a plague of tropical leeches that lay in wait for them in the tall grasses or curled about the tips of twigs. One evening alone, as Schaefer unlaced his boots and threw aside his sodden socks, he counted 53 fat leeches clinging to his right foot, another 45 fed contentedly on his left. He noticed that the ankles of the caravan's porters, who walked barefoot, were coated in a crust of dark black blood. 83. Despite all the hardship, however, Schaefer discovered a kind of magic along the THIRD. At night he watched tiny lights dancing amid the ferns, fantastical and surreal, the motion of the shining tropical glowworm army. The sight is eerie. 84 He found a great deal more of fascination as the road wound northward. From the THIRD Valley, the team began climbing upward through forests of fir and pine, which gave way outside the village of Chang to alpine hillsides carpeted with dwarf rhododendrons and azaleas, all blooming furiously in the June heat. Schaefer dispatched men to collect specimens for German botanists to identify, and as the team stopped to set up camp, Schaefer set off into the hills to hunt game. Slowly, as the team roamed the highland valleys, Schaefer's companions fell into the simple rhythm of field work. In the early morning, Krauss and an assistant visited the light traps they had set the previous evening. They gently plucked out the moths and other nocturnal insects captured inside and collected the new species. Wienert, the geophysicist, set off into the surrounding hills with mules laden with his theodolites and other delicate instruments, while Gear, the team's technical leader, climbed into the alpine zone. Schaefer had assigned him the task of collecting all bird species that resided above an elevation of 4,000 meters. Beger, meanwhile, visited the tents of travelers and ventured into the small hamlets, searching for people who would submit to his racial measurements. He soon learned that offering medical assistance was the surest way of winning the confidence of those he encountered. 85 There was always someone who needed help, and Beger was perfectly willing to pull teeth or perform first aid or dispense medicines from one of 3 large trunks he had packed with pills and salves and tonics from Germany. Only then, after he had finished dosing small babies and frail elders, could he unpack his bag of anthropological instruments, large and small spreading calipers, sliding compasses of various sizes, 3 steel tape measures, and a somatometer and begin taking measurements of the local inhabitants for his racial studies. 86. 13. Tibet. Few things in life so disturbed German Rassenkunde experts as the subject of racial mixing. In their version of history, the human propensity for crossing racial boundaries had reduced an empire of golden-haired gods to a hodgepodge of racial mongrels. It had sown Nordic boldness and creativity and the Nordic capacity for reason into the short, squat bodies of inferior races. It had instilled a penchant for laziness, vacillation, and cowardice in the tall, angular bodies of Northern Europe. It had spawned a kind of racial pandemonium in the world, a tumult so bewildering that Rassenkunde experts had been forced to develop various intricate anthropological measurements, followed by lengthy mathematical analyses, in their determined effort to trace the ancestry of individual humans. Before leaving Berlin, Bruno Beger had carefully studied these techniques. In the highlands of Sikkim, he followed a strict research regime. As each of his nervous subjects stood before him, he held up an eye-color table to measure the precise hue of his subject's eyes. He then pulled out other charts to identify the exact shading of the hair and the color of the skin on the forehead, carefully recording the results in special notebooks he had brought for the purpose. He then proceeded to the cranial measurements. He charted the length, breadth, and circumference of his subjects' heads, the height and width of their foreheads, the breadth of their mouths, noses, cheekbones, and lower jaws, the width between their eyes, the depth of their noses, the position of their ears, noses, and mouths relative to the rest of their face. 1. Like many other racial scholars of the age, Beger considered certain key cranial features to be reliable indicators of the Nordic race. The most important was the shape of the skull. Anatomists had learned to quantify this shape by using a simple mathematical formula, the cephalic index, which was the ratio of maximum head breadth to maximum head length, multiplied by 100. When racial scholars began to use this formula in their early studies, they noted that inhabitants of Scandinavia, Great Britain, and northern Germany, the supposed heartland of the Aryan race, possessed a cephalic index between 77 and 79, indicating a long and narrow head. 2. This delighted racial scholars. They interpreted the numbers to mean that Northern Europeans possessed high foreheads, a sure sign, in their opinion, of high intelligence. And so for many German researchers, the cephalic index became a prized pillar of racial theory. Indeed, in the late 1920s, Gunther proudly proclaimed that one of the distinguishing features of the Nordic race, along with hair and eye color, was a cephalic index of round about 75.3. Gunther, of course, had played fast and loose with science, ignoring powerful evidence that ran contrary to his beliefs. In 1908, prominent American anthropologist Franz Boas had begun questioning whether environmental factors could influence the cranial traits regarded as racial markers. So he put the cephalic index to a major test. He and a group of assistants measured 17,821 immigrants and their children in New York City, selecting a wide range of nationalities, from Scots to Eastern European Jews, and from Bohemians to Sicilians. The team then divided the children into two groups, those born in the United States and those born in their parents' homeland, and compared the cephalic indices of both to those of their parents. Boas found that environmental factors played a profound role in shaping the human body. The American-born children of round-headed Eastern European Jews, for example, did not take after their parents. They developed long heads. And the American-born children of long-headed Italians developed shorter, rounder crania. Boas did not speculate on what specific conditions had brought about these impressive cranial changes, but he left little doubt about the significance of the study. Not even those characteristics of a race which have been proved to be most permanent in their old home, he concluded, remain the same under our new surroundings. 4. The publication of Boas's study in 1910 struck a heavy blow at scientific racism and biological determinism. It convinced leading anthropologists in the United States and Europe to abandon the cephalic index as a scientific indicator of race and to question the whole system of racial classification. 5. But it did not dissuade Gunther or other German racial experts from proceeding with their racial studies. and it certainly did not deter Beger from putting Sikkimese men and women through the dehumanizing experience of racial measurement. As Beger continued to search for Sikkimese subjects, Schaefer hunted for a suitable pretext for entering Tibet. In August 1938, fate smiled on the team when a richly dressed official turned up at the German camp. Schaefer was away on a short hunting trip, so Beger beckoned the man over to his tent, hoping to win the visitor's confidence sufficiently to measure him. 6 He had encountered few members of the nobility, individuals whom, he believed, would most likely possess Nordic blood, and he hated the thought of letting any opportunity slip through his fingers. The expedition's interpreter hastily intervened, however, staving off a major diplomatic blunder. 7 The visitor, he whispered, was a high official of the Raja Tiring, a member of the Sikkimese royal family who was living in Tibet. When Schaefer returned, Edmund Geer met him on the outskirts of the camp and informed him of their important guest. Schaefer was delighted. He hastened to arrange an appropriately regal reception area in his tent. He asked team members to place all their most impressive-looking scientific gear, altimeters, binoculars, and cameras around the tent, and ordered the servants to make hot tea and to set out biscuits and other delicacies on plates. 8 When all was ready, he took his seat atop an inflated air mattress, hoping this would make him look taller and more imposing. Then he invited his noble guest to enter. Schaefer's careful management of the occasion succeeded wonderfully. The dazzled official returned to Raja Tiring with several mule loads of gifts, biscuits, chocolate, an 80-pound bag of potatoes, tinned vegetables, soap that Schaefer and his team were secretly glad to be rid of because it smells like civilization, woolen socks, rubber boots, and a rubber mattress, as well as a letter from Schaefer expressing his fervent wish to visit Tibet and its legendary monasteries. 9 These tokens of esteem and Schaefer's clever diplomacy sparked months of intense behind the scenes talks and deliberations in both Sikkim and Tibet. In December, Schaefer received a letter from Lhasa. The Tibetan Council of Ministers, an august body accustomed to forbidding foreigners entry to Tibet, invited both him and his colleagues to their capital for a 2-week stay. It was hardly a welcome with open arms. But Schaefer read the letter with intense satisfaction. No German had ever stepped foot inside the holy city, and even the formidable Sven Hedin had been turned away. The young German zoologist had pulled off a major political coup, trumping British officials. Moreover, the journey to Lhasa, with swastika pennants flying boldly from their tents when they encamped, would make striking Nazi propaganda. In exchange for this rare favor, however, Tibet's rulers had laid down one major condition. They forbid the team from killing any birds or mammals inside Tibet, for this would deeply hurt the religious feelings of the Tibetan people, both clergy and lay. The stipulation ruled out all zoological collecting, restricting the scope of Schaefer's own work. But the expedition leader was determined to reach Tibet. He knew how keenly Himmler awaited racial studies in the Mountain Kingdom. So he grudgingly accepted the council's demand. The team returned to Gangtok to stock up on supplies, and in the midst of their